Welcome to day 3, everyone, of the DAF Esports World Championships. My name is Seymour, joined by Proper and Infinity as we head into the bracket play. It's going to be a fun one, but guys, now that we're 3 days in, I guess we could take a little bit of a look back at kind of what we saw over the course of the past couple of days, and especially, you know, yesterday when we had everything closing into the groups. It was a pretty fun time, and Proper, I think I'll start with you on this one. I think that Rammstein team, they looked very, very impressive for what we were expecting from the USAFE teams.
It's been an awesome tournament just from USAFE's perspective, right? The way we kind of coined it up, they were the one team coming in, the one of many that got to arrive representing USAFE, and they've been showing out. Rammstein is definitely a threat to the rest of the competition.
Yeah, and Brody, I think, you know, for you yourself, there's been a couple fun ones. I think for Buckley in particular, they've been a team that I think we're really excited to see how they grow, considering from day 1 to day 2, they look like a completely different team.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, the fact they were able to get that 3-0 at the end of the day yesterday was big. And I think more to the point as well, I think it was the staving off the Game 5 loss versus Offit, right? Because I think they were kind of taken aback a little bit by how good of a team Offit actually were. You know, they had to go all the way to a Game 5 to actually end up winning that matchup. So for Buckley, I think yesterday might not be as dominant as they would have wanted. But ultimately, the fact they come out on top is huge for them. For my money, though, I think the biggest storyline coming out of yesterday is probably Lang Eustace, if anything, right?
Yeah.
You know, they made light work of Anderson. It was, what was it, a quick 3-0 in that matchup, despite Anderson maybe waking up later on through the series. And then, you know, they faced Eglin, and, you know, again, they managed to kind of barely eke out Eglin, despite the fact that Eglin did definitely give them a series. Like, that was a phenomenal run of things from Langley Eustace. So they'll be happy walking away with a high seed coming out of yesterday.
They did get fought back really, really hard, though, versus Eglin. Eglin gave them a good running in that Hacienda control. Up very early, and Langley had to fight all the way back. Their respawn is gross, but they did lose that map number 1 and almost lost map number 3. Eglin did give them a hard fight.
That's what I'll say. You know, a couple of those teams like Eglin, they might be finishing up the group stages at 1 and 2. You know, not the best scoreline compared to other teams, but it's still a scoreline that when you look back at some of those matches, it was competitive. And that one from Eglin, I'd say, was a pretty impressive one that we saw from a red-hot Langley Eustace team coming from Group B. But now that we can look into the bracket stage, there's a lot more to talk about. At the end of the road, you're fighting for a world championship, and you're fighting for a little bit more than that. We have lovely medals that have been put together for the DAF Esports World Championship, and this is them on the screen. The first time that we get to see it. Proper, these are beautiful.
I mean, I'm a big fan of just like wrestling in general, so like being able to see like a championship belt to be fought over for DAF Esports World Championship, like it's really dope, man. And obviously, you do get the medals along the way, gold medals. You also get commiseration medals for 2nd and 3rd place. Just overall, just celebrating the entirety of this tournament is dope to see it accumulated into such a beautiful belt.
And Brody, I mean, this is something that we've kind of seen quite a bit, is the wonderful prizes that we get. It's not cash prizes here for, you know, DAF Esports, but a little bit more. Sometimes the challenge coins, but other times the medals, and they always bang.
Yeah. Yeah, they do. I think it's just something different, right? You know, there's cash prizes attached to pretty much every single tournament. But this is one of those things where you can actually treasure. You get cash, you're probably going to go spend it on Kit Kats or something like that. You get medals, you're going to treasure them for life. You want that little physical prize to have for the rest of your life, and that's that.
I just picture Brody in another life winning an esports tournament and say, I'm going to go buy a Kit Kat after it's
In another
all
life
done.
is crazy.
That's exactly what I do.
That would be this life. Yeah,
That would,
That's where the timeline we're currently living in, mate.
Ixnay, the winning an esports tournament. And, you know, we don't get that as a form of Brody just yet. But let's look at what happened yesterday at the end of the groups, get a little bit of a recap of what we saw going into the bracket stage, how teams were seeded going into it. Brody, Peterson, Langley, Cannon, they were on top of the world. But for the second runner-ups, I mean, you're looking at Nellis, Rammstein, and Buckley. These 3 teams, I can't believe it was as close as possible for them, but it should be potential for upsets when you get into the bracket.
Yeah, you know, I will say one thing. I'm kind of sad in a way that we didn't have any 3-way ties after yesterday. That was always fun to have little 3-way ties for potentially even a 4th seed. But yeah, you look at those 2nd place teams across the board, and I gotta say, generally speaking, I'm not surprised. I'd say the only surprise here looking across the board is probably Rammstein. And that's solely because we didn't really know what to expect, right? That's one of the biggest question marks coming into the entire tournament is, what are these three regions that rarely, if ever, actually play one another, going to be like when they interact? Well, Ramstein, I think, coming second is a good shout that actually Usafi is filled with talent. And also, again, shout out to Nellis and Buckley, because both of those teams, they really showed out. Especially Buckley, kind of given the storyline behind that roster, making the change, obviously bringing players back in. It's nice to see them step up and get second in Group C.
Shout out Group A, man. Like, all those map 5s that they had yesterday, that was a wildly competitive group. That's going to set up some really interesting matchups very early on as far as this bracket is concerned.
It's why we keep on calling it the Group of Death from Group A, but when we look towards the bracket now for the championships, it's a double elimination bracket today, tomorrow, and the finale on the Saturday is what we'll be looking towards. Off at Aglin on top, Buckley, Hickam for the second one, Misawa, Kadena for the third round one, and Nellis Anderson for the fourth round one. Is there any match proper that you think really stands out when you are looking to these opening matches?
I'm just utterly surprised Ramstein Cannon on the same side of the bracket. We know that they're mostly been gunning for each other. Ramstein more than anybody just wants to take down as much of the top competition as possible. They'll gut their wishes pretty early on, as it's more than likely going to be, well, we got the Buckley-Hickam matchup that's going to be coming our way. That's a rematch from last night where Buckley was able to win 3-0, so that one's going to be hotly contested. See if Misawa is going to be able to bounce back. I think everybody's going to be watching that one, and the same could be said for Anderson.
Yeah, and I mean, for our schedule today, we could kind of look into the matches that we will be following, Brody. It is going to be a really, really tough day for a lot of these teams who are just trying to get out of that winners round one, but kind of break us down for these opening matches and kind of how, if you think any have the chance for a potential upset.
Oh, it depends what you call an upset, right? Because there's some great matches on the schedule. I think this first one, if anything, I think this has the hallmarks of a Game 5. We looked at how competitive Eglin looked yesterday, and they did look solid. And off it also, forcing Buckley to a game number 5. These are rosters that have gotten so close to greatness that I can't see it going any other way than a Game 5. That's my prediction, by the way. I'm getting out there. I know I don't get a prediction for this series, but I'm going to say Game 5. Anyway, there's that one as well. Yeah, well, it's an unofficial, 3-2. Because if I'm getting into matches, then I'm going to say 3. Yeah. No, we'll go 3-0 for the rest of the day. Okay, anyway, looking towards the rest of the bracket, I think as well, probably Misawa versus Kadena. I think that's going to be a really interesting matchup between two teams that we know are really good. I don't know which of those two takes it, but as far as upsets are concerned, I can't see anything immediately off the bat that I would describe as an upset here for these first 4 matchups.
No, I think that it's going to be extremely tough for some of these teams that struggled yesterday to take down some that are looking for revenge throughout the bracket, especially getting through that winners round one. It's going to be hard, but fortunately for these teams, it is a double elimination bracket, so if you lose here, you are not done. And I was kind of talking about that yesterday, the fact that even if you do lose, some of these teams were competitive in those matches against the top teams in their group, and you get into the losers round one, you get into that lower bracket, you could do some serious damage to teams who are not prepared to fight you. And I'm excited to see when we do get towards those elimination matches. But Brody, this is where we're going to bid farewell to you. Thank you for coming on to the opening segments, and we'll see you back on the desk very soon. And Andy, this is where you and I get to share some love for our opening matches as we are jumping in with Eglin versus Offit for the opener of the championship bracket. A fun one to look forward to.
Yeah, it absolutely will be. Again, as Brody had already set up so wonderfully, Eglin playing competitively. You also shouted them out, too. I think that Offit are a fair shout at the same time. They were so close to taking that map 5 away from Buckley. We're going to end up seeing some reprises from that map set, not only from then, for Offit versus Buckley in that best of 5, but also from Eglin versus Langley. Yeah. Battle tested these two teams are to be setting themselves up to face the number 1 seed in the entire bracket the round after this.
This is one of those matches where both teams, they have a right to be in the next round. They've fought, they've really improved, and the whole point is to look at whoever's going to be in these winners round 1 matches and to see if they can improve from day 1 into day 2, and then even exceed that going into the bracket stages, and we've seen that growth steadily throughout the first couple of days. I'm hoping to see that it exceeds it now going into day number 3 for the championship bracket, but it is going to be something that we will pay attention to across the course of these best of 5s. And I guess we could take some time to really dive into our first team and introduce them back to the stage, as we've seen them before. It's Offit Air Force Base, Waz to Aero Appa, Flux, and Splurging. And the one thing that really kind of needs to be shout out is the fact that Splurging comes into this roster and he's looked great.
Yeah, he really has. I think that's mostly through the search and destroy for Splurging. Wazda also is a top performer for that team. He went like somewhere to like a 13-4 in that protocol search and destroy versus Buckley yesterday. But I think there's a lot of different personalities for this team. Flux is a very good Flux for this team. No easy puns intended. But Appa, get that guy to a game 4 because he was absolutely electric as well in that Hacienda hardpoint versus Buckley. I think this team has like the workings to be a top team at this event, Colin. They just got to piece it together. They came out really flat in that Vol hardpoint versus Buckley yesterday at map number 1. Cannot afford to have that happen here.
Well, they got the puzzle pieces, and we have a team that wants to scatter them all over the place. It was a team that took Langley the distance in a few of those maps, and a team that I'm excited to take the stage once more. Their opponents in Eglin Air Force Base. We can look towards our second team in this matchup and really dive deep into what to expect, because they were fantastic in day 1, amazing in day 2. They fall short to Ramstein, but even still, that is a tough matchup to worry about. Eglin Air Force Base is Floki, Charms, Shaky, and Trippin' Burrito, and the one guy who really holds the crown on this squad, it's gotta be Charms.
Yeah, that's a bad man right there. You can see him second in from the left. That guy was moving different across the entire map. The only one to realistically, I wouldn't say, truly step up to what Wolf was putting down in that matchup versus the number 2 seed versus Langley, but I would generally say that Charms is willing his way via that 13 spree that we got on that Skyline hardpoint for a 4-point victory. And a 1-0 start versus Langley was absolutely insane. But he's surrounded by good supporting cast. You know, Trippin' Burrito centering. He was getting a lot of good snap headshots. That guy definitely has a good awareness when it comes down to S&D. Shaky's not a bad shout for Charms secondary when it comes down to respawn prowess. And the same could be said for Floki. The same conversation for Eglin is there. They took Langley to the distance, or as far as they possibly could be, to potentially forcing a map number 5. It was very, very close. I imagine that Eglin will be competitive in this bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Skyline hardpoint 250, 246 win, a 2-3 loss on the Hacienda control, and a red card hardpoint that goes just as close as could be. It feels a loss at 192 to 250, a very respectable scoreline from Eglin in that matchup. But for both of these two teams, it's improvement that we're looking for in this winners round 1 matchup, because you have a tough task ahead of you if you win this, with Cannon waiting on the other side. Let's take a look at that map set to see where they're going to settle the score and where they're going to show this improvement. It's a red card hardpoint to open things up. Hacienda search and destroy map 2. We get the vault control, and if this goes the distance, Skyline and rewind.
Eglin ended up getting rid of the vault hardpoint, and I'm sure that if you're looking at this from Offit's perspective, you're like, thank goodness, because that means that we can get rid of our next veto, which would be the rewind hardpoint. Both of them that they did not want to see. Rewind hardpoint was their veto. They let vault hardpoint through versus Buckley, and well, they got patty whacked on it in the opening map. So red card's going to be the opening venue for this. I want to say that this is probably going to be Offit's choice, and again, playing right into Eglin's hand. Regardless, this was the map number 4 versus Langley. 250 to 192 was that final scoreline yesterday evening, Colin, and it was incredibly close. The biggest difference is that Wolf is not on the map unless Offit's got that in the bag for someone to drop near a 50 bomb.
Yeah, I think that's a really tough ask for anybody to drop a 50.
Just be Wolf, forehead.
But we've seen it before this weekend, so, you know, there's no saying that we can't see it again. I think one thing's for certain, and it's what we really talked about going into the back end of this year, is that red card hardpoint has been growing on a lot of people. But for you guys at home who might be wondering how to play this game mode, we got an explainer.
Introducing Hardpoint, a respawn game mode where teams fight over a neutral objective that moves around the map. The first hardpoint has a short delay before it activates. This allows players from both teams to take their positions for the initial combat. Once it activates, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, teams must have at least one of their players on the objective, where they will earn 1 point per second of control. If both teams have players on the objective, neither team scores points until the players from one team are removed from the objective. While a team is collecting points, the game clock is paused as long as points are being earned. Each objective location is active for 60 seconds before moving to a predetermined next location where players will once again be able to earn more points. The first team to achieve 250 points or have the most points when time expires will win the game.
One of the best creations in Call of Duty, I will say. There's nothing better than a good hardpoint proper. I think that is the one thing that I always look forward to.
What's your biggest stance as far as the biggest pop-off moment for a game as far as Call of Duty is concerned? Round 11 Search and Destroy or a banger hardpoint?
Dude, round 11 Search and Destroy is good. It's hit or miss sometimes. Sometimes it's a little anticlimactic. But when you get a 250, 249 hardpoint, especially looking back at this Black Ops 6 season when we had a ton from Miami, a lot of upsets, a lot of games that just went the distance, and for some reason, it's always Miami that I'm thinking of that we're making that happen. It's just, I think there's nothing that beats it. The pure adrenaline that comes from everybody rushing to the hardpoint and trying to make the perfect micro plays that you possibly can to steal that. I think that the hard points just always bang when it goes so close. What about you? What do you think?
I'm honestly indifferent. I mean, I like the round 11 Search and Destroy. I think it's a good conclusion as far as the best of 5 series is concerned. But I'm glad you bring up Miami because it's actually a perfect tie-in as far as Red Card is concerned. Same thing to be said about Vault Hardpoint. This map mode combination, as you just saw in the explainer, there is still a game clock, though you can reach 250 points. There's a lot of what we call gray time given up to the game clock. Essentially, when no team is on the hardpoint or the hardpoint remains contested, which can happen for about 2, if not 3 of these hardpoints throughout the entirety of Red Card, that starts milking the game clock, and that's a different parameter to add into what can be an absolute banger of a map number 1. It's early days as far as things are concerned for both of these two teams of Offit versus Eglin, man. But somebody's going to have to step up and be a superstar here because they know who's waiting in the next round matchup.
Oh, yeah.
Probably watching this one go down.
Well, let's see who we think is going to step up in terms of our predictions for this matchup. Both of us have Eglin taking it. Honestly, I think that is a pretty fair shout after seeing the way that they performed versus Langley Eustace, considering that Joint Base Langley Eustace looked like one of the best teams here at the DAF World Esports Championships. So for me, I took the 3-1. For you, the 3-0. Does your prediction change after seeing the map set?
No, not at all. It actually more cements it than it does anything. Again, the red card hardpoint was incredibly close versus Langley yesterday. I haven't been able to see Alpha be able to produce as much pace outside of that Hacienda map number 4 out-of-body experience that we got versus Buckley yesterday. I foresee them taking this map number 1. Hacienda Search and Destroy, the biggest difference in between that map 1 and 2, which they did have versus Langley yesterday, was Wolf going absolutely AWOL. I think that Triumph's going to have a pop-off series, and the Vault control comes through as well. That's not a good look for Alpha. They got 3-0 smacked around versus Buckley. Reason being, they got blitzed. You're going to hear it again. Colin seeing it in his sleep.
I did dream of it last night. I just want you to know. Just blitzing a Hacienda hardpoint. That's all I could think about. But
You're the first one there.
Yeah. I was right in the hill, let me tell you. I was right in the deep end of those points, but we don't get to see a Hacienda open up this series. We get to see a red card hard point, and I think you bring up one of the best points about this map and why I like it so much. It's that the map control that leads into the hill time and the efficiency that you need to really make this make this map work. A lot of maps in Black Ops 6 turned out to be very dynamic. You want to blitz it, you want to make sure that you're flooding and filling every single lane, and everybody had their part to play. For Red Card, that part gets a little bit more distinct because of how big it is. The rotations are so important to stay ahead of the curve, and turning those rotations, turning those kills into hill time to make sure that that clock at the top of your screen doesn't run too far down. It's possible for Red Card. It always comes down to the wire, but for these two teams, I'm sure they're looking to make it a little bit more comfortable than what we've seen in the past.
My favorite side of the map, at least starting off, would be Eglin, but nobody was watching the ticket push, and it's the only kill that Offit's going to be able to have for themselves. Again, keeping things contested early days here for P1, but if you're watching it from Eglin's perspective, they have a really good spread across the map. Now they're aware of ticket, they got globe control, a very good opening of the map.
An opening for Eglin Air Force Base that they can really look to seize on this rotation over towards New. Obviously, still, we do have a missing minimap. Sorry, folks, it's not our fault. It is the Codcaster's fault. Hopefully, with the patch later on, it's going to bring it back, but that's a whole nother topic to deal with when we get there. Off it. They need something to turn around now on this rotation, and I like this play towards the stage. Shaky's going to try to get some positioning to see if he can work a rotation, and he goes down, but look at this from Trippin' Burrito. He had a chance. It doesn't work out, but it does flip the spawns for Eglin.
That sure does. Charms having himself a whale of a time so far. He was hot off of a 4-0 start. He dies. Now he's up to another 3-0 start. The 7-1 is the quick maths coming through so far, and well, Eglin just really trying to set the pace, but Offit are playing the long con game. Somebody spawned all the way in for P2 while P1 was still active, and they've been able to anchor out the spawns, play the trade game, reinforcements that much closer. We're down to scrap time, and Eglin need to make a decision off of their very wayward spawns. Do we want to try to contest it? Seems that's the case.
Yeah, but now you have to think about flooding on through, and Eglin, they are focusing on this rotation to P3. 10 seconds left. You have Hedges control, and this is a bad guy that you want to get past. I actually respect this call from Charms to back on down from Hedges. He knows there's a lot of oncoming traffic, so you want to filter these fights into some isolated one-on-ones, but Waz, he makes the play, goes over the top, and takes down Charms. Lots of pressure onto this rotation for Trippin' Burrito to perform. Shaky goes down as well, and Offit are looking for the break.
And it was actually a really clinical break coming through from Offit. Just really good teamwork being exemplified there, both in between Splurging and Waz from the globe control. Just keeping the raid boss of Charms at bay. Here comes the break attempt, though. Offit spawning in towards the back. There's 30 seconds left to play for it. And Eglin, they do well to be able to soak up the rest of this. They found the opening 3 Flux there for the only trade. The spawns will be immediately broken afterwards.
Yeah, good utility from Eglin to break that up. One to worry about at the back, but it's a pinch play ultimately. You just have to find the kills now. Floki, Charms, they're going to make it difficult. Trippin' Burrito outside. They line up 4 down. 10 seconds left at old. We're looking at the rotation.
Yep, starting to make that rotation. Charms up to 11-4. Combined 16-10 between Floki and Shaky. Trippin' Burrito, he's going to be the route man, trying to at least tip of the spear. He gets scouted out by Flux. One less member on this rotation. Essentially a 2v3 now for the members of Eglin that are already over here, but they're going to spread. Are off it. 2 more kills get traded off in the kill feed. Eglin starting to work the rotation. They got numbers over by Stage Colin. Somehow, some way, they were able to win this rotation. A lack of the numbers. Waz having a very bad start to this hardpoint Colin. 3-10 is not what we got out of him yesterday.
No, it's not at all, and that needs to change. Splurging, it's either the longest flank play I could see in a hill like P4, or he thought that P5 was the next hardpoint that we were going to. And the way that things were going, still a contest on top as it's some good kills coming through from Waz, but they got to take this player out from below this stage. Nice shots onto Charge, looking for a little bit more, but Shaky has been stepping up so far in the map number 1, 12-7, and looking towards New for the big fight, and the chase pistols out, and Arrow Opera gets hunted.
I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, you look from top to bottom as far as the scoreboard is concerned. This is like, we've had this conversation throughout the entirety of this tournament. Like, you got 28 kills between Charms and Shaky, and although, like, Shaky is starting to pop off between that rotation to where we are right now, if they lose this rotation, you would think that this would be a landslide as far as the scoreboard is concerned. That is not the case. Offit still playing really good posturing as far as red card is concerned. This is where it will benefit just the better macro game. Tough head glitch to fight against Trippin' Burrito showing that. Wonderfully played. 3 in the feed for Eglin. A rapid break, but still time going over towards Offit. Eglin looking to soak up the back 30.
Yeah, still Eglin in the lead, though. Charms holding middle ticket. Nice shots on the second one. Flux, Appa make it in 2 versus 2 for the hill time. Splurging trying to get there in to help, but 4 go down. Appa pops off 3 in a row for himself. 15 seconds at old. That's looking to be a tie game heading into the second set.
Yeah. Be so. Again, just insanity incarnate. Like, this is the personification of how there are so many kills on the map, but how it's not always indicative to the scoreboard. There have been a lot of useless kills as far as Eglin is concerned. Like, their breaks have been rapid, but the holds soon after have been rebroken. It's insane to be able to look at the scoreboard and say that it's a 2-second lead for Offit. It's not much, but they are still sitting here fighting. You have to imagine that once Waz and Splurging really start to pick up the pace to join both Appa and Flux, who are having a really good pickup. Charms, though, puts him in the dirt, looking for 5. He plays for the regen first, but still, You would imagine once Splurging and Waz pick up the pace a little bit, Colin, this might just completely get out of Eglin's grasp.
I agree. I think that off it, they're just waiting for their superstars to come alive. Eglin, can they take this opportunity to start to pull away? Charm's still alive, still reaping 5 in a row. Look for number 6. There it is. Close to the Hellstorm, but not as close as you would imagine with a 6 spree. So chance still for Offit to shut down this streak and deny a key tool from Eglin to push this even deeper. Shaky going to keep you inside that hard point for the last couple seconds. Spawn's starting to flip out, so Offit have a ton of pressure on this rotation over towards P2. It's splurging all the way into the top windows, and he is losing every single teammate that he needs to help him assist on this one. Big win onto Shaky. Almost gets turned on, but it's 3 down on the feed.
And this is where things started to get a little bit too far gone for Eglin, but actually gets some rogue spawn. Splurging reads it, but Shaky wins the gunfight. So it's split spawns now. Offit have to keep their heads on a swivel. Eglin, they have the numbers around the hard point. They isolate Appa, but again, Wasp Flux, they show up in the kill feed, man. They're going to be able to flip this? No way.
It's the efficiency from Offit that I've been enjoying. Every single kill turns into time gain. Splurging, he's been good for that for 50 seconds, but it's Flux alongside him, just keeping their toes in the water. Splurging on the outside, tagged up, takes the challenge, ends up falling. With only 12 seconds, this is a great call from Flux to hit the wrap.
That sure is. Need to try to get her out because you don't want to get spawn trapped here. Get stuff out of Eglin to be able to reposture themselves to keep them trapped there for the next wave of gunfights and make this a very difficult task. There's a one rogue player that made their way all the way to the bottom side of the parking garage. You saw that, right, Waz? He's going to take down Floki, and there comes the full-on flank. It was Flux down low. He finds the kill. Those will flip the spawns indefinitely. And a big moment now for Offit as they send Eglin packing. No, they spawn in towards the back. Good read.
Waz, good nade outside. 3 in a row. Is this the time that we see Waz start to turn up? Not going to read the last player. Goes back in for the challenge. Floki barely sneaking away with that headshot. Appa, it's turn to fill this outside lane, and Charms is going to be able to trade him out. Pinch onto the point. Flux still gets his. It's a 1 versus 1, but Shaky converts for the break and holding this lead for Eglin as much as he can. Trippin' Burrito right there to assist.
Splurging has to dive away, keep himself alive. Semtex kept him honest. Eglin still have the back spawns. Charms 29 and 14, 22 and 17 from Shaky. This is insane. Offit keeping themselves in this game. Splurging's really turning things around. He's almost has a minute of OBJ time, and he's 15 and 17, 21 and 19 out of Flux. That flank was everything. They're going to be the first ones here are Offit for P4.
2 go down for this rotation. This might actually be the best setup that we've seen from Offit for quite a while, considering, but you have to win the next fights. And with the ARs of Eglin, they just have not backed down from a challenge. Floki on the flank, not going to expect this one. Appa gets the turn, but the break still happens. A small lead for Offit, but it's immediately going to flip back to Eglin.
Now Floki is chattering in the comms. Look at the player cam. He's immediately just responding, trying to keep everybody in the comms, trying to keep everybody alive to knowing where the spawns are going to be coming from. They're spawning back P2 or Eglin. Blow control, taken away from Splurging. Flux somehow gets all the way towards the top side of the stage. He can keep this thing contested.
Yeah, he just needs to stay alive here. That's all you have to do. Allow for the rest of the team to be able to rotate freely. In the last 5 seconds, nobody's going to be over towards the P5 just yet. Fights through the middle of the map. So crucial in this transition. Charms is going to be looking to do some damage, but he's not able to find anything. 2 versus 2 over towards Old. Shaky and Trippin' Burrito are going to be there, and it looks like Charms gets the close spawn, so it's numbers for Eglin at the new hill. While they get the initial time, Offit are still putting up the fight.
Oh, Floki needed that second. Flux had 2 HP. How is he alive? Trophy system's going to keep him there for a good while. 35 seconds. Eglin got garage spawns as well. They're very far away from this gunfight. Charms finds the opener.
It's only a 10-second game. That's crazy to say. Flux has so much to do in this position, but most importantly, he just has to stay alive and hope the rest of his team is assisting in the damage. Flux on 3 in a row. How much more can you find over the top? Flux, no, almost finds a second one. Shaky goes down, but it's Waz is the next one. He's looking to the respawns. We gotta go to new.
Gotta rotate. Oh, Shaky gets those press box spawns. He's gonna set up a little bit of a pinch going back towards the center of the map. Everybody from Offit are trapped inside of Ticket. Shaky has so much to clear. Door closed. Is he going to expect the player in the corner? Answer no. Splurging Flux there for the first 2.
3 go down. Offit have completely turned this one around in terms of the pressure that they're putting on. This is what we were talking about, Andy. As soon as your superstars start to cook, This is the scary moment for Eglin. They just haven't created enough of a break for themselves to feel comfortable, and you can see that the panic is ensuing.
It's not even like a superstar moment for Offit. It's just Eglin are just absolutely fumbling the bag off of all of these kills. Like, Charms is 41 and 22. This game should not be as close as it currently is. 212 to 211. Split spawns coming through from Eglin. Again, Floki there for 2. Now up to 24 and 20. But Appa, he's having himself a great game comparatively to what we saw in the respawns yesterday. Is it enough? No. 12 seconds left to fight over here. Eglin are going to flip the lead, and they're going to get the read that Offit are still spawning back P3. This is a good moment to have for themselves. They've never been able to anchor P2 spawns, have Eglin this entire game so far. There's no reason why they shouldn't be able to do it this time around. Are they going to expect Appa? He's lurking bottom stage.
Well, they do. Charms, he is still cooking.
Oh my.
What a challenge coming out from Flux. Back over towards H1. You know, Charms is over towards the stage. He's just making himself known, and Flux gets a little bit too aggro. Still a lead for Eglin. They have the spawn trap pseudo pushed in. Offit have to be careful for their next moves, and you can see that the patience to get back into this hill, they're reading it perfectly.
Yeah, they sure are. Waz going to be right there to clean up the back goal. Appa's going to start taking that space. Here comes the next challenge right off its course. It's going to be Charms, but he can only find one. Still plenty of time to close things out and towards the back. Spawns may be coming in towards the back as well. I think that was just a press box flank, and it gets read ever so wonderfully. Offit looking to close things out here.
Offit are walking away for the end game of this. Still 10 seconds. You can win off this, and with Flux shooting like that, you might as well. 5 seconds left. Over to New. All the blue X-rays are going to be there, and it is a race to see if you can get there in time. Onto the hard point is Offit. Is anybody going to be able to touch 2 more seconds? And no, Offit from the depths of hell. They resiliently show a fight through the red card, and Eglin, they are going to be feeling that one.
There's just no reason whatsoever that Eglin should have lost that map. The biggest reason whatsoever is because of Offit's macro. Just, it is never chalk. Word to the major. Absolutely insane, man. They kept themselves going throughout all of the spawns. And again, I just think that Eglin, they were just overextending themselves. It's red card hardplane, and those spawns can get away from you so quickly. And once you have those spawns, the way that Offit were playing, which we got to see all day yesterday, and I think most excruciating in that matchup versus Buckley, how far back their ARs play just to anchor out the spawns. On red card, you're never going to break that unless you get a 4 dead and you push all the way towards the depths of hell. And they never got that opportunity. Trades were good for Offit enough to be able to keep themselves within 20 points, or give or take, throughout the entirety of this hard point. Never felt like Eglin had a big leg up in the situation besides the kill department. And Offit just needed one opportunity to strike, and of course it came down to a P2.
Of course it comes down to a P2. Of course it comes down to the wire. And you kind of were talking about the whole time just how absurd this is, that when you're looking towards the scoreline and you look towards the scoreboard on the player performances, and it was really Eglin. They got the kills, but there was no efficiency in turning those kills into time for the most part. Offit, they kept on going to the objective. They made it scrappy. They were contesting as long as they could, just keeping themselves in the battle. And as you were getting through it, as you were feeling a little bit more comfortable, Waz started shooting back. You started to see a couple more members just at least improving throughout that. And the smallest little improvement was able to turn those kills into successful holds. We get to that last rotation, it's 3 down for Eglin, 3 down again. And you start to worry about this Offit team who just cannot get things going throughout that. And that's just a matchup that you don't really expect to see. Sorry, I had it backwards. Offit was starting to turn up in that field. And for a red card to go that weirdly when you're losing those battles throughout the early game, that it's just, it's something that's a problem in terms of there's an identity issue for Eglin in those hard points. Nobody knew who was going to play the objective for the most part, and they were not really tracking those players very well.
Yeah, no, not at all. And I think they never really had an opportunity to be able to track in the first place. Again, it is Black Ops 6. Call of Duty is a very rapid-paced game for those sitting at home. And I guess to put it in its simplistic terms, like if they were getting like those 2 pieces that we saw in the kill feed for Eglin at the beginning of the kill feed rather than at the end of the kill feed, that might have been enough for them to be able to flip momentum back in towards the favorite. But because the trades, to your credit there, Colin, were always on point, often it just always had the numbers because those spawns were never going to get broken. It's just red card things happening, and it seems that Eglin, albeit playing Langley incredibly close to that map number 4, could not get themselves over the line, at least not with the VOD. So as far as the map set is concerned, we're going over towards a Hacienda Search and Destroy, Colin, and this, again, was the map number 2 versus Langley, which they only took 3 rounds. Throughout that entirety of the map number 2, there was just so many members of Langley putting on superstar moments, but I think this is where Trip Burrito and his centering was really the limelight. Eglin can be the pace setters in this Hacienda Search and Destroy to tie things up.
And I think that map 1 is going to be a wake-up call for this Eglin team. You look at how close it gets, how much Charms was really doing in that game, and you have to think that this S&D needs to be a little bit more buttoned up than what that hard point was. So you go towards this Hacienda, you look towards Charms to put on a performance quite the same, and you still expect Eglin to be very competitive throughout this S&D. Still going to be tough, though, where off it, they just look to be doing the right things on the map, and this is where Splurging and Flux usually look their best in terms of the series, is in these map 2s and these map 5s, but for Offit to steal that one away, they're going to be riding the momentum going into this map number 2, and you have to figure out a way to shut that down if you are Eglin. I think right now, going into this one, you are a little bit worried off of that map 1.
Just getting some of the stats back from the map number 1. 5,057 damage from Charms for 47 and 24. The closest person to him was Shaky on his own team with 4,200 damage. Don't have the quick maths to be able to tell you how far they outslayed the opposition of Offit by, but just know that it was more than 1. Yeah, I think that this Search and Destroy is going to be the continuation of the predecessor, of the wake-up call that you were just aforementioning. Should be a very fun time in between these two teams. Again, as far as Offit is concerned for Hacienda Search and Destroy, I'm trying to go back through my notes and see if we ended up getting a Hacienda Search and Destroy from them. If we did, it might have happened off-stream, but I digress. I'm sure just off of that alone, the way that they were able to reap the benefits there on red card was just playing into the weakness of what is Eglin's strength, and that is their pace, right? You know, how do you fight against the blitz, Colin? Is you just hold your irons.
Yeah, and they did exactly that. I think Waz started to figure that out towards the end. Flux, he was snapping in that map number 1, and I think when you look at Flux in general, he kind of carried the game. 33 and 28, 2 minutes and 20 seconds in the hill at the same time. He had 26 non-traded, so he was turning a lot of those kills into objective presence, and that was very impressive. But for this one in particular, you got to look to Flux to keep that going, to see if they can keep this Search and Destroy success inbound. And we got an explainer to explain for you guys how Search and Destroy works.
In Search and Destroy, teams compete in round-based, single-life combat over 2 bomb sites. One team is designated as the attacking team, where their goal is to plant a bomb at either bomb site before time expires. The other team must defend these bomb sites, preventing the attacking team from planting the bomb at all costs. Additionally, either team can win the round by eliminating all members of the opposing team. If the attacking team plants the bomb, a 45-second timer will begin where the defending team must now defuse the bomb before time expires, even if they have killed all enemy players. Defusing the bomb takes 7 seconds, so players must ensure enough time remains to secure the round. Teams will switch sides after each round, and the first team to win 6 rounds will claim victory.
It's fun because, you know, at the end of the day, Search and Destroy, it's a very basic it's a very basic game mode when you think about it. Well, I don't know where my head was going with that one, but as long as you kill them before they kill you, you feel pretty good about this game mode proper. You know, maybe once in a while you throw in a bomb plant and a bomb defuse, but you're just trying to play your life.
Yep, multiple win conditions as far as Search and Destroy is concerned. You can either get the bomb plant, you could fuse it if you're on defense, or you could just wipe the entirety of the enemy team. Biggest difference, if you're just new to Call of Duty in general, you don't have those respawns, as the explainer was wonderful telling you. So you really do have to value your life. And again, that's what I was kind of alluding to for Offit to play into what is the weaknesses of Eglin's strength. Again, not having that respawn, you really got to be able to either find those 2 pieces or you're going 1-for-1, and you're going to be leaving a lot of ARs in situations where they could be stuck in a 1v3 situation if you overextend. A lot of utility usage needs to be on point here, and I think that that's going to be an accentuation now that we are into the championship bracket. Colin, we got to start pointing out the phrase, search and destroy will win you championships. Could be the difference maker once you reach that best of 7 in grand finals. I'm overreaching to say that maybe one of these two teams might be there, but it all starts here for Eglin, for a tie-up of the series, or for Alpha to continuously make a statement as far as their opening round is concerned, knowing that Cannon looms in the distance.
This is definitely one of those maps or one of those series where you've seen a lot of teams take advantage of the S&Ds in prolonging this series. We've seen it against Buckley. We've seen it against Cannon. So can Eglin or Offit show up to show their prowess in this game mode? When we get an offensive attack over towards A for Offit, they got the bomb planted, post-plant inbound.
Now for player number 8, Trippin' Burrito is going to have a big 1v1 versus player number 4 of Appa. They might not actually read him. He's in the backside of 10, but yeah, there it is. 2 players strong. Should be an easy retake, but the defense is mostly set up on the other side of well. They got to clear out Flux. He's in the clutch spot.
And Charms hasn't been able to see anybody. That is a good shoulder check from Flux. He's going to reposition, but the communication is Waz to back him up 2v2. 15 seconds. Eglin have to make a move, and this rotation coming out from Offit, it is brilliant. They're going to go all the way back around, and the bomb is planted for Waz up top. There's no time. Splurging gets the kill nonetheless. Offit, they stand tall.
Yep. Going to be able to make that execute happen. Lickety split. Again, very quick to be able to get the bomb planted all off of the space provided for themselves. There's just a lot of utility that wasn't thrown over on this side of the map, Colin, and it is a great first round read coming through from Offit, catching Eglin by surprise over by the hedges push. Able to get that that bump. I think Waz being the player that stands all the way back, just watching the P1 cross. Anybody to go through the open hallways and bump off of Flux's death is brilliant. I have to see what Eglin's opening offense is going to be. It's going to be a blitz over towards B. I have to watch out for this opening engagement. Flux splurging have a lot to do.
Only first blood for Waz, just looking for 2. Not going to happen. It's an answer back from Eglin, but still a 2v2 when the dust settles. Appa not going to let down on the gas pedal, and things are falling apart for Eglin in this second round. Offit just haven't let go of that pacing for the hard points, but Han's planted, and Shaky's going to have an advantage for the fight. What a shot, and look at him pop off of the cams.
Well, that's not an easy shot to hit, and an egregious gunfight to try to stay in once you do end up getting that headshot. I mean, as good as the head glitch is, Appa kind of overextends just a little bit, but those were all headshots right there. Beautiful sound design here in Black Ops 6, let me tell you. But still, wow. The fact that Shaky was, 1, not a part of that play, and 2, gets 3 in the round in the 1v2 clutch. A lot of question marks. So we'll see what we can learn off of that, I suppose, for both of these two teams. See what Eglin can do now off of what Offit offered in their opening offense. And they're not really backing down. They're still throwing a lot of utility through the middle of the map. Offit still want this A-bomb.
Anything good for the opening first bloods? That's not going to stop Flux. Good help. And the bait that Splurging was giving. It opens up the map a little bit more, but everybody from Eglin picking a corner.
They're going to try to pivot this over towards B. Charms reads this incorrectly, but his timing... Oh, no, he's actually down low inside a U-turn, excuse me. If he was up top, he would have gotten really good timing maybe onto one player crossing over inside P1, but instead they get back behind Office. Charms has to be communicating this. Yeah, Floki now has to hold this top plat position. Gives it up. Oh, they don't know what's happening inside this office, man. It's a party.
I have no idea, but Floki's still in a good spot to at least not allow a flank to come through. Just spot him on the staircase, and that's best case scenario. 3 versus 3. Not going to be able to hold that advantage for too long as the bomb's getting planted at A.
Yeah, not fully communicating. Charms wanted to flip out the entirety of the map. Floki stuck in the clutch without possibly being aware of it. So a lot of isolated plays coming through from the last 2 players of Eglin.
Charms needs to read this on the left. He's going to check it. Sees the feet and slides into the DMs. 2 versus 2. 27 seconds. Charms looking for a little bit more, and the read is exceptional. 1 versus 2 for Flux. He's going to have the rotation back over to Patio, and this is going to be enough to catch them off guard.
A little pop off there from Flux as well. Yeah, wonderfully played there in the end, out from Offit. He was all the way up top. The nade was there. It didn't connect from Charms. I might have been expecting for for the reach out to come through, because at the end of the day, like, the bomb was planted not only just for the clutch spot there for U-turn to be peaked, but also for the Mercury spot. And I think that's one of two different evils that they weren't really prepared for. And nade goes over the top. I watch one angle, you lay down, you watch my 6. Wonderfully done by Offit, but poorly executed out of Eglin. Offit take a 1-round lead.
.3-0 in the first blood column. Offit looking for number 4 as Hoppa's going to play his life back up, and Splurging's going to... Oh, I thought he was going to take the advantage off that, but Floki turns it. Flux still trades.
Yep, still does. Now I kind of turn it up here over by the open hallway, just above secret. They're expecting for somebody to chow from open door, and they'd be right. Flux might just give it to them. All off of the previous round. He's on 4 straight. He wants to keep this streak going, but instead he just gives a very easy kill away to Shaky. So no streak. 1v3 now for Wazd. A-bomb's going to be planted here, and I don't know how you're supposed to play this one. This might just be GG's go next.
If Waz makes this happen, what a round it would be. But look how separated the minimap is from all 3 of these members, and with an AR, it's not going to be easy to take these players out from the back fences. But the timing, like you said, it's going to be good to at least strike for the first one. That's going to move the attention from Eglin to really back down. All Shaky has to do is throw a shoulder, and Charms is going to feed off of that information. Down to 12 seconds. Charms still waiting to make a play, and the play is going to come to him.
And maybe a Ninja Turtle, but that would have been something exceptional. That was also up there for top 3 ragdolls of the weekend, by the way. Just Donatello just, like, ragdoll sliding all the way down the railing. Like, he forgot his skateboard and just tried to hit a 50-50 grind and just forgot about it. Watch this. It's gonna... tough scenes. Hate to see that happen to a Ninja Turtle. But, again, wonderful hit out there from Eglin, just being able to exert their numbers very, very quickly. Very unfortunate, though, out of Flux. I mean, off of that first blood, he threw out the shoulder, but not the smartest decision just to wrap back through P1. Shaky found that kill and inevitably gave him the numbers. Not a whole lot to offer up there as we tie ourselves up into round number 5, and we're blitzing through mid. Oh, we're blitzing fast.
Blitzing so fast, and still trades come through. Shaky looking to stay alive. Wazd, oh, he gets beamed. Shaky's holding his own. Not going to expect the second, so the trade fest still continues. Floki's going to get sidelined, and it's all down to Trippin.
He's got a good prediction on where this is coming from. Shot's not good enough, though. Trippin Bun's trying to run away. 18 HP, gets around the corner. He gets the read. The pre-fire is even better. It should get swung by Appa. No. He's late to this. Trimmer's going to get the reset. He's got full util. He clears all of the A-bomb. 1v2 retake. This is going to be exceptionally difficult to clear all of these corners.
Still doable, though, with a Jackal. It's just, will the timing give you that opportunity to find some natural cover to play the one-on-one if you do get that opening kill? And they're going to go right to you. First shots in, slides it. And the 1v1 is impacted. Crucially, you have to back down for Splurging. 18 seconds for Trippin Burrito. He's going to have the bomb cover. Splurging's not looking the right way. No way. He just disassembled them. First of all, Andy, you have to rechow that if you're Splurging. The damage that was done onto Trippin Burrito.
18 HP. He got away with 18 HP. A cold breeze. Look, he's smiling. He knows he just got away with some hamburglery. This type of hamburglar would make Ronald McDonald very upset, let me tell you. That's crazy. 18 HP, he gets away. 1v2 clutch. Somehow, again, off it, they isolate themselves in the clutch. We saw this happen so often in the red card surge versus Buckley yesterday. Just cannot happen, man. Trippin Burrito is up to 5-4 now. It's a 1-round lead for Eglin. Is that a momentum shift? We'll see, because Eglin are now blitzing through mid.
Wazd again for the first blood, and this time it's not traded, so Offit feeling good to at least tie things back up in this series, or in this map of Hossie. As all 4 players, they are just going to halt the advantage and wait for Eglin to make a play.
I mean, they're forced to make a mistake now, 2v4. Do that, or you're forced to make a clutch play happen. Appa overextends you. Be careful here, guys. Heed my warning. Stop isolating yourselves. Both Charm, Shaky are very much so dead. Shrimp Burritos still alive in the clutch. Never know what could happen.
35 seconds to make something happen. Trippin' Burrito, can he get back-to-back clutch rounds? Well, Floki's going to find the first one.
They scattered. Look, they all scattered. Everybody from Offit are all just isolating themselves now. This could play right into Eglin's hand. Trippin' Burrito's going to have to go for the plant. Offit more than aware of this. Comes out of Floki in his position. If he can catch one off across Trippin' Burrito's side, but he plants the bomb.
Bomb goes down, but Floki, he's just too out in the open to get anything done with that positioning. Too compromised to really follow up with that play.
Yep.
And Trippin' Burrito, I mean, if you're able to get that bomb plant and stay alive, then Floki has a lot easier of a job to not rush back to that bomb site. But Offit do a good job at not letting 2 rounds slip between their fingers.
It's tough, right? I mean, if you're in that position, obviously hindsight is 2020. Having the blessing of the minimap is another, but mostly for that setup there, you clear all of their spawn. You're mostly trying to go for a pool house plant. That doesn't work in this game. That only happened back in BO4. Unfortunate to say, but it maybe stay inside of office. That could have been the clutch spot. It's so tough to gauge, but Eglin getting himself a real good shake at it. Offit almost threw it away. Tied up again.
Looks like it's going to be hit towards B. Trippin' Burrito not going to be ready for how many players are turning around. Floki still opened that one up with a first blood. So they stay in a 3 versus 3. Trophy's going to help get this post plant in.
Nobody's taking a route. They're going to try to hard hit this. No, Floki's now going to be taking a route, but this is going to take so much time away from the clock column. They're all kind of turtled up around the rock. Flank's now going to be picked up from Waz. Spidey sense was tingling, but it's just a flank all the way through open stairs. And he's going to get flanked.
A reflank from Waz. Shaky's going to trade on the bomb. Not an easy gunfight to take, but the time is all you need to worry about. Shaky finds a second one. 1v1 yet again. Where is Charms? Well, he's back onto the point, and the Hunt is actually not going to catch it. You get away, you play your life. All you have to do is burn that time, and off it, they hold on.
Flux is having himself a really good series so far, man. 33 and 28 there, a real big catalyst and a step-up reason. We were gassing up Waz off his performance yesterday, but Flux is having a really good day so far. Early doors as far as Florida is concerned, but 8-4 here in the Search and Destroy is fantastic, and just being able to live there in the 1v1, reading the clock, whether it was player comms or just player intuition, it's still a fantastic play. Another 4 spree in the Search and Destroy out of Flux. Which is just insane, because actually, I mean, he's batting 1,000 as far as kills are concerned. If he's getting kills, he's good for 4 straight.
On back-to-back rounds as well. 4 in a row for Flux. He took over in that hard point. He's looking to take over in the Search and Destroy again. This time, Charms, though, draws that first blood for Eglin. Immediately traded by Arrow. Appa brings us into a 3 versus 3. Bomb down at A.
Retake is mostly going to be through the open staircase or through the open secret area. The clutch spot is mostly set up down over by U-turn, so still a lot of space to be clearing, and Charms is playing the clutch spot up towards top off. It's a late clear. He gives away his red dot to player number 4. That's Appa.
Charms is going to be caught in the flank. Eglin are really stuck into a tough situation now, but Shaky's going to give you some reprieve. Trippin' Burrito's going to be watching it. Only 12 seconds. Not a lot of time for offense to unravel this one. You've just taken a little bit too long.
Yeah, just a little bit too long, right? But it's tough to develop where an A retake is going to be coming through, because you're expecting it to be like the hardest of exceptional reads, but it was actually like the day one setup, right? You get a player lurking top office. He's watching the long con play. Charms just timing to watch that that open area just a little bit too late. Player inside of tools, inside of tin, sorry, and then you get a player inside of U-turn. Like that's day one experience BO4 S&D when it comes down to Hacienda, and that has been a continuation through Black Ops 6 for sure. But this time Eglin were playing just that very easy days. Offit went for the long con play, thinking it was going to be a clutch spot top secret. Was not the case. Took way too much time, and we cannot help ourselves, Colin. These teams are so evenly matched.
And that's exactly what you would expect for these round 1 matches, especially when both of these two teams exit the groups 1 and 2 in their respective group. You can look at the whole map, look at the mini map. It's all flipped around, but
Yeah.
these two teams are really throwing everything at the wall, seeing what sticks.
Yeah, this is quite literally platoon warfare if I've ever seen it. Look at them all just clearing everything, corners together. You got a good spread, though, through the open hallways. Waz going to be the alarm belt, watching out over by through P1. Yeah, he's going to find that first blood. He's not here alone. Splurging's also there to watch the cross that could lead towards the open area that is the P2 Lambo side.
Look at this from
But we reflip the map again. Yeah, Eglin's back on their side of the map. Well, outside.
It's a ring around the rosy. It's just, where are they? Haven't seen a shadow just yet, and Flux is in such a good position to catch these players off guard. Gives himself away, though. Not going to find the kill. Shoots a little bit too early, and that might give it all up. 20 seconds, 3 versus 3. The nade, though, is going to catch Charms. Compromise in the position. 15
Splurging.
seconds. Floki now in the back and forth. The trades, and you are trapped now if you're tripping Burrito. No way in, no way out. And even if you do find some way through, there's no time.
Yeah, Splurging was still playing that long play, and he was expecting for the long con all the way through the open door to be able to slide back in if push came to shove. But it's just all off that first blood. They're able to work their way over towards the bomb site, get that plant lickety split. It's just an interesting decision ultimately for Eglin. I mean, they say to get 8,000 steps per day if you want to remain healthy. I'm pretty sure they got about half of that as far as one round is concerned on Hacienda, just taking the entire tour, getting their money's worth across the entirety of the mansion. But no route to be played, no coverage as well. Again, with watching the middle of the map for Waz, he just finds that first blood just so easily. Just Kid not be giving away these free kills, but it allows Offit to, again, reap the benefits. They're up to map point. Can they go 2-0 up in the series?
Stuns out. Good information. Offit wants to put this one away here. They don't want to give Eglin a chance at around 11, and Floki has that sinking feeling that somebody is behind him right now, and fortunately to his factor, there is not.
No information for Offit. Got Waz, Offit working together. Splurging's going to be hitting a route. He's going to be playing right into the hands. He stays in that gunfight. Shaky finds first blood. That activates Trippin' Burrito to drop down inside a secret, orchestrated wonderfully. Bomb going down.
Waz is going to find a chance to drop it, and he gets away. Look at the minimap, though. Charms is on the mega flank. And it looks like you are going to be ready for it if you're Aeroapa, but do you full clear this one? Charms is just waiting for his chance. Bomb goes down. Everybody's going to be looking forward, and now it's just down to Waz in a 1 versus 2. He is trapped on both sides, and Charms makes the play.
That makes the play. Long play all the way around. You called out the long flank, Colin, but it just comes through at a moment where you're not fully expecting it. Finally showing face. First blood strikes up towards top center. Splurging only gets info on one. The rest of Offit were all playing around to the backside of Platt, going all the way back through bottom office, and I mean, by that time, Charms had already cleared everything off of Splurging's death. Losing your B anchor is honestly an awful spot to be in, because then your flank becomes absolutely exploited. 21 kills between Charms and Shaky, putting on a show as far as this S&D is concerned, but it only is good enough for around 11, but Eglin are on defense.
Round 11, this is where everything is going to come together for the defense of Eglin. He spots so much information, and how does that happen? A team kill at the last hour. Splurging going to trade, so it's 3v3, but even still, you are shaken up after that.
Hey, they're going to take this as an immediate wrap back over towards A.
Smart.
They're expecting someone to just burst through the door, top office. It would be Floki, but he's got an AR. He's not trying to play fast. Are they going to clear this? Bottom staircase might just get cleared. They could rewrap this. Waz takes down Charms. 2v3. Here comes the clear. Oh, it is just absolute cinema. It started off with just the own killing on yourself with the Semtex, but hey, that's the long play at the end of the day. Off it with the mind games. Take a 2-0 lead.
And around 11 that ultimately starts with a team nade, but ends with you finding every single kill to win it out. A flawless one, in fact, you can say. Albeit tripping over the finish line, you still make it over. Off it 6-5. They steal another map away from this Eglin Air Force Base, and neither one of us would have imagined that this series goes this way.
No, again, it's just Eglin letting the game get a little bit too out of reach, in my opinion. I mean, there was a lot of distinct opportunities for them to be able to gain an advantage in the round and being able to execute on closing out the round. Offit would put in these situations where, like, Flux had, like, 2 different clutches. Again, the 8 kills that he ended up getting were 2 different force sprees throughout 2 different rounds, sure, but, like, a lot of different clutch situations that were falling to layerly as far as the 4-player hits as far as Offit's offense were concerned. But, you know, Eglin fought back valiantly to at least bring themselves back towards that round 11. It's just putting themselves in situations to be able to find the immediate trades. That's where they keep missing out on, and that's the macro. That's the structure that we're getting out of Offit. 2 maps straight, and the reason why they're up 2-0.
Duo and Eglin are surely feeling the pressure now. It's not the same Eglin that we are used to seeing, Andy, from days 1 and days 2. This is a team that had some value in terms of the slaying charms, was the pop-off guy, and you know, you look at this series and they are making plays, but there's so many mistakes too to go alongside it. And I don't know if this is the championship bracket really getting to them. I don't know if it's the pressure, but something needs to change as we get into our map 3. It's gonna have to be a reverse sweep coming up, starting in the control, to see if Eglin has what it takes to get that matchup versus Cannon very early. You're watching the Esports World Champs here for DAF. We'll see you soon after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the DAF Esports World Championships. My name is Seymour. With me is Proper. At a surprising turn of events as we're into our first match on stream for the day. It's Offit up 2-0 over this Eglin squad that we expected so much for. Proper. This is not the outcome that I would have expected any day of the week. And you and I, we both predicted Eglin to feel pretty confident going into the series, but going into the back half, it is quite the opposite. We look back over towards the stats for the map set that we saw in this best of 5, and both of these two, I have to say, should have Eglin wound up. They should be upset for the outcomes.
Yeah, I mean, given how much kill-death ratio has been discrepancy in between the two maps that we did have, it was just a 12-kill difference. I ended up doing the math, of course, as we were going into map number 2. Didn't want one to elude from the narrative in front of us because Offit are really fighting hard. They're keeping things incredibly close, and it almost feels like it's like a brain versus brawn kind of type matchup, not comparing all of these individual strengths, considering I have no idea how big they actually are in person. But still, I think that it's one of those things that, like, the macro play coming out from Eglin has been that much better than just the brute force. Or the macro play out of Offit has been much better than the brute force that has been Eglin. You're getting this 47 and 24 performance out from Charms. If anybody was able to replicate that, or I guess almost give something a little bit similar to what Charms is performing around the hill, then maybe that red card would have been a lot different. Same thing could be said around the objective for the trade department there on that map number 2. It went round 11 just because Offit were that much better at their trades. Their manipulation of the map, their utility usage, everything was that much better, which is why it leads it to a 2-0 series lead.
Yeah, everything that Eglin was winning felt like it was really down to the wire. Offit, their wins on that search and destroy, pretty comfortable, to say the least. And in that round 11, you start off with a teammate, you really thought you fumbled the bag, but they get every single kill off of that in the 3 versus 4 without dropping another life. Devastation for Eglin is the way that I kind of look towards it because of that stuff, but it is, again, yet another wake-up call going into this vault control, and you look towards that slaying to be a big factor going into this. If you can replicate that on control, at least, you know, that slaying is going to keep you very confident throughout this map, and if you get 3 down, if you get 4 down on offensive side like vault control, even still, I think for Eglin, that should be a very big, I'd say, lead to an advantage towards them in this map.
Yep, it very much so could be, and we'll know a little bit more about advantages, and you will at home as well after this quick explainer about Control the Game Mode.
For Control, teams compete in a round-based respawn game mode where each team is either attacking or defending a set of objectives. At the start of each round, each team begins with a pool of 30 lives split across all members of the team. The attacking team must capture both zones before either time expires or they run out of lives. The defending team must prevent the attacking team from capturing both objectives while staying alive themselves. If one of the 2 objectives is captured, the attacking team will receive an additional minute of time to capture the second zone. The first team to win 3 rounds will win the game. However, if the score is tied and it reaches a 5th and final round, the team that captured the most objective points throughout the first 4 rounds will be the defending team in that final round and have the inherent advantage.
Well, for both of these two teams, I say Control is one that we've always looked towards to be a swing in their maps to see if they can at least steal something away from those top teams that we saw throughout the group stages. For the side of Eglin, they've played teams very, very close in this game mode. I think back towards that joint base Langley-Eustace matchup that they had. They take one of the better teams here in the tournament all the way to a round 5, albeit they didn't close it out. They had that opportunity, and it's things like that for Eglin that we really need to reference towards to know the true potential going in towards the series. And against a team like Offit, they have what it takes to take this team down. We've seen them get to the finish line every single time. They just have to close out a map. They need to really ice up in those moments because they haven't yet been able to proper, and I'm sure that is going to be a shaking feeling if it does go to that wire yet again in map 3.
You go back to that hot stand to control map number 3 between Joint Base Langley Eustace, like you were alluding to, Colin, and they kind of chuckled that away, right? I mean, it was not a full reverse sweep as far as the control is concerned, but like they had every distinct advantage to lead into a round 5 defense. They ended up giving an offensive advantage to Langley, and they ended up losing it in the end. Go for Offit's perspective, though. Ball control historically through this week thus far has not been good, but if there's one thing that we know is consistent throughout the entirety of our scientific experiments, which is the DAF World Championship, is that notes, well, they don't really mean a damn so far. We'll have to see how the opening breakoff does end up panning out. Offit versus Eglin. Offit on the offense.
And in the great words of Mr. Bill Nye, the science guy, science rules. So let's see if it still works out in this one. As Offit, they're out the gates pretty good, but Haglin's been able to fight back off those respawns. Charms goes big. They get the kills through their spawn. They're able to fight back without giving up a single segment at that A zone.
Yeah, 3-0 start out of Charms again. This is the one thing that has been consistent throughout this series as well, Colin, is that every single bit of advantage Eglin have been able to find thus far in this best of 5 series, they have been unable to enact any sort of advantage off it. Nice Semtex from Trippin' Burrito. He actually almost got a 2-piece off of that. He'll get it in the end, but I think enough for Flak Jacket there that the Semtex didn't pick up 2 off the rip. What a start out of Eglin, keeping off foot. Off kilter. They are trapped in the back of the pool house with 25 seconds remain.
They had a 7-life lead. I think that's really what I was looking towards for this Eglin team to put this one away. 20 seconds. It has to be A, but as I say, the troubles are brewing for Offit. It's Shaky alone on the flank, only able to provide 1 singular kill. The stack over towards A is going to be in, at least for 2. Flux trying to do his best to pull his team back right now, but it's only a double stack. It's not going as fast as it could be going. Trippin' Burrito up top. Is he going to be able to save the day? Shaky is here in time, splurging 9 HP, not able to live. 17 seconds, and that 3rd segment's getting depleted.
Yeah, I'd say it's looking so that it's just going to be a 2-segment, potentially. Arolapa able to find 2. He's stepping foot over by the B zone. Able to get a 3rd segment, potentially. It's only a 5-life lead. Shaky's able to take off down off the B zone. Back towards the A zone we go. 2 in the feed again. Surely this is it, unless Splurging can show up huge. Just 5 seconds remain now. Colin and Eglin looking to get that hold.
Yeah, Shaky goes big. Trippin' Burrito providing that re-break back over towards A to save that 3rd segment. Still 3 seconds left. Still a chance, but Charms is here for the contest. Trying to do his best. 3 down. The stack over towards this B zone now. Splurging on the chase. He's going to go back in the kills, giving them a chance at this one. Surely not. Surely
they have a 2-body stack on 2 different zones. That A zone's going to be captured. 2nd segment at B is already gone. 3rd segment at B is looking to be good as well, and Charms has to go. Tries to contest, and it's just too late.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying, Colin? Like, every single distinct advantage that Eglin have had in this series, like, it was a 7-life lead off the opening rip, a 3-0 start off of Charms. They also had that being reciprocated by a handful of Eglin members. Immediately just ended up losing the round offensively.
They have no ice in those last moments. You see the panic that comes from stopping that A zone. They throw everything in, and Waz is having a great time up there. He is just loving every second of it. But for Eglin, you are rushing to get over towards A. You throw everything you have at that you leave the B zone lane open. Nobody's there to fill it. And in turn, you're just giving Offit those chances to prolong it, to hold on as long as they can. And it just takes one moment for that Offit team to pop off. Every single time.
Offensive rounds being taken in a ball control in the opening round, nonetheless, is so rare. But it's an advantage that Offit are very happily taken in towards this round. An opening breakoff immediately won, but we saw how that concluded in the previous round, Colin.
You have to steal away an offense of your own now if you're Eglin. Floki not able to get to the corner in time to play his life. Up top, Shaky shot in the back, 3 down yet again. It's going to be a push over towards B for Trippin' Burrito. He's actually going to supersede that. He's going to push all the way past into Art. And instead of actually providing for the team, he is kind of taking away from them. Now it is numbers in the spawn trap for Offit without Trippin' Burrito really helping at all.
Yeah, I mean, well, Trippin' Burrito's kind of hoping that Eglin are going to be able to find these kills on their side of the map. so that way he can start enacting a spawn trap on the opposite side. The biggest problem is that the clock is going to be your secondary enemy.
Yeah.
The only player to die so far was Flux, and he's coming off the respawn block now.
Well, Floki going up top. He's going to get some rough timing here. Another flank going to be popping into the fray very, very soon, as it is going to be two members towards the backside. It's Splurging and Arrow Appa trying to throw some devastating shots down over towards A. Charms is the last one up on that zone, and you have Trip and Burrito over towards B. So double progress, but it's only single stacks on either side with 20.9 seconds left.
Floki going to be able to find one on the opposite side first segment. The only thing locked over by B. Here comes the desperate push out of Shaky. He's on the A zone. Not alone, though. Floki's here, too.
He's going to shoot over towards the trophy system. He's not even watching for Shaky. Fortunately enough, his team is here, and it's all up to Arrow Appa to see if he can hold on to this A zone. Good damage. Nice shots, but the double stack should be able to collect this last take.
Yeah, it's looking good for it. 60 seconds added halfway towards that second segment. Now over towards B. The transition might be a good one. They already found one kill on Arrow Appa over towards the palm tree lane. Good trade out from Splurging to stop Charms dead and distract. But you already got one player. It's Shaky on the zone. He's working up against a pinch so far. Loses the initial one versus Flux. Offit are able to stabilize.
That's good from Flux, at least able to weed out that last remaining player from that B zone. Eklund back to square one. Floki's going to try to hit this flank play yet again all the way through the pool side. Can he get him behind? Undetected. So far, so good, but that time is going low. And the life count is even lower, so Floki has to turn this play into something and rely on the rest of the team to win their battles on the approach.
You know what Floki wants? They might be keeping track of names and numbers. He wants to kill Waz so that way they can get top art control. Arrow Appa, though, having one of those out-of-body experiences. 16 and 11 now for them, 3 in the feed. The one player they're missing, Floki, he's on the flank. And I think Wasid is starting to pick things up now. Yeah, Floki's going to get flanked on the flank. 22 seconds remain.
Waz to reads him like a book. And suddenly we have to start thinking, is this really an out-of-body experience? Is this what we just need to expect from Arrow Appa? He does it again, showing up for the team in winners round 1. Offit starting to run away with this series in the control, looking for the sweep, denying us on the desk of all expectations from this Eglin squad and exposing them on the main stage.
I mean, if I'm sitting there and I'm Cannon, this is your next round matchup, potentially. You're like, oh, snap, this is not how I thought things were going to be going. How do you even prepare for this? Because Offit are absolutely shooting. They came prepared. It's an early day down there as far as the base is concerned, but they are absolutely teeing off. 16 and 10 for Splurging, 10 and 7 for Waz. Arrow Appa's now up to 18 and 12. And Flux up to 7 and 13. To say that this is the worst map that he's had of the best of 5 series is putting it lightly, and that's only because the rest of the kills are all just gone.
Yeah, everybody else is just stepping up, and what do you get? Just scraps at that point. Eglin, I mean, you've seen a couple of moments where they've had chances, but when it comes to hitting it home, they just miss the mark again and again. Waz locking down the B lane. That's going to put some at least support towards middle to have somebody to watch the flank, to focus onto this cat retake that you're looking for if you're Eglin, as the pinch is going to fall all the way down and towards Vault. Only half a segment at A so far. And Charms is going to reflank this one. Early shots, finishes the kill into Splurging. Going for the reach out, not able to regen. 3 players here from Offit, now looking for the stack.
It's the fastest way to be able to get those segments to be captured. Offit, fastest way to be able to get this 3-0 express shift in towards the winners round 2. Second segment's looking to get it locked. Eglin need to show some presence here. Appa, though, 22 kills, just beams Charms. That head is rolling across the zone.
How many times are we going to say for Appa, this is just a performance of a lifetime right now in winners round 1. 3 segments captured at A, a minute 42 to win this one outright. In a 3-0 sweep, not just in the control, but in the series as well. And the double kill is going to open up that lane yet again. Things are starting to put pressure down on Eglin. This is not looking good.
No, it's not looking good at all. Floki, good Semtex, removes Appa at least from the zone, but there's still 2 players there.
Let's stack in. Second take getting worked on. Is anybody going to get here to contest? No, the capture is going to come through, and Splurging still finding value. A double kill again. Nobody on the flank. All eyes forward. GG. And there ain't a single person from Eglin that's going to be able to contest that 3-0 sweep yet again here from the controls that we've been seeing all week long. And Offit are going to put this one in the history books and punch their tickets for a date versus Cannon.
25 and 15 out of Appa is just absolutely insane, man. This guy, throughout the early stages of groups, the past 2 days, not really a benefactor. We were sitting here talking about Wazd. How about 21 non-traded out of the 25 kills out of Aero Oppo? Like, that's what? Like, where was this? You'd almost assume that Offit, if they had this in the group stage, like, they probably end up maybe 3-1ing Buckley. I don't know, because the ball control, the way that they lost that was not how they won it there in the series. This was an absolute DoorDash challenge walking away from that round 11. We'll get there in a second, because it started off with an absolute hamburgery in that red card hard point. Even in this round 11 for the Search and Destroy column, was just absolutely anybody's game. But Offit's macro just on a different level today.
Man, Agglins is in the dirt so far from what we can see. They just got no ice. And any of the rounds that they should have won, they just did not. And even for this control, that round 1 should have been yours. You were doing so well off the gate. You had the life advantage. You had the rotation. You just didn't have the idea that they could hit that overextension over towards that B zone. Off it, they never gave up. They never surrendered throughout this entire series. And they sure did earn that 3-0 at the end of the winners round 1. And I want to say that maybe this Offit team was holding their cards a little close to the chest, Andy, but they're not having the better bracket. Their bracket doesn't get any easier from here on out. They got to play Cannon now in the second round. And that in its own right is going to be a very, very difficult thing to really step up to. I think just in general, we're going to have to see Offit hit that next stage going into their play versus Cannon. But we have somebody who's going to tell us how they're going to do that here for the interview. We're going to get Splurging into the booth to join us. Congratulations on a 3-0 in round 1. That looked a little bit easier than we expected here on the desk. Did it feel easier than you guys expected?
Yeah. I mean, we switched things up from yesterday. We watched VOD and we locked in, man.
Walk me through some of those differences that you were able to make then, Splurging, because, again, versus Buckley, ball control, you guys got 3-0'd, like, coming in towards this one, complete out-of-body experience, ARs included, were absolutely beating yourself included.
Yeah, so, yeah, me and Flex, we're pretty good subs together, so we got that, playing tight and close together, getting trades. Micah, as you know, if you've seen in the past, known for being, shooting nukes and stuff, so... And then Aero Appa as well with AR. I mean, they play well together. And I don't know, yeah, just Micah and Aero together, they make everything easier for both me and Flex. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know. I feel like playing really good, so we're gonna keep it pushing.
Yeah, you are feeling really good, and you are playing really good, yeah. I'd say, in that matchup in general. I don't know where I was going with that one, but we're looking into your next matchup, and it's going to be Cannon, and things get very, very difficult for that matchup. Is there anything that you guys really looked into preparing for that match? Is there anything that you guys are looking forward to in that match?
No, just keep playing the way that we're playing. I mean, obviously, we got to play for trades, which we've been working on since yesterday. I mean, that's pretty much it. I don't know. We're just going to go into it confident, pray for the best.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, we're hoping for the best from you guys, and so far we're seeing the best from you in this matchup. Before we say goodbye, though, is there anybody at your base, anybody at home that you want to say hi to?
Yeah, I want to shout out my main day one chainer, Mina, if you're watching, and then back at home, shout out to the Gooners. You know who you are.
I can't believe that. Oh,
that's crazy.
Love it, Splurging. Thanks for coming on. Shout out to the day ones. Yeah, you know what? You had to. But enjoy the win. We'll see you later.
Thank you. All right. See you guys.
I mean, if he could say it, we could say it. Shout out to the Gooners back home.
He's the real winner from that interview, honestly. That's crazy. That's crazy.
What a way to close it out. What an interview that we've had here, and what a start to the day. In fact, just a complete wrench in our expectations for the opening matchup for Offit. Does this change things for you for their matchup versus Cannon? Do you expect them to have a complete different outcome from that team?
I mean, if they're able to have that immediate turnover, again, watching some VOD to turn over to be able to readjust their strategy, as he was already saying, we got a lot of good straight shooters as far as that team is concerned. It's just the minor bit of adjustments to be able to play against some of these team strengths, which could help them out versus Cannon. It's just being able to deliver that comparatively to Eglin, I'm not too sure if I'm ready to compare apples to oranges like that so far, but I am prepared to see what they stand up to against what is the #1 seed in the tournament.
Yeah, it's one of those, we'll believe it when we see it for Canon. They are a tough task, but I do believe that they are showing the right steps to achieve that accomplishment in our next round, but we still got more to go before we get there. Coming up next after this break, it's going to be Misawa versus Kadena. We'll see you there.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the DAF Esports World Championships. We've got a matchup coming at you from winners round 1. We've changed our casters a little bit. I'm Infinity. This is Proper. You know him well if you were here for the last best of 5. Although, I mean, it wasn't really a best of 5, was it? I know you, mate, and that's all that matters. It was a quick 3-0, and we're hoping this one isn't.
Yeah, I mean, depending on who you're rooting for, I guess. I mean, if you're one of these two teams, you're hoping for a quick 3-0, so that way you can ride that momentum into your next round matchup and start preparing, because that's exactly what we just had. Again, if you're just joining us off it, completely caught everybody by surprise, ourselves included, production included, I'm sure even the staff there at the venue, with a 3-0 win over Eglin. So as you see right beneath us, the Kadena versus Misawa one should very much so delivered.
Yeah, it's worth saying, I think some of these early matchups, we're probably going to be a bit surprised, right? It's very difficult to gauge, again, with multiple regions that haven't played each other on this kind of competition stage.
It's also so early.
Yeah, like, it's early in the competition. We are still learning, all right? We've still got our heads in books. We're still learning about these teams, but we know a lot about these teams in our upcoming matchup. That's right, our next round 1 matchup is going to be Misawa versus Kadena. And this is a matchup, if you think, hang on, I've heard those guys play each other before. It's a matchup you have seen before. It happened back in the group of death that we named Group A. And, well, we'll talk about the victor of that matchup in just a second. Let's start talking about these teams, though. Let's not waste any more time. Let's start chatting about Kadena and Misawa. Honestly, let's just start talking with Misawa. I think Misawa is a really good place to start here. Obviously, PACAF champions. Misawa have been demons in the competition for the longest time, and I think that's mostly down to, no disrespect to any of the other players, because they're all goats in their own right. It's mostly down to that man on the left.
Oh, Sweet, absolutely. I don't think that you start the conversation with Misawa Airbase without starting talking about Sweet. I mean, just look at that smug smirk on his face in his player box, too. Like, he knows exactly what he's about to be doing in the competition. And it's crazy to say, like, Misawa, you go back to, like, how this tournament started for them, right? Like, they go up against Peterson, Space for Space. They end up getting blitzed all the way to a map 5 where they lose on that rewind, search, and destroy. But they have bounced back immensely within their group. A very, very massive group of death, as we've been alluding to ever since it kind of got underway on this broadcast day. But you're mostly looking at Sweet to be that guy to really lean into Misawa's chances to win.
Yeah, he is definitely the guy you want to watch for, of course. And that's not to say Nase Michi especially and Goldfish and Knight don't have their moments. But yeah, Sweet is just going off 24/7. He's never having a bad game. Of course, those guys, they did get a 3-2 victory previously over Kadena. As you said, it went to Game 5. But let's chat about this Kadena roster, because Kadena really did unfortunately not have a good group of death, if there ever is one. They didn't win a single match. Now, that's not to say they got dominated, because almost every single one of their matches was close. I think 2 of them were Game 5s, and well, 1 of them went to Game 4. So, Kadena are a really competitive team, and, you know, again, all 4 of these players, pretty great to watch.
Kadena were in that group that legitimately everything went to a Game 5, I'm pretty sure, except the last game in the series for that group. They took Nellis to a Game 5. They ended up losing. They took both the hard points in that series. And the main, I wouldn't say the main reason, but a solid reason is mostly that third player in from the left. Ephesians, even with an AR, is absolutely nasty. And to heighten it that much more with how much sling he's able to bring to the table, this kind of continues the conversation I had with, like, Eglin. It's like, you need to find a reason for all of this slang to be able to produce more space. Again, that's the reason why they willed their way to a map 5, taking the hard points off of Nellis when we got to see them on broadcast, but also their biggest problem in Search and Destroy, and the reason why they lost both of those 6-4.
For sure. Well, Kadena, they've lost the last couple of times. I believe that they've played Misawa. They are on the hunt for, well, some long-term revenge. Can they get it in this matchup? Let's start talking about the map set that we're going to be seeing for this best of 5 then, for all you folks at home. What are we going to be seeing these teams playing? We're going to be kicking off on a Skyline Hardpoint, a Red Card Search and Destroy, Vault Control, Red Card Hardpoint, and a Hacienda Search and Destroy. I don't know if we got to look at the map set from the last best of 5 between these two teams, so I don't know if we can make comparisons, but this is what we got proper.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just talking about the day, because everything that we've gone through so far, and you even showcased it or poised it up wonderfully, is that we know nothing going into this. We're still learning as far as what today is even going to be offering. So I like the Skyline Hardpoint. It's going to be a really good test in the metal in between these two teams. to be able to see how they do stack up against each other. Misawa wanted getting rid of the rewind. Kadena wanted to get rid of the Hacienda. So you can see where like their two mindsets are. Misawa wants to play for the speed. Kadena wants to play a little bit more for those AR crosses, mostly trying to lean towards their player strengths, right? You know, Sweet being that explosive S&D or prowess maybe, but superstar potential comparatively to Efficients on the AR. That's where you get this best of 5 map set. The red card Surge and Destroy and the red card Hardpoint is what I'm mostly looking at for Kadena to force it to a map number 5, but the pace could be set early here with the Skyline Hardpoint out of Sweet himself from Misawa.
Yeah, I mean, he is the player again. You know, we go back a couple of days ago now to their first matchup in Group A versus Peterson, and he was a big reason why Misawa were able to take that Skyline hardpoint away. So, yeah, Sweet is just the guy, man. I mean, again, a lot of love to all the players on Misawa. All of them have pop-off potential, but Sweet is just the guy that we always come back to. He is one of the best players in any AFG tournament. So for good reason as well. With that said then, that's our map set for this best of 5. It's time to get in what we think is going to happen in this best of 5. Now look, I'm nothing if not consistent, Proper, okay? Now I might say 3-2 for a match I'm not involved with, but when it comes down to the stream, I'm sticking with my 3-0s, baby. It's going to be a 3-0. It's Misawa.
Man, it's crazy how, like, the bit just, like, gets kind of thrown to the wind when you're not on camera, but you still, like, throw yourself under the bus knowing that the bit isn't, like, a real thing. Shame on you, Brody. But still, I think that the map number 2 is probably where we're going to see Kadena end up taking the map. I think the red card Search and Destroy would play into their strengths. Again, AR seems to be their wheelhouse, and they can really be shutting down Sweet from any sort of SNG and nuttiness, especially on a red card Search. But still got it going Misawa's way, like their chances here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, we're both going for Misawa. It's worth saying. I mean, both of us are saying this isn't going to Game 5. But again, a reminder that the last time it did go all the way to a Game 5 for Misawa to take it all the way. And if I wasn't consecutively saying 3-0s for every single series, I probably would predict a 3-2 for this matchup. Again, you know, we talk stakes here for the moment, right? Both of these two teams currently in winners round 1 of the competition. You lose this matchup, your blanket of safety is gone, and you go down to the lower round matchup. If you win this matchup, the reward also isn't that great though, Proper, because the next team you're going to face is Langley Eustace. I wouldn't want to be going there.
I think it pretty much goes without saying is that whatever competition you're going to end up having going forward, it's going to be very, very tough competition. And for either of these two teams, I think winning this series kind of sets yourself up that bar, and then it gives you that litmus test to be able to see what you do look like versus the top teams. You do when you think about the number 1 seeds, they won't get that rematch versus Peterson, but if you're looking from Misawa's perspective to be able to see what they look like versus Langley Eustace, again, that team was the embodiment of pace, but it's kind of like the same conversation to be able to see what all of these teams do look like when we move from top 12 down to top 8, top 6, respectfully. The competition is going to get further and further fierce, and thus leading in towards what is inevitably going to be a clash. I'm sure all of these teams will end up pushing each other to the brink.
All right, for sure. Well, we're setting up the first game of the day, guys. Before we get there, we've got some things to sort out. So, quick break. On the other side, Misawa, Kadena. Don't miss it. Ye shall wait no more. Kadena, Misawa, it's time to see whether the revenge story can ring true, or whether for the third time Misawa will become victors.
We'll have to find out. The Skyline hardpoint, again, just to set it up very, very quickly. It should be more favorable, you'd imagine, if you're watching it from Misawa's perspective. Sweet is going to be that player to be watching out for, high impact, but he fissions on the opposite side with a 4-1 start.
Those big players that we talked about stepping up here for Kadena early on. Fusions is the guy for Kadena. We'll be keeping an eye on him moving forward in towards this game. For the moment, though, Misawa just chilling on towards P1. They know they've got to break towards P2. Currently, it is Kadena in control. The Fusion's up top, just waiting for help from his teammates. DC also around, keeping an eye on that zip up. Little reposition coming through from Ephesians here. Big for the first, and it's a nice kill. The problem is you've lost your teammates around the front. You're isolated, and that's Goldfish for the kill. Trading now control, but Kadena are not done.
Nope, not done yet. Big 1-for-1 for Sweet. Forcing out the TK might be helpful for Kadena. Have to read the spawns in towards the back, and yeah, Chronix is going to be right there to do it one more time. So got some sticky spawns in towards the back to worry about. It's Goldfish. He takes the zip up top. Somehow wins the 1 versus DC. Is able to reset. They're not done fighting over the scrap.
And man, why would you be 20 seconds? It's valuable time early on in this game, especially with how close Skyline hardpoints can be. But with those gunfights, Misawa will get the remainder of the time and control over the hardpoint. One last little spawn out from Ephesians. Goldfish with a jump shot. No! Ephesians wins that gunfight and actually wins the spawn for Bang as well. So, scrap time for Kadena. They might get first touch over by Nu. You get rid of the player around P1 as well. And that should open the floodgates here. Good read from Sweet on towards Ephesians. Towards the hardpoint. He then helps out his teammates. And that's Kadena in.
Ephesians with a sub. We saw a lot of AR play out of them yesterday. This time around with the subby in hand. 8-3 start again as the hot hand. 6-3 combined. Is able to find 2 though for Sweet. And he knows exactly where the third is. And he's able to lock it down. 10-6 now for Sweet. And the break is surely through. 34 seconds. And Misawa have a good read on where the spawns and the players from Kadena are located at. You couldn't have asked for a better break.
Yeah, now you're on the right side of the map here. 25 seconds left. Kadena might not have much of a choice but push through old time. You're going to send a couple of players up top here, actually. Chronix now pushing all the way through. Decides to go straight in towards scrap time. Forces out the TK. Goldfish now needs to follow up. Has the spawning player close. But that's actually not that good in the grand scheme of things, considering that means there's a player towards the new hard point. But good read from Kadena. Nase Michi was towards the back line. You shut him down. The problem now, though, Goldfish has actually taken a couple of your teammates out. So Ephesians needs to be a hero here, and he's not getting away.
Nope, not getting away. Sweet is starting to heat things up. On the Eskimo game right now. Hood up top with the headset over top of the hood. Some insane scenes. 15-7 now for Sweet. 10-6 for Goldfish. Just a 30-point lead. Spawns in towards the back still for Misawa. Bang's able to at least clear away the top side of bed. So that's going to start opening things up for the trades and for the potential to break come through the back.
Misawa in control. This is a lot of time you're letting go against you for the moment here. Sweet, immediate slide out. Sweet deals are both so damn easily. Transition from player to player like it's nobody's business. Ephesians the only one from Kadena to find any value whatsoever. And again, you have to query, is there even any point of hitting 10 seconds proper?
Not really. Especially given that you're going to be spawning in on the backside of P4. I guess it really doesn't matter in the grander scheme of things, given that it's going back towards the center of the map, but anytime would be a good time if you are Kadena. 12-8, excuse me, for Ephesians at the end of the first set, but it is a 70-point deficit that Kadena have to claw their way back from here in this map number 1. 20-7 start now, a combined 9 spree with Sweden Knight. These guys are feeling good.
Yeah, just everyone performing right now from Misawa and Kadena. I mean, I want to say they're not getting outplayed that much, but that's just not true for Chronix and DC, is it? You know, 9-14 and 7-16 respectively. Those are not the usual stat lines for players of this caliber. They are struggling right now. Misawa seems to be a totally different class, and maybe that can change here with the next rotation towards P2. 20 seconds still have to fight for. Kadena gonna get it. They're also gonna put the spawns out now so that they do have that control. Sweet, though, will at the very least look to grab the last 15 seconds of time away before they hit Nu.
Big cleanup for Bang around the back. At least clear away the top side of Cobble. He's the only one last alive. They should know that he's still lurking over by the hard point. Goldfish is starting to develop a little bit of push out from Kitchen. Good pick up there from Bang. He's holding it, and he's watching it like a hawk. 3 dead in the feed. Best chance for Kadena to set up for a full 60.
They really do need this. He really cannot afford to give this time away. Bang is lining them all up around the kitchen. Couple of kills. Has to hit the regen here. Down to 3 HP. He needs help, and he's going to get it from Ephesians, and that's going to allow Bang to hit the regen. Will go for the kill as well. So that's 5 in a row for him. And now Kadena in for the back 30 seconds. All of a sudden, it doesn't feel that implausible to take the lead away from Misawa. Trades galore. Chronix for 2 towards the hard point. Immediately wants to plug a hole in the map where Misawa might come from, and does exactly that. The kill on towards Sweet is good. Goldfish towards the hard point, shut down. One player through the front, and Bang will deal with them. That is a perfect hard point from Kadena.
Yeah, it brings him right back into this game. Now that lead discrepancy that I was talking about, 70 points down to just 20. Rotation over towards Kitchen. This is where things can really start to become scrappy. Players for Kadena showing up in a massive way. Sweet didn't get the Hellstorm missile, so does not have that ace up his sleeve. He may not need it because the guy's shooting pretty darn good. 28 and 13, head on a swivel. He will get killed by Chronix, who finds a 2-piece. Another favorable kill feed for Kadena.
And Kadena's just surging back into this game. They are spawning on the right side of the map for the next hard point as well, but it doesn't matter when Chronix gets 2 like that. Kadena now in control of the hard point once again. It looks so scary at the start of this set of rotations. And Misawa now having to fight tooth and nail to regain some kind of major advantage. They still have a slim one. Kadena spawning out on the other side. Sweet will find one. Ephesians and Chronix now through as well. And in towards the time they go. That's 10 seconds you're good for. Misawa can't really afford to invest anything into this. Instead, Knight is playing for exit, but he's not going to get it.
Nope. The push starting to develop on the backside of the staircase. Nobody's really aware of it. Bang. He's starting to find pressure now from the backside. It comes down to Sweet. 5 kills in a row. Make that another one for Goldfish. So, gonna rip away the spree a little momentarily, but Misawa able to stabilize things from now. They're able to maintain that 40-point lead now. Can they get any more?
TK from Bang certainly not going to help here. Misawa are going to be in for the time. Knight trying to watch the cross. Slide out from Ephesians will befall him. A bit aggressive there from player pushing forward. That's Knight who does get shut down. Sweet has the coverage of the path, and he'll use it to get the second kill. He's still alive, by the way, but his coverage has fallen away from him. Goldfish, the only player left. Sweet needs that help, and Goldfish is good for the trade. Sweet plays his life long enough that should be time for Misawa. Nase, Michi, and Goldfish go down, though, so Knight feels the need to go back towards the hard point, and that was the right play, considering, well, you would have lost it if you didn't, and they're going to lose it anyway. But those back spawns in for Misawa means that they will be able to take that time away from Kadena. But proper Misawa right now kind of struggling to deal with Kadena, excuse me. They've resurged back into this game.
Yeah, they really have. But again, it's still that 40-point lead that they're able to maintain going in towards the second set. And Kadena need to try to marginalize that. They got it down to 20 within that second set. Needs to be even closer to the feed for Michi. 2 in response now for Kadena. A big route out from Chronix, runs out of bullets. He's on a 5 spree. How massive would a cruise or a Hellstorm missile, be for the potential break that would be required into P2? You can see the spawns for Misawa sticking into the back of the piano.
Yeah, they're getting some freebies as well. Misawa throwing themselves right now. Chronix is taking all of these kills for free. We talked about Chronix at the end of the first set as one of those players that was really struggling. He's now 29 and 24, 7 spree, looking for number 8, and he will find it. It's 3 more in the feed. Kadena have been playing perfect hardpoint from the second set onwards. Only a couple of kills. Had they not had a stranglehold over, and this just keeps getting worse because the kill feed continues to light up more and more. Finally, Chronix dies on 10, but Misawa, they've got to get through, and I don't know that they can.
I don't think that they can either. Gonna have to try their hardest. Run on the backside of the staircase with a big one, but Chronix is there to have some assistance. 34 and 25 out from Chronix. He heard the call versus Sweet, and he's ready to step up, man. Oh my.
Chronix again.
Look at this guy.
How many more sprees from Chronix? He's doing it again. Another kill for Chronix. That's 5, but 1 player did slip past. Sweet. Chronix might know about it as well, especially as Sweet gets that kill against DC, but he himself gets caught from behind. So Misawa might well be good for the back 25 here. Really, at this stage of the game, you can't afford to give this away for free. Sweet knows it, recognizes players, will fly towards the hard point, but only finds 1. That's not a lot of value and doesn't do that much to keep players away. Fortunately, Goldfish and Knight have the brilliant shots to take those players down. Great tracking, and Misawa's lead somewhat maintains intact.
Yeah, it's about to be a 30
Oh my god!
Goldfish! With timing to drop down. Untradeable. 5 spree now out of them. Looking for pressure around the back. There's a lot more spawns to be worried about. I think there was a player lurking inside a bedroom, so this time he's going to look a little bit weird for Goldfish. He dies, inevitably, trying to go for that crossover by Kitchen. So a moment of reprieve, potentially, for Kadena. Nice nade coming out from Bang to deal with Sweet before he can find refuge inside of Elbow. And Kadena need to try to find this break swiftly off of those return fire kills. Misawa are just locked inside a kitchen.
Oh, big kills from Chronix, man. He's right back into it. Or Ephesians, excuse me, also in the kill feed. Chronix, what can he do? 40 and 30, 3 players served up on a silver platter, but they refuse to be eaten. Bang now, trades out, pinstripe kill feed. Misawa trying to move forward here. Sweet hits the regen player on the other side of the table, and 3 players overwhelm. Misawa in for the back 10.
Yeah, they sure are. That's going to inch their way closer towards 250 points. Kadena still fighting hard. Watch where this hill is going towards. I'm on the backside of P4. Kadena more aware of it. They're trying to anger out of the spawns. And that just forces them to turtle things up. Misawa might just strike them while the iron is hot. They break through the front.
Around the backline player you've got to deal with. Ideally, Kadena, they're going to have those back spawns over and over again. So Misawa have to hit this through the front. Sweet Knight, all of them combined for 3. It's all just down to Chronix, and down he goes. How close will Kadena spawn?
And Kadena, they still have players lurking around the back. Yeah, Ephesians is going to find the one all the way up top, but Misawa, they're stacked inside the point.
Gotta go. DC through the front. Another player, but Knight cuts them down. You gotta touch Ephesians. He's in. It's 3 more kills. Kadena holding on. Nase Michi not gonna play this slow. Straight in. Gets traded out. White through the feed. Misawa trying to get towards the time. 1 more player in the corner, and that should be it. Nobody getting back in this time. Misawa refused to allow the comeback to go to completion.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's insane. 70-point lead, whittled down to 20 at one point. The conclusion is a 30-point deficit, but they were fighting so diligently for all of Kadena throughout the entirety of this. Visions was not the superstar, although he had himself a really good map number 1 at 35 and 27. Chronix was really fighting hard. That P2 rotation was generational, and then being able to rotate that into a P3 break when they did, they stepped up, needed it there in that 3rd set, able to do so. But it was just the consistency, I suppose, is what we can call it, out from Misawa. Sweet 49-28. That's some crazy pace. It almost felt like that we were playing a different game. Brody, you know which one I'm about to reference. Felt like some players had some active camo because there was a lot of forced timing across this map.
Man, what a wild game. I'm curious to see what the actual scoreline discrepancy was at the end of the first set, because it really did feel like this was going to be one of the easiest 3-0s we've seen all day with the way that Misawa were playing at the beginning of the game. Kadena just didn't have anything of note to say. There you go. As you get into, actually, that scrap time off the back of P1, but still, like, what was like a 70, 80 point advantage, something ridiculous like that. Like Misawa. Yeah, that's just wild. And again, I talked about it, right? Chronix was not having a good game. DC, I still don't really think picked things up. But, I mean, when he's got the amount of time that he does, right, doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things. He's picking up the OBJ, so the slaying isn't really his job. But still, I think we do have to give some credit to Chronix, right? I mean, how kind of, not badly he was playing, but he was definitely playing below par for the vast majority of that game. To finish that game with a 40 bomb, man, we got to give Chronix some love, because he almost single-handedly brought his team back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, he did. I mean, you go back to that 70-point gap that you were just referencing at the end of the first set, Brody, got, again, gapped down to 20 points at P2 at the tail end of it, just at the beginning of the second set of hard points. And a lot of that was the beginning of Chronix turning things around, bringing things into red numbers, going 40 and 35. You know, the entire profile for this team of Kadena throughout the entirety of this tournament so far has been what Ephesians can do individually. We've always been asking to get him some help. Just turns out it just was not enough to comparatively to the almost 50 bomb out from Sweet. But still, what a massive performance out from Kadena. That kind of raises my chances and hopes, and I'm sure for the fans as well, from that base, to be able to see that red card search and destroy coming in towards the mix to be able to tie up the series.
Yeah, for sure. Wow, wild start to this best of 5 between these two teams. That is game number 1 to Misawa, but it almost wasn't, and that will give Kadena something to look forward to for the remainder of this series. They know they can be competitive with Misawa. They know they were never getting run through in that game. Next up is that red card search and destroy that you were talking about. What are we feeling here? Is there a chance for Kadena to tie up the series on this map?
I do like their chances again, like I was talking about earlier. I think that this does, almost play fully in towards their playstyle. Again, Ephesians with the AR, albeit a lot of those early sprees were done with the Jackal in hand. I think that with the AR is where we do see him at his strongest, but what I need to see before I'm fully sold, and this needs to be settled in the early rounds, is that Ephesians just cannot be left in an immediate 1v3. Like, the search and destroys we saw from yesterday out of Kadena, a lot of the time, 2, if not 3 of them were just, like, sprinting forward. Ephesians was playing, like, the long con of, like, maybe throwing some utility to bait them forward. He was just always stuck in a 1v3. It's just like the trades between the core 3 of Kadena were just not good enough, and you just can't always rely on Ephesians to be able to get these 1v-odd situations, which, again, raising the hopes because we got a 40 and 35 turnaround scoot and boot out of Chronix was absolutely insane. So I think that, yeah, Kadena definitely have good odds going in towards this map number 2 versus Misawa in Search and Destroy, a game mode where they've been struggling with all week long.
Yeah, I feel like just consistency is key, right? I mean, so many of these teams that we've been talking about, for the most part, it just feels like we are always talking about, you know, teams. We need to see everybody on the roster firing on all cylinders at any given time. And for the most part, we're always looking at 1 or 2 players. I mean, like, even for Misawa, a roster that did just win game number 1, one of the primary reasons that they won that game was because Sweet dropped like 50 kills. I mean, it wasn't 50. Let's be clear.
49.
Let's be specific. He dropped 49 kills. You're one off Sweet. We're not going to give you the 51, mate. But still, like, that's a big reason for a lot of Misawa's success. Imagine what Misawa would be like if all 4 players were firing on all cylinders. All 4 players are popping off. And I know that's very rare to have, but still, it does very often feel like that's the key to success for pretty much all of these teams, right? It's just being consistent. And, you know, again, you know, bringing this back to Kadena, if they can be consistent, if they can get all 4 of their players, you know, up to scratch, playing well as a squad, they should easily be able to take this map away.
You would assume so, right? But only time will tell. Call of Duty is such a darn day-to-day esport, and even what we got in that map number 1, it's hill to hill. It could be down to seconds, Brody. These split decisions, especially in Call of Duty, we have what's called the COD timing for a reason. It could be a fickle mistress, or it could be your best friend. And on Red Card Search and Destroy, just how the map does pan out, it can really play for your strengths or truly against you. Opening nades over the top, immediately take it from Misawa in the opening offense.
Oh, Misawa getting aggressive here off the start. Bang is positioned in towards the site. Generally speaking, you do have players move forward, and DC backs up almost immediately. Bang getting pressured here, and Kadena have been bullied out of the site, but they're fine because you've got Chronix on a flank. Almost finds number 3. Those headshots were shaky for a second. They've sent Misawa packing.
And just kind of jumped his way through Ticket all the way through the electrical panels and found good timing for 2. The last bullet from Ephesians to be able to find that elimination on a night. Leaves Naze Michi alive in the 1v3. He's got the bomb, so although it seems doable, he's got so much space to clear and not a whole lot of time to do it. The biggest adversary is that upper window. If anybody finds the time to be able to check that, he would be dead. But all of Kadena are stacked around the B bomb site, so he'll have the luxury to plant this bomb, and he'll have the 1v3.
Oh. Oh, well, Ephesians got damaged by there. Hits back up to 100. You just see him on the chase, and there you go. Naze Michi down for the count. Look, sometimes you do the best you can in that situation. He got that rock down. He thought, let's just try and get out of here, but it weren't happening.
Yeah, I mean, like that's your best hope, isn't it? Like where you do get the bomb planted, and you can hope for the 1v3 in the isolation for a handful of individuals, but you needed the timing on the first one for the freebie, and although we saw it from Ephesians' perspective, just did not clear the immediate corner. Just really wanted to get that bomb planted and then immediately get back over towards the clutch spot, which would have been that window, but it's tough in that situation, right? 1v3, you have no understanding of what the timing looks like on the opposite side. Those early nades coming through just kind of shrouded the flank for Chronix to be able to find that 2-piece of blowout open. Now we get Kadena's opening offense.
And they're going to play things significantly slower than Misawa in the previous round. Not so much full sending towards the site. DC picking up that frag, though, is going to make it pretty obvious that it is going to be a hit, and Knight is positioned. He's ready to go for this hit. And they're just going to hold off for a second. They're still looking for another kill before actually entering into the site. That might be the go button again. They haven't checked for this corner. If Knight plays patiently enough, they're going to have no idea that he is here. And now here we go. Knight pops up. Hello and goodbye to one. The problem is you've lost Naze Michi. He's left up on his lonesome, and no amount of patience is saving you there.
Yeah, no, none whatsoever, right? It's the biggest unfortunate because it's the heavy read coming through from Misawa that's exactly where the play was going to be coming from, right? If you play your cards correctly, or Kadena, or for Misawa, if you play your cards correctly, you actually had that trap ready. They were playing for a fast wrap back over towards A if they got the utility thrown over towards that side, but it was a fast B execute, and they got the opening shots. They just stayed in the gunfight too long across the bleacher side, lost numbers too quickly, and by that time, the really well thought out corner just was a non-benefactor. So, Kadena, take a 2-0 lead. Now we got to start talking about adaptations. Gonna be a fast hit over towards A, and Kadena have read this perfectly.
Oh, they've read it. Should send Misawa packing again. Till over the top does connect. Knight still gets through, though. Freebie, and the player up top in heaven doesn't come down for the check. Ephesians is going to let that one fly.
Yeah, let so many players by. I think he was more worried about maybe someone getting through Globe in towards the outside of Ticket, but you had Chronix playing in that position for the audio cue, so bomb gets planted 3v4.
One flanking player as well, Chronix, as you say. Behind enemy lines, will car bomb Nase Michi out of the round. 3 for 3 we go now. Time starting to run out. Kadena fighting a war on two fronts here. Tries from multiple angles. Toe time for Ephesians. Doesn't check the right hand. Almost gets away with that kill, but no. 2 for 2 now. Knight weak from the first engagement. Goldfish goes down, and that's the Kadena retake that we wanted to see. They are blitzing through this search and destroy.
Chronix is just, since spawning in towards this series and this server, man, he is just so fast. What a start out of him again. We go back to what he was able to do in that map number 1. This is the greatest start in the world, but it seems that he's having the continuation of what the turnaround in the latter half of that Skyline hardpoint truly was. 5-1 out of Chronix. His timing is amazing. Still can't believe Knight got all the way through. I mean, you gotta almost expect that stun comes through. The trophy system was late just to open things up for Kadena. That trophy system needed to be down yesterday, but that stun comes through. You should almost expect that Globe is going to be the first thing that they're going to be pushing through. Late to read it, but the retake was beautiful. 3-0 now for Kadena.
So, I think they need to throw some unique looks at Kadena here, because the first 3 rounds haven't been favorable for them whatsoever. And this is a unique look. Look at player number 4 on the minimap. Knight is going on the longest flank known to man. It's taken a while to do it, to be fair, but it's worth saying Kadena haven't moved, so Knight could do this as long as he doesn't make too much noise and catch them all by surprise. He doesn't need trigger discipline, apparently. He almost immediately pops off for Ephesians, therefore DC gets a trade just as quickly, and it gets worse from Asara as you've already lost Sweet as well.
Yeah, no immediate trade there for the Sweet kill. 0-7, 0-10 start between everybody besides Knight. He's the only one that has kills, Brody. It's going to come down to Goldfish and Nase Michi. They got to get their first couple of kills here in the 2v3. Now 1v3. It's just... the trades are just not there. Kadena are just outslaying. Good turn there in the end, but not going to be able to get the kill. Misawa not spawning in fully to this map number 2, and someone's got some splaining to do so far. Chronix 8-1. This guy is feasting well.
He gets that final kill as well. So what is that, his 6th on the spree? Something like that. He must be pretty darn close to a Hellstorm missile. And Kadena, I mean, they're trying, right? Knight went on the flank there, and even still, that play got read. I just don't know what you do. Maybe a Hail Mary play, a full send on your offensive effort. Do what you did back in round number 1, but actually find the frags this time. I don't know, something's got to be different here. That is the effort. DC is the only player over here. You've got Chronix in the middle of the map watching towards Ticket, but here we go. Tip of the spear, first point of entry. Chronix watching over the middle of the map. DC, a lot to do. Just needs to try and play his life. The stun connects perfectly here, and once again, it sends him out of the sight. So Misawa have sight control.
What they do, they need to get the bomb planted, though. Goldfish needs to lay the rock down. They can put themselves in a better winning position. 1v1 on the outside of the bleacher. Sweet finally on the board with a kill.
That's a great adaptation. Well, Chronix was the one that ruined this play back in round number 1. He's been found out this time. Kadena now down to the final few players. DC out of the play. Ephesians and Bang now have to re-entry here. I don't think they've got any util left either. This is going to be difficult, but Sweet gets poked out of the sight. Goldfish gives himself away. That's the double for Bang, and no shots were fired back. Knight needs to get this on the cross, and oh no, it might have fallen apart. Nase Michi brings this down to a 1 versus 1. 15 on the clock. Time is on his side. All he needs to do is check the bomb and play
Yeah,
for
he's
his
good.
life. He throws out the Semtex, and that should do it. It's a clutch up from Nase Michi, but that is significantly shakier than it needed to be.
That is the latest Semtex I have ever seen, but a wonderful coverage of, hey, 11 seconds on the bomb. Either you sit this, eat the Semtex for a quick breakfast, or I'm just going to flank it and win the round anyway. Time absolutely on their side, but a lot closer than it needed to be. Sweet founds that first blood. Like you were saying, that was the biggest problem for the retake that came through back in round number 1 from Kadena was that Bleacher's flank. They watch for it this time. They don't lose that kill on transition. Just a wonderfully well thought out play for Misawa to finally get on the board. Golly, it feels like we were going to end up getting a full-on 6-0. I cannot lie. Kadena, though, back over towards the offense. Can Misawa continue to adapt? Kadena are going to take this inside this time, Brody, and they want to take it control. We saw this from their round 1, and Efficiency finds first blood.
And if you're the Misawa players that are in the B site, you are shaking in your wellies right now. Goldfish and Sweet have so much to do. And they can't cover every single point of ingress. They know that as well. Are Kadena double thinking this? Are they rethinking this play? Like, hey, hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Maybe let's not do that. Maybe let's hit a late wrap here.
Last time that they saw this, yeah, all of Misawa were actually set up for the B execute, so they're going to leave Chronix behind on the lurk. Knight's going to start clearing. Anybody going to go back and check this pocket? Chronix is just playing the most sneaky beaver timing, while the rest of his teammates start executing over towards A. Misawa have no idea what's happening. Not a Scooby.
All that glass is smashed. So Knight won't be making any noise here on this rewrap, but he might get found out by Ephesians. Oh no, the timing. Oh, the timing. Knight, that's so unfortunate. Didn't check up towards top heaven, so Ephesians will take him down. And things just go from bad to worse. Chronix, as you said, on a late flank here. Last couple of players, Sweet and Goldfish. I don't even know if Chronix is going to get involved. He will do for the final kill. Man, that's so unfortunate for Knight. He just didn't check every single angle.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to check every single corner. And on a red card, wouldn't you know it, there's at least more than one. What a massive timing out of Chronix. They didn't even get to, like, execute fully on that play either. It just comes off of Efficient's timings to take down Knight. But most of that was the off-foot timing of Chronix just getting late activated. They just don't play into the late hit out over towards Ticket via the bleacher side. But that was a really cool response out of Kadena. Put themselves up to map point.
Phenomenal search and destroy from Kadena. It's been a beautiful response to Misawa's game number 1. And first blood goes to Misawa. Knight responsible, would you believe it? And that's going to slow things up again for Kadena. The bomb now down in towards Ticket. That's the problem, though, for Misawa. You've lost another player. Kadena, now you've got number advantage.
Got the nameplate there for Nase Michi. Out of the backside. He's starting to push. I think Efficient thinks that he's still trapped over by stage, and, well, he's not going to think otherwise now. Loses his teammate of DC 2v2. Oh, my.
On the other side, Sweet's going to find that one, and Ephesians take shots. So that's the information that Misawa need, right? They know at least that there were shots coming from around here. I think the biggest issue is in this 2 versus 1 is the shots were going around where the bomb is. So you might not necessarily pick this wrap around, and you didn't. Ephesians get some shots in. That's going to scare Nase Michi into a corner. But Sweet feels comfortable enough to go and grab that bomb. And they have chosen to stick it on towards A. Did they just see Ephesians on the cross? The pre-aim is good from Sweet, and this kill. Misawa, not done yet.
What a scam out of Kadena. That should have been just game, set, and match, the way that they had that entire coverage. I mean, Nase Michi finds really good timing on a DC who's coming back to cover the goal here over by the A-bomb site, but, I mean, still. Isolated 1v1, just, who was that, that second player just running across the open area outside of Ticket, just all willy-nilly in towards Globe. No information. That is a reckless play. You have rounds to play with, but don't let this one get away from you, Kadena.
Well, we had a Quasi comeback back in map number 1. Wouldn't surprise me if something like that had happened again. Misawa just need to get their shizzle together. Kadena in towards Ticket. That's noise that Misawa will have heard. It's worth saying they don't actually have anybody in the middle of the map, so I'm not sure if they will get that audio cue. There might not be anyone close enough to actually receive it, but still, this is super passive from Misawa.
That sure is. And the last time that we saw this very patient play, it was the response over by B, and they just threw a little bit more than a shoulder, and they lost their life because of it. Taking control here for DC. Chronix is going to try to get activated. Over by that same lurk spot that he played in the previous offense, he's not able to get in that position because the rest of his team doesn't press up with him. So now it forces Kadena. 3v4, they're going to concede the rest of the space, try to retake through mid. If they peek through Tiggy, you can see Nase Michi's watching this. He's going to have to be globe over towards stage, Brody.
Masawa have to keep an eye on this cross. We've got an SMG watching it. I think Sweet might be top heaven, but might be probably the middle of the map. Here we go. Here's the hit. It's actually a hit from Masawa. If anything, shots out from Bang to try and cover the cross. The cost is good, but you lose Ephesians as the cost. And there goes Bang. Bomb down on sight. The kill is good. The defuse will be good as well. Masawa still fighting.
It's in there just making sure that people get all of their equipment, make sure everybody, if anybody's close to the streaks, but we're good. Only highest is a 2-spree. Don't have to worry about the RCXD potentially in the upcoming handful of rounds, but this could be the start of something. Sawa able to enact that first blood in such an easy response, right? You get that first blood all off of just Chronix egregiously trying to get into that forward position to play that lurk spot. And then there's no other presence whatsoever over by the bleachers. So yeah, Misawa just handedly get back towards top window and over by globe stage. They shut down that offense dead in its tracks. No 3v4 afoot for us. Misawa now trailing by 2.
Slowly starting to score some mileage back into this game. There's another one from Knight. He's been eclectic all game long, and he survives without a single scratch obtained. Kadena have one little last hope here in this round. It is Bang. He was very far out of position. He will activate for that kill. And if you're Misawa, you need to trade this really, really quickly.
They haven't seen this side of the map off the previous execute because that's where Chronix was able to shut it down exactly inside of Ticket. So Bang gets activated. He's getting pinched as well. Goldfish got through. Oh, they didn't expect him to push bottom P4.
Okay, that's the trade. 1v1 on the other side of the map as well. Nasi Michi's definitely been tagged. There's no way to escape. You have to take the fight. Looks like 2 individual 1 versus 1s actually across the map here. Goldfish versus DC. Nasi Michi also involved in the play. And this little flank from DC might well throw the timing. But Goldfish is going to find Ephesians here. Does he stop the plant? He should be able to stop this plant. Oh, he doesn't even get the plant down. Tries to escape. Nasi Michi on the other side. 1 versus 1. First shot's good. DC trying to hit the regen. Should be able to do so, but only hits the ankles. Nasi Michi will clutch up. And Misawa, again, still not going down.
It's a hard read out of Nase Michi, who now brings himself back to even. He gets the spray over towards the opposite side and calls the bluff. I mean, that's such a tough gunfight to be able to make that split decision. Yeah, Nase Michi one shot. If the regen comes through even the slightest bit, he loses that gunfight. Again, Jackal v. Ames has always been the more favored up close naturally to the SMG, as I'm sure most of you would assume at home. But, man, what a 3-round swing from Misawa. They now just are trailing by 1. Adena's offense last time around, they're trying to get Chronix into that forward position. He egregiously did it isolated by himself. This time they're doing it as a team. Misawa called the bluff. They were wrong. They were expecting A. It's all B. The press box is all but gone.
All right, well, you've made the wrong call. You have 0 site control. And once again, they are doing the exact same thing. It's Knight taking the longest route known to man. It's worth saying there's only 35 seconds left on the clock, so if Knight's going to do that, he's got to be quick about it. But here come those initial shots. Nase Michi, good for the first against Chronic. Knight has been looked at by Bang. It all depends on the timing of the flanking player. Nase Michi now finds yet another kill. And the player he was watching the flank, Bang, needs to get involved. And he does exactly that with the quill sweep towards the back of the site. Is good for the kill. And you're just looking for a Bang. Misawa have done it. They forced a round 11.
A 4-round swing fully to force out round 11. Get your calculators out. But I think Misawa might still have that round 5 offense. We'll find out soon enough for sure, but still, what a retake coming all the way through. You go for the hard read, you were wrong. You know what their B post-plant looks like because they've only found success on that bomb site offensively this entire game, and they dissect it wonderfully. They take a page out of Kadena's book for the retake. Nobody from Kadena was expecting for that stage peak to come all the way through, and then the pinch soon to follow. Turning of events, it will be that round 11. But Misawa, they gotta do it on the side of the bomb that started off this 4-round swing. It's a round 11 offense.
Call's been made from Asawa. It is going to be an A kit. They were successful on this before. That nade might actually connect. Okay, we didn't see it. But they will get away unscathed. Knight gets over aggressive and gets shut down. That is a big player to take off the board.
And Bomb still gets out, though. Nase Michi's watching this cross. No overextension coming through from Kadena. Masao are just going to sit here and lurk around stage. Sweet is expecting a flank to come all the way through. The player to do it would be Chronix, but he's just holding things up inside of the sweet box.
Gotta make a decision. Technically speaking, if they wanted to get the bomb down, there wouldn't be any resistance for it. They would be able to get it down. It's what the post plant looks like that's kind of concerning. And they know that. They don't have the assurance to actually get the Brock down, so they will rotate away. A big gamble kit with 35 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, you're going to start wrapping all the way through 5. They're going to clear through electrical. They're going to expect that Chronix is just playing in this angle. What's his trigger discipline going to look like? This is going to be so tight.
They're not going to respect him. Here we go, Chronix.
He just jumped on top of his forehead.
He's holding. He held. He got one. He got the hell out. That's going to make things awkward now. 15 seconds left. You have to hold the coverage while this rock goes down. In a 2 versus 3. Shots from Sweet. Good enough for the first. One sliding in from the right. Sweet's going to survive and gets the cross. The TK comes through. No way. Misawa 5 rounds on the bounce. Kadena, how do you let that one slip?
Oh, it wasn't a full-on sweep, but it was 5 rounds straight. Oh, Kadena. I warned him, Brody. You heard me. I warned him. Don't let it get away from you, and they did. Oh, Misawa just started heated up. Nase Michi turned from the absolute depths of hell. Sweet goldfish Nase Michi. They didn't have a single kill for like 4 rounds straight. They just flipped that for 5 in a row. That is insane. You never, ever see that happen. It is so rare. But Misawa tested metal. They come all the way back. Adaptations continuously. Even in a 3v4, they're able to go back over towards the B site. I'm starting to question whether or not Chronix saw that player jump on top of his head, because if he did, he would have expected more than just the 2 players. Instead of only he just saw the one plant the bomb. He had to have known that he got right above him, but that timing on the opposite side for the exit just was so tough.
That's the thing. I think he did know, right? I think he was well aware of the amount of players inside the site. I think the biggest thing is, in his head, he was like, right, I'm going to get a kill and I'm just going to get the hell out, right? I think with the time is what he was playing around as opposed to actually doing more damage inside the site, which I think in isolation sounds like the right play. Like, I think if you and I were to talk about it in a game, like if we were playing S&D and was like, right, cool, there's 15 seconds on the clock, I'm just going to get a kill and bounce. If you're successful in that play, it's a great play. But it's the fact that he doesn't slide away. It's the fact that he gets shut down. And we can't talk about that round 11 without talking about that TK. I think it was DC that managed to get the kill. Taking your team out like that is so damn unfortunate. And I would have loved to have heard the comms in that round 11 just to hear what the hell happened, because that is a breakdown.
I wonder how much utility was also left there at the end of that round 11 as well, because I didn't hear really much anything going on over by the A-bomb side when we were sitting there watching, even from their POVs, hearing it from the opposition's POV as well. Not a whole lot of utility just being utilized over by that A-bomb side. That's why I was asking you, like, there was no trophy system, funnily enough, that was protecting that B execute that was coming through all the way at the end. Kadena's best chance to be able to even up the series just absolutely fell through their fingertips.
Man. Oh boy, we talk about it a lot. I know that these guys, if anybody, any Call of Duty player in the world, maybe outside of those in the CDL, are going to have some strong mental, but that is going to take a knock on you. You were 5-1 up in Search and Destroy, and you take the L. You are now 2-0 down in the series, so the question becomes, where do Kadena go from here? You're going to find out after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the DAF Esports World Championships. We're in a series that we didn't expect to go this way whatsoever because, let's be honest, it probably could have been 2-0 Kadena, could be 1-1 in this series, but it is 2-0 Misawa. Where do we even begin with what we've seen? Honestly, we just had a 5-minute break, and I don't think I'm recovered from that search in the story.
I don't think many people are, but most importantly, we hope that Kadena is, because that was a very unfortunate series of events. Not by Lemony Snicket, of course, but brought to you by Misawa. What a 5-round swing in that map number 2 to be able to have a 2-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, man, just incredible. The guts to pull off something like that is insane. As you said, it was a round 11 victory for Misawa that gives them a 2-0 series advantage. Let's give you guys a little recap of what the series has looked like so far then. Going back to that game number 1, because Misawa did actually start this series in impeccable fashion. They had what was, I think, a 70 to 80 point advantage on Skyline Hardpoint, but they almost gave it up proper.
Yeah, almost did. Again, that was a 70-point lead to your point there, Brody. Whittled down to 20, ending by 30. Master performance out from Chronix. He went 40-35 in that map number 1, 12-7 in that map number 2. Of course, you can see it on your screen and went round 11, but if you're just now joining us, you would be mistaken to think that it was a back-and-forth series. If you think back-and-forth is winning 5 rounds straight on either sides of the bomb, then that's exactly what it was, and that's not what being competitive in Search and Destroy may look like. It was weird, but now we have a 2-0 lead series going in towards this Vault Control, and the way that I coined it, at least for my predictions, might be out the window. I thought it was going to be 3-1, because Kadena's best chances, in my opinion, of what I've seen through this week, was probably going to be that map 2 to go their way. This might be a hot 3-0, bro.
Yeah, it really could be. I mean, to be honest, if I've read the series at all through this series so far, it's been, I would say that this next map is going to be something like one team is going to go up 2-0, and then the other team is going to win 3 rounds in a row to take the game 3-2, right? I think that's probably an accurate reading of how this is going to go. It has just been a really weird series, and it's one of those ones where it's just like, look, yes, Misawa up 2-0, but it is not an accurate indication of how this has actually gone whatsoever, because as I said, you know, a couple of adjustments, and, well, this could well have been 2-0 to Kadena, so they'll definitely be feeling it right now. Of course, worth saying, we've been talking about our predictions throughout the entirety of the tournament so far. Both Proper and I are still on course to potentially win our prediction for this one, which would be great because it would mean that we'll have more points than Seymour. That's all we really want to do here. Actually, what happened? Did you guys predict correctly in the last series? I did not see your predictions.
No, definitely did not. Definitely did not. No, I mean, we both of us had Eglin for sure. I had Eglin 3-0ing. Either way that we spun it, we did not have Offit winning.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that was wild, that last series, right? Eglin, phenomenal team. And to be fair, those maps are really close, right? So, like, it's not like Eglin got blown out of the water, but still, yeah, definitely wouldn't have gone that way. I'm just hoping that we haven't cursed ourselves there by talking about the predictions. Let's hope not. Anyway, listen, we all just want to be seen. That's all we want in life. Regardless, yeah, this series, it's wild that we could be looking at the start of the day to back-to-back 3-0s, even though both 3-0s would not tell the story of these teams. A reminder that if Misawa go on to win this matchup proper, their reward is not a golden idol from Indiana Jones. It is a matchup with Langley Eustace, which, I'll be honest, is not really much of a reward. It's more of a punishment.
I mean, depending on how you're looking at it for reward, I mean, some of us enjoy the competitiveness. Not all of us enjoy an easy win.
It's a reward for us.
Saying, Brody? Yeah, it's a reward for us for sure. But like, I think that you're looking at that as more of like, finally, the testing, if you are Misawa, you know, the last time that they actually faced a top-seeded team was when they lost to Peterson on the day 1, very first matchup on broadcast. So I think that they want to be able to test that once again. And I think that they have more or less earned that point. You know, they're going through a lot of different tropes that is a decorated esports team, especially in Call of Duty. I mean, being able to have a massive lead at hardpoint, not a full-on swing as far as Search and Destroy is concerned, not a full sail, but still 5 rounds in a row is nothing to scoff at. These guys are absolutely fighting with a different type of grit today.
Yeah, they are. Well, look, we are just one map away from another potential 3-0 in this series, folks. It is going to be Vault Control. We look at this map then, proper, and Vault Control's been a weird one, I think, over the last few days. We've seen teams, I think, get very good at it, right? And it is one of those maps where I think, you know, you can quite easily win the offense as long as you send players forward after kind of getting some movement across the map, right? You really want to get players, if you're on the offense, as far forward as possible for that potential spawn trap.
Yep, that's absolutely the case. Again, vault control can really get away from you. That spawn trap over the backside of the pool house is absolutely insane. Though the same could be said for the offensive spawn trap. You know, we got to see it through so many different times, even yesterday and the day previous for all of the different group stage matchups that we did have. You get out to a hot start all the way through the middle of the map. You're able to get all the way towards that statue. You're going to see a lot of players trying to cross over back P4 building to get inside of Art to be able to contest what they assume is going to be a B zone push. But I will heed, again, another warning for a lot of these teams. They are very good at respawn, but they have been struggling all week so far to be able to convert the zone. Again, if you're watching this and you're playing in this tournament, trust me, if you get 3 bodies on that zone, it goes pretty darn quickly. So I'm hoping to be able to see some transitions out of these teams. If they want to compete with the top dogs that are the #1 seed from each one of those groups, got to be able to showcase that in control, respectfully.
Yeah, listen, if there's one thing that we as casters love, more than anything, it's when there's 3 or 4 down for a team and they just stack the point. If you stack the point,
amazing.
you will see the biggest grin on our face. I mean, you won't see it, but you could physically, you probably hear like I don't know, like the edges of our mouths hitting the edges of our ears. I don't know. It'll be a real big smile, is my point. It makes us very happy here on the casting desk whenever that happens. And you're right, I think teams kind of haven't been immediate to go do that just yet here. Maybe that'll happen more and more as we get to the later stages in the tournament. We start kind of whittling down the best from the rest, but still, right now, that will give you a massive advantage. We'll see whether or not either of these teams can do it again. Misawa 2-0 up in this series, folks. Vault Control could well be the final map in this series, and I know I predicted 3-0, but I kind of hope that I'm wrong. Let's see whether or not Kadena can bite back.
You don't mean that. You just went on an entire tangent about how you're hoping to beat Seymour. You want this to be over. You want that second point. But we'll have to see if Misawa is willing to step up to allow you to have that luxury. But oh, never mind. Not yet.
Man, we've got more remakes right now than in PlayStation's library of games. This is wild. I don't even know what's going on. Anyway, regardless, we'll be back here in just a second with that game. So let's chat a little bit more about the game that's coming up. That was really unfortunate, I think, just to see off the start there. But Kadena, I mean, they looked pretty good. They looked like they were moving forward. They looked like, all right, our immediate kind of way to play this right now is just get on the point, which I love.
Yeah, I mean, that's also the easiest way to get the freest kills as well. We always talk about some of the highest kills always come from the player that's inside of the time or the zone as it may be for control. Go figure, because the defensive team does need to contest it.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, listen, we're going to throw to a quick break here just for a moment. We're going to get that game ready to go again. We have potentially the final map in this series coming right up after this break.
All right, let's see. McDonald's filet of fish.
Oh, that's
10.
Immediately.
Disgusting.
Filet of fish.
I'm good on the 9.
Yeah. 9? I don't know. Sometimes it smacks.
Filet of fish.
That's
10.
disgusting.
That's
a
10.
Put that. You got. Ew. What the hell?
10. I don't know. There's probably worse. There's probably worse.
Let's go 9.
No,
You don't think there's gonna be anything worse?
Worse than fake fish?
Fake fish.
All right, bro.
Come on,
All right. My wife's gonna hate me.
Domino's Oreo pizza.
I've never had that. So 10.
Yep. We're gonna go.
Sure.
That's probably worse stuff though. I don't know.
I've never had that before. It's gas. It's pretty good.
It's a solid
Really?
I'd say a solid 3.
If we're doing
Fair
food,
with 3.
you want to do 3?
I'm good
I was
with
thinking
3.
5.
If it's like icing as the sauce,
That
or if
might
there's
not
no
be-
sauce in general, that would be banger.
I do love my snacks and my sweets. What can I say? All right, someone said, hey, you want to eat a Blizzard or a Domino's Oreo pizza?
I'm going Blizzard.
I'll go Blizzard over it. Yeah. KFC's Double Down.
Never had this.
Never had that. I don't even know.
No bread, no need. Give me all
No,
the
it's just
protein.
2 What, chicken thighs?
3 layers of
patties. Chicken patties.
with bacon and cheese in the middle of it. I'm gonna be honest, that actually tastes that sounds pretty good.
Is that chicken as the bun?
It looks fire.
That looks amazing.
Like I'm about
With
to have
bacon?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a bathroom trick for sure. But
That's at least a heart attack.
KFC's Double Down. I've never had that.
Let's go now.
I've never had that, so I don't know.
Is that KFC double down?
Double Down?
Bro,
looks like
some
just
European
chicken,
thing right there.
bacon, cheese.
Yeah,
Looks good, but yeah,
KFC's Double Down. That I would probably put 2.
Never had that in my life.
It's so good because I'm a big fan
Never
of
had it?
chicken.
There's no way that's number
That's
2.
10,
There's
right?
no way, yeah, that's no way it's better
Bro,
than
it's
all the
literally
other ones.
diabetes in your hand.
I wish we put Baja Blast at 2 now. I ain't gonna lie.
I think that's 10.
don't know about you, Proper. I'm kind of hungry for a double down now. How about we get some Call of Duty instead? We can eat that up. It's time to get into this control, folks. Apologies for the delay. We're in for Kadena versus Misawa. And Misawa, again, starting things off on the defense. Kadena, they do kick things off by trying to hit A. They're going to have to change that strat towards B.
I'd be down for some undies. I'd be down for even that fish fillet. It seemed pretty good the way that they were describing it. But hey, here we go. Offense first for Kadena. They got to really showcase something here to start a reverse sweep. And well, not too bad of an opening breakoff. They do trail by 3 lives. They have no idea where Mississauga have tucked themselves in.
And no information. That might well hurt them here as we move forward in towards this control. Kadena still trying to send some players forward. Utility used to try and clear out something they already had control of. So a bit of a weird one there from Misawa. Ephesians are going to push up and maybe apply some pressure towards the point, though. Only DC will actually find some value, and the life discrepancy between the teams starting to grow somewhat. Sweet will get traded out from Ephesians, but only Ephesians find any value in that set of kills, and that feels like the status quo here for Kadena.
Sure does. Running out of time now. 20 seconds remain. They're spawning parallel over towards B, but the crossfire is already set up on the opposite side. A 5-0 start from Nase Michi. He hasn't skipped a beat since that search.
I get tagged up from behind here. Yeah, he is calmed, and there goes Nase Michi. Good team shots, though, will take Chronix out of the play. Sweet over the top for 2. Nicely done. 6-2 start for Sweet. And at the very least, Kadena have the backstop that is the A zone, but a 13v23 is going to make this ridiculous no matter what happens. And, well, final 2 kills come through. 2 more through lights. Nase Michi takes them both down. That is a pitch-perfect round from Misawa.
And not even a single segment worth to be captured either. I think that's what's even more damning about that, too, is that you needed that round to really stick if you are Kadena. And I hate to say that the first round is the one that you need to make stick, because it was very important to make that statement away from the break, away from what is a very close 0-2 down. Again, just to set the stage one more time, it just off of the tech pause. Round 11, search and destroy, 30-point difference in the map number 1. You expect for it to be hotly competitive. That opening round was anything but. Very difficult as far as the opening offensive team is concerned. You have no trophy systems, of course, so those opening nades definitely are going to stick. You could see what it means from the space being provided. A combined 20 kills between Knight, Nase Michi, and Sweet off of 1 round.
Man, just
Goldfish is just happy to be there, man. Chilling.
Yeah, he's just like, yeah, you guys just carry me. Honestly, take me away to the promised land. Misawa very happy with that. Sweet off the start. We'll find one. Ephesians trying to heat up a little bit here. DC picking up on those coattails. We'll pick up Goldfish. And that's a good trade for the moment here for Kadena as they clear space. A is locked down here. For now, Knight now in towards the point. Going to find one. Stun connects here. Over the top he goes, and Ephesians going to take him down. So first wave of gunfights, good for Kadena. They're looking pretty hot on the defensive A.
Yeah, they sure are. Able to at least get the hold. Able to cement themselves too. Got that catwalk control as well. Goldfish, he's getting played with as well. Chronix trying to pick things back up with what we got to see in the early get-go of the series. But Goldfish is just holding his life, making sure that nobody gets in towards the back line. Chronix also gets snuffed out over by the pool house. So Misawa, they got some space to move forward on pool.
One life differential. Misawa finally creating some space here. DC needs to kind of clear Cat before he moves forward. He's dealing with a couple of different threats, though, and Sweet will chase that kill. So here's that stack that we were talking about. Oh, Misawa making me feel all warm inside right now, looking towards this point. They're about to get another play on towards point as well. And Kadena are taking a really long time to wrap behind Ephesians. Can he be the playmaker? Takes 2 off the point and plays his life. Sweet, though, in for a kill. And that is a gone. The power of the stack. Ephesians, by the way, still flying. He's on his own roller coaster right now. They do clear the point, but that's a gone.
It's a 7-spree roller coaster, but as you were already talking about, that A zone got captured. 60 seconds added on towards the board. It's a 3-life differential. DC all the way up top, watching the pool side, will make that a 4-life difference. So Misawa trying to benchmark their way off of heroics. Individualizing things is working out, but Ephesians might get that Hellstorm missile. It would be massive for Kadena's hopes to be able to convert an offensive field.
All right, Misawa. Starting to move forward here. Player from behind, Ephesians. Did he get found out? I think he did, yeah. A player turned around on the point. Doesn't matter, though, because he's going to win that fight. Goldfish going to go on the hunt for the kill. Oh, Ephesians! Big clearance of the middle of the map there. If there's ever anyone to go off for Kadena, it's almost always going to be Ephesians that you can count on, and he's not done yet. Hellstorm missile in the back pocket. 10 spree, by the way. And that will rally the troops as well. Kadena look like they've got this round on lock.
Yep, seeming likely, but that 3 segments still fall into the waste of what should have been Kadena off of this full hold. Again, a 10 spree is beautiful work. 14 and 5 is a crazy stat line. Almost walked away with that 11th in a row. Knight will put it to rest, but in this 3v10, surely not. I mean, Chronix fought 1 HP. He gets sent to the moon! Get down from there!
There's no way.
There's a will.
Sweet. Does die on the cross, though, so that's your coverage down. Every tick you give away here is damaging for round 5 hopes. You've lost Goldfish, though. Knight then tagged up from behind from Volt, and that second tick, I do not believe, went through. So at the very least, Kadena didn't give that away, but still, from Asawa, you take 4 ticks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I guarantee the round 5 defense, just off the early get-go, is now going to call for Kadena to have a masterclass of a secondary offense. They will have utility on lock. I'm really starting to piece things together, and they have that Hellstorm missile also in the back pocket of Vision. So I think you are starting to like your chances here a little bit more of Kadena to be able to sway this map number 3 and to will your way towards a red card hardpoint, but it's still early doors. We remember what that opening breakoff looked like for Misawa. Those nades just found early damage, but they were absolutely humming from their gunnies.
So back on defense they go. They were good last time around to not even really give Kadena anything to work with. DC now pushing forward. They get shut down. The only player to, again, do anything is going to be Ephesians, and even he gets shut out of the play. And that is disastrous. Not a single kill for Kadena just yet. Finally, Bang finds one, but Misawa really starting to drill those screws in. Nase Michi not going to find the last one. He's going to soften Ephesians up for Knight to take that kill, though. And Misawa, again, pretty much perfect off the rip.
Oh, yeah. Double positive for Sweet. Through 2.5 rounds now. 50 seconds remain, and look at all the space for Nase Michi. He's getting all the way past the palm tree, getting over towards the backside of P2. He's going to have an isolated gunfight versus Bang. If Bang's ready for it, doesn't seem like he was ready for it. And now the pinch over through the open side of U-turn is just that much better. 26 plays up against 15. I will say this much, defensively sided map as it may be, Misawa's defense so far is just putting Kadena in the dirt.
Yeah, just that is the difference right now, isn't it? Kadena don't really have much room to maneuver whatsoever. Nase Michi trying to play his life. Goldfish also there. The help is good. Sweet on 7 in a row now. This one, if it wasn't already very apparent, is done. Bang will move forward here, and they will at the very least get one last hurrah to stop the clock. Are they going straight through towards B? Okay, that is a bold maneuver. Goldfish will punish for it, and that little stop at the very least might stop them. No, Ephesians back towards the point, and he is the only one keeping this round alive right now. He will contest while the rest of his teammates try as they might to get towards the point. Ephesians solo challing right now. Finally gets shut down. Nase Michi gets bullied though. And once again, they are hanging on by the thinnest of threads. It is an attempt over towards B in a 2 versus 19. If this was to happen, it would be phenomenal. It's obviously not going to though. And that's a pretty much perfect round again from Misawa.
Yeah, I mean, guaranteed round 5 defense about to be coming through. No segments, gain through 2 offenses for Kadena, and that is just a really tough look. I mean, for Sweet, 26 and 12, like he's just playing real notable head glitches, and he's doing plays like that. We didn't get to see it in real time, but I saw the kill feed light up for Sweet. That turn onto his belly for an absolute blitz and burn. Should be having nightmares about that one for quite some time. Gosh, he only went 6 and 8. Or no, 5 and 7 in the search and destroy, but like an absolute respawn phenom. Someone's got to try to isolate this guy and 2v1 him or something. Here comes another offensive attempt from Misawa to put this to rest in a 3-0.
So moving forwards, they want this early on. Sweet is going to continue. Sweet almost gets the third. Again, we'll soften Ephesians up here. Towards you he goes. Knight good enough to follow up for the kill. And now there's enough kills there from Misawa to start to move forward in towards this round. Knight, though, he's hungry for kills and maybe overheats there just a little bit. Fortunately enough, the rest of Misawa are good to pick up where he left off. Goldfish now has to wait for the rest of his teammates to come off spawn and instead focuses away from objective in towards finding frags. Back to the point they go. Kadena starting to get deep. Ephesians doing the exact same thing he did before to blow this one up, and it is going to work this time. He finds the 1 kill, looking for the second against Sweet, and that's the kills they needed.
You're going to be faced with a double-ditch effort coming through. He did not know that somebody was on the B control zone. Ephesians just slides out, expecting for the chow over by Plat. Player over on the B control zone was expecting Ephesians the entire time. So that first segment gets pushed away over by B. looking to at least get picked back up. Sweet. What? How did he turn and just rip Bang's head off? He gets traded nonetheless, but that life advantage is surely being felt. That A zone is captured. 20 plays up against 17, just under 2 minutes.
Sweet makes me feel nauseous. I don't know how else to describe it. This guy is disgusting.
I'm gonna be sick, dude.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy. I was thinking about a double down, and now I'm most certainly not after playing, watching Sweet's gameplay. This guy is insane at the moment. 32 and 16 to his name. I was saying, though, in the grand scheme of things, that it hasn't done that much to the life differential. All it's done, it's got an extra 60 seconds on the board, and it's got an A in Misawa's favor. They could still close things out here, but it's all going to be through the front for the moment here, proper.
Oh my god. This guy is on a different level. He's out of this world. 15 plays up against 15, though. Dina able to at least keep this thing marginalized. Here comes the B push. Knight's going to be on that delayed flank. I think that Chronic, yeah, he should be able to pick him up for free. That's going to delay that push nonetheless. But the push down the B lane, Brody, is starting to work.
Yeah, reposition here. Nobody's watching from Vault.
Hellstorm?
Nobody's watching from
Hellstorm
Chronic. Hellstorm down from Ephesians. That's going to take 9 out of the point. I'm shocked that Chronics didn't find any value on that whatsoever. DC trying to pick up where his teammate left off. He gets shut down. Still one player flanking will be Bang. For all of the efforts from Asawa here, it doesn't feel that well put together. And the kills for the follow-up for Kadena, well, they are good enough to hold Misawa at arm's reach. Nase Michi going to follow up with another one. That's going to give Goldfish an opportunity to get back on towards the point, but Bang could blow this open. Finds one, hits the reload, and that's unfortunate.
Oh, nice shots out of Sweet. Keeps Ephesians at bay. Ephesians, though. Top art head glitch. Keeps them at bay. 9v8. Second segment being locked. Goldfish, keep your head down.
Can you even cross? It's just a one stack for the moment. It's a pretty slow one. Trophy good to stop Goldfish from being taken out. Ephesians there for the kill. DC slides in for the second. Sweet, though. Sweet still a threat. Sweet takes down all three. Are you kidding me? And now towards the point they go. A one life advantage. You take the player out from Vault. All you got to do is stack at this point. Nase Michi is watching the cross. And Knight on the wraparound through mid. It is over. Misawa 3-0 Kadena.
Oh, they weren't even pleasant about it either. No pleasantries whatsoever. Just absolute brutality. 38 and 19 out of Sweet is just one of many different things. Here's that 3-piece. The transfer to the drop shot, he was red screen. He should have been dead twice over. There's no way he wins that. 27 non-traded. He led the lobby by damage by well over 1,000. What the...
Listen, you know I'm not a fan of the bleeper, proper. You know I'm not a fan of it. But if there is ever a time that it's to be used, it is to describe Sweet emphatic gameplay. Because this guy is genuinely insane. He is absolutely crazy. It's every single map as well, right? And just no matter what, Misawa just constantly on one, and it's down to Sweet, man. He is just doing it. But taking a look back at this series again, if you guys didn't watch the start, Misawa, they might well have started strong, but then Kadena, they almost made that comeback.
Almost made that comeback. It was competitive until it wasn't. And again, throughout all of this series, like, look at the scoreboard. Like, Kadena 4-1 up in the search and destroy, 5-1 up in the search and destroy. You're like, yeah, I mean, surely that was about to be it. This round falls by the wayside. A massive clutch out of Nase Michi. Again, Sweet, Goldfish, Nase Michi started off that search and destroy map too, like 0-3, 0-4 respectfully between the three of them individually, which is like insanely bounced back, and they win that one 6-5. That momentum could not get iced by Sweet going in towards that map number 3. Tech pause be damned. He's sending people to the moon. It's absolutely crazy, man. Like this guy is just playing a different level of Call of Duty. And I think what's even more tippable is how consistent it's been throughout the entire week so far.
Yeah, for sure. Sweet is in another galaxy. I don't even know how to describe it, dude. This guy is consistently going off. He is a constant threat, and he was one of the primary reasons why they were able to take that series away. What a weird series on the whole. Just like so peculiar again. You know, that was 3-0. Someone said 3-0, by the way. That was 3-0, but it really shouldn't have been a 3-0, right? And just for a multitude of reasons. I said it, I think, coming out of the break, going into map number 3 the first time around. of course. Just talking about the fact that, I mean, going into map number 3, it could have been a Kadena 2-0 if they'd have followed through on the comeback in the hardpoint and they hadn't let that search and destroy slip. But nonetheless, it's not. Misawa, they get that clean 3-0 victory. All right, with that said, folks, let's get an interview. Let's hear from Sweet. Of course, he has to be the player that we talked to after that matchup. Sweet. First and foremost, I almost feel like I have to take a bow in front of you because it's like we're watching royalty on the map right now, mate. You are dropping bombs every single map that we're seeing you. So congrats not just on the dub, but whatever you're doing in every single game. I want to know what that is. Before we talk kind of about later on in the series, I want to start off in map number 1 because you guys started out so damn dominant. You had like a 70, 80 point lead over your opposition, but things got a little bit shaky towards the back half of that game number 1. You almost let Kadena back in that game. What was going through your minds during that hard point?
So, like you said, we started out the hard point really strong, and it started to get away from us a little bit. We saw ourselves like solo challenge, not really playing for trades. And as you guys know from PACAF, our bread and butter is trades. So we started kind of like solo banging everything, trying to break P2 by ourselves. Just, I mean, we wanted to world star them and get the clip, I guess. But we brought it back. I tried to keep my team cool and level, like, hey, let's re-break this together. Let's do something together. As you saw, one time we tried to push 4 through kitchen and Bang is just sitting there with a smirk on his face, waiting for us to run through. He's clip farming us. But then we had to come back from it, make sure that last guy up just kind of waits. We go and take it as a team, and we did eventually break it. We got the rotate. We changed up our playstyle a little bit coming into this. There's a lot more competition than there is at PACAF. A lot of good teams that can win this, and I'm really glad that we were able to stay calm, cool, and collected and just not let that one slip away from us.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're bringing up and you have a picture-perfect memory of like how these 3 maps were played out, Sweet. And I'm happy to also just announce, I call it out the demon mode. I knew you were going to come different in the series. You got the headset over top of the hoodie, man. Like that is a different type of level of I'm ready to put down some numbers. But like you dropped a 1.7 KD throughout the entirety of this series. You dropped you went 5-7 in the search and destroy. You started off like 0-3. That turnaround was immense, being 1-5 down and being able to not full sail, but damn near full sail. Throughout the entire of this, like you said, you're trying to keep your teammates cool, calm, and collected. Like, is it exhausting setting that pace in tournaments like this, bro? Because, like, you've been consistently doing this since frame 1. You are an absolute demon on the map. You were looking good out.
I mean, when you got 3 teammates like I got, it's never exhausting. I mean,
love that.
I didn't really meet you in PACAF. It's really good to meet you, Proper Infinity. It's really nice to see you again. So, my team, we're very one-minded. We don't have like a specific IGL. We're all kind of like working together, and we're all coming up with plays that we can do together. That way we don't crumble and fall apart. We're not solo banging stuff. We're all on the same page of the book, if that makes sense. So it's not only me, it's, if somebody calls a play, even if you think it's the wrong play, you didn't say nothing. So go die with the sword with them. Go die on the sword.
That's very apparent as far as the mini map and everything else that we got to see as far as like y'all's decision on Skyline. You guys were able to read spawns. You guys are humming. Clearly the communication is absolutely on point.
Yeah, definitely. Look, that's that match done. You guys, you got through 3-0. I'm sure maybe you didn't expect that to be 3-0, given how the first couple of maps went. Obviously, the almost comeback in the hard point and that 5-1 comeback from you guys in the search and destroy. But that series is done with. Let's talk about the next one. All right, winners round 2. That's coming up. Langley Eustace on the other side. Give me your initial thoughts here, mate, before you get into that match. What should we on the talent desk expect?
I honestly think that we could pull it through. I think that we could win. Langley is a super strong team. They are a contender for that Grand's winner. They could definitely win this entire thing. There's a lot of teams here that can win the whole thing. Honestly, there's a lot of really good competition, a lot of really good players. I'm really excited to jump in and play with them. It sucks that we're at the end of the day because I'm gonna be so tired. But I'm really glad that we do get to play a strong team off the bat. Even if we do lose, we got VOD to review. So we got VOD, we got stuff that we can learn, we got strats and stuff. And being in PACAF, we don't really team scrim as much as the guys in CONUS because it's kind of hard. Not only just with the PACAF guys, but there's a communication barrier in Japan. They don't really speak English. We don't speak Japanese a whole lot, other than a couple of folks that we know. So it's hard to get those team scrims together with them. It's hard to get team scrims with other teams in PACAF, but CONUS is always team scrimming and stuff. So I feel like we could learn a lot of the other teams just playing one CONUS team.
Sure. Well, look, I appreciate that you respected him before we get into the match. Of course, before you end up dropping like 40 bombs on their forehead in map number 1. I know how this is going to go. I know how this is going to go, mate. Before we let you go, any shout-outs you want to make on the stream?
I want to shout out my wife. I want to shout out my mom and dad. I want to shout out my uncle Elijah. I know he's watching right now. I want to shout out, we didn't do this last time. I want to shout out Coach Inky, Marcelo. Huge shout out to him. He's still watching the stream right now. I want to shout him out. I want to shout out my entire team, my entire command. Lieutenant Colonel Smith, he just left our squadron, but I'm going to miss you so much. You were the best commander I could have ever asked for. You were awesome. I want to shout out Senior Gillette. He plays Warzone, but he's my senior. He's awesome. And I want to shout out an enemy in this. I want to shout out OCWR. Congrats on top 250 with me this season. All the cheaters got banned, so yeah.
We love that, mate. All right, go enjoy the rest of your day, mate. We'll see you later.
Thank you so much.
Alrighty, that was sweet. Respect for the opposition. Apparently, they've still got stuff to learn. I'm not sure about that, given what just happened.
I do like the respect, right? Because, I mean, he has the cool mental and the mindset. And that's what I'm just thinking the entire time. Because he talked about it. It's like he's trying to keep his team in it while he's also, like, putting teammate or enemies on skates. Because, like, those 3 pieces that we got in that vault control is insane. If everybody's communicating the way that we're seeing it develop on the mini-map as well, Brody, it's absolutely electric. To also be humbled enough that, like, hey, even if we lose in our upcoming matchup, now we got the VOD review, so we're going to continuously come back stronger. I think that has been a showcasing for Misawa ever since they lost to Peterson. These guys are a bunch of grinders.
Sure, well, just an update here real quick, guys. Anderson, map 5 versus Nellis. We'll keep you updated with that as that series progresses. But more or less at this point, Winners Round 1 is done. Next up on the docket, it's time to transfer ourselves into Winners Round 2. We've got Cannon, we've got Offit, 2 titanic teams going head-to-head. Catch that matchup after this break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
What's up, folks? Welcome back here to the DAF Esports World Championship. We've rotated our talent once again. We've added some Canadian flavor to the broadcast. Seymour is back with me for this banger of a matchup. First and foremost, Colin, how are you doing?
Well, I was doing good today until you talked about how much you wanted to beat me in the predictions. I don't know what's going on here.
Last few words.
I had to add it in. I was thinking about not adding it in, but no. Yep. For all intents and purposes, Brody does not talk about beating me. He just talks about beating me in predictions.
Yes, I do. Listen, for what it's worth, you are better than me at these predictions, and my strategy is just straight up, just going for the 3-0s every single time and hope for the best.
I think that we lucked out with Enigma not being here, because if Enigma was here, he kind of farms the predictions.
Did he? Didn't he lose last time? Didn't I beat him last time? I'm fairly certain I beat him last time. I'm fairly certain you beat him last time.
It's so hard to predict, I will say. That's like the one thing that is like for sure. It's so hard to get it right.
I think we'll be getting better as we get through this, is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, let's talk about the match. We got a match. We're getting into winners round 2 here, excuse me, folks. And it's time to go back to a team we saw earlier on today. It's Offit, who looked pretty good in their first matchup of the day. But how good are they going to look in a rematch versus arguably the best team in the entire damn competition? In Canon, of course, 2025 Konus champions. These guys have looked insane. I do want to start with Canon. I think it just makes sense to start with Canon as we get into this matchup, Seymour, because, again, Canon, they're reigning champions in Konus. But the big thing for me, and the big question coming into Worlds was, all right, you've lost Crusade. How much damage does that do to the roster? It turns out didn't really do anything.
No, I think Yodak has been stealing the spotlight, which hasn't really been an issue for this team because we already know what we're getting from Hate and Artie. Argo, at times, he really steps up for this team and he's really like solidifies that supporting role that you look for when you need him. But for Yodak, it was like, okay, like new guy, what do we get? Well, he is bringing everything when it comes to the slaying, the objective work, first blood factor in the Search and Destroys. He's been there. And I think that's just taken this Cannon team and elevated them even further when they already looked like they could have been the #1 team going into this week.
Yeah, Canon are just insane, right? I mean, it's one of those rosters we talk about having the X factor of everybody having the source on the roster. And again, we had that question of whether Yodak would have the source. Trust me, he's got the thickest source to the lot. This guy is on it like a car bonnet pretty much constantly. So Canon are a terrifying roster. And again, it's worth saying that they have won this matchup before. We'll talk about that just a little bit deeper here in just a second. But what about Offit on the other side of the table? Because Offit are a roster that earlier on today managed to 3-0 Eglin. Excuse me, something just got in my throat in the middle of that sentence. They managed to 3-0 Eglin earlier on today. And we had some players stepping up to the plate that maybe we haven't seen before.
Yeah, I think that in general for Offit, when we look at this team, it's okay, how do they get better? It's consistency. We talk about that so much with other teams, and for Offit in general, we knew what Waz was going to bring. Flux in general has been fantastic in the Search and Destroys, but for Arrow Appa and splurging across this week, it's been at times really strong, but other times very silent. For Arrow Appa going into today, it was what do we get from him? He single-handedly put Eglin in the dirt for their matchup, especially in that control. And if that's the Arrow Appa we're getting on day 3 to start this off, this Offit team has upgraded to be a threat versus Cannon. These teams met yesterday. It was a 3-0 for Cannon. They lost in the Rewind Hardpoint, 155 to 250. They lost the Protocol Search and Destroy 2-6, and the Protocol Control 1-3. It wasn't close whatsoever. But you look at the statistics from them off screen. Appa was struggling. Flux was tamed. Waz wasn't really playing as well as you would have expected. The whole team was missing. Off of the win that they got versus Eglin, that should kick things off for this team to be very confident going into this match to play at their best.
Oh, there you go, guys. Offit are getting better every single time that we've seen them. But the question is, Seymour, are they good enough to stave off another 3-0 loss? Because you mentioned it, those maps aren't exactly the closest maps in the last best of 5, right? But again, they've gotten better. I don't think they're going to be the same roster that we saw. And as we learned in Cannon versus Buckley, Cannon aren't an impenetrable roster, albeit that was Buckley, and Buckley are a phenomenal team. Cannon, they can bleed, and I think that's what Offit will be looking to do as we get into this next series. Speaking of which, while you learn the maps there for the last best of 5 between these two teams, are there any returning ones for this best of 5? I actually haven't had a look yet, so I have no idea. It's going to be a surprise to me. Let's check out the best of 5. And we wanted to see a reprise. We are definitely going to get it. Rewind Hardpoint to kick off this best of 5, Seymour.
Yeah, Rewind Hardpoint for the rematch versus these two. They played it yesterday. It was that 155-250 loss that Offit had to face to kick that series. But when you look towards 2 and 3, Hacienda Vault, 2 brand new maps to be looking at. Offit, they decided they did not want to take the protocol control. They banned it going into this series, rightfully so. But when you look at Canon as a team, I don't think whether or not, if you go to Vault, if you go to Protocol or Hacienda, it's still going to be a difficult match to fix. It's just when you go to a Vault control, you get a little bit of a 50-50 on both sides to have those opportunities. If this does go the distance for the Hacienda and the Rewind towards the later end of this match, I think you are looking towards Offit to be a little bit better. It's just getting over that hump of taking one of these early matches is going to be difficult because Canon comes out strong no matter what match it is, and Offit have to play at their peak.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, that Rewind Hardpoint at the start of this best of 5 is an ego challenge, right? I mean, you lost it once, you want to take it again, you did not ban it off. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, the thing is with picks and bans, right, is that maybe Offit just have a Hardpoint map. Maybe they just really don't want to play Hardpoint Vault. That's not a good map for them. I don't know. But they made the conscious decision not to get rid of Rewind, and that might come back to bite them because we often talk about kind of momentum, right, at the beginning of these series. You want to have as good as possible as a start to these best of 5 because the first map is super duper important. We know that having seen series after series. So I really do feel like, look, if Offit can come out here, take this game number 1, that's going to be a massive boost of momentum considering they lost it the last time these two teams faced off. So that's the best of 5, folks. That's what we've got here. We've had 2 3-0s today. Yeah. All right? 2 3-0s. I don't want to see another one. Or do I want to see another one? Or do I want to see another one? Let's get those predictions in here. Let's get those predictions in here. Yeah, I want to see a 3-0. Let's go. I'm beating you right now, Seymour. And so you've gone for the same, just so that doesn't happen.
Let's be honest. For Canon, you look at the stat line from yesterday, the score that you did have. I expect Offit to play better, but these are the CONUS champs that you're playing up against. Yes, if you're Offit, you were able to avoid Canon going through the CONUS bracket. You still fall in top 6 to other teams, but then Canon go on to handedly beat teams that were beating you in that tournament as well. So this is a jump in skill level for you. Yesterday, you fell to this exact team, and it showed that jump in skill level just wasn't there. I think that, yes, you will perform good, but I don't think it'll be good enough.
Yeah, man, I agree. I do think, again, maybe we're totally wrong. Maybe Offit have found another gear here. Obviously, I know that you said, like, look, they played well earlier on today. It's worth saying, though, that 3-0 versus Eglin was pretty close. Like, pretty much every single map besides the control was close. And so it's just like, all right, I mean, it's a 3-0, but, I mean, it wasn't like a dominant 3-0. It wasn't, it wasn't like they ran through Eglin. And so, yeah, I agree. I do think this is going to be a 3-0. And this isn't even me just pulling up the bit. I would have said 3-0 either way.
You know what the scariest thing is?
To be another 3-0.
Is that they won that match versus Eglin getting outslayed the entire time until that control. That is the scary part, because that Eglin team, if they had better macro, you wouldn't be in this situation if you were off it. You got lucky there in that same sense. And I think Aero Appa started to find his towards that game 3, but you look back to games 1 and 2, there were chances for Eglin to win. And that is what is the biggest scary factor going into this match versus Canon, is that you may have lost out if Eglin were just a little bit better in playing the objective.
Which I think Canon are going to be, right?
Exactly.
That's the beauty of this Canon team. I think maybe they would have played a little bit more lax. I think certainly in the best of 5 versus Buckley, that might have been something we were criticizing them. I think sometimes they were overheating a little bit, maybe playing a little bit too slay heavy, but still, I think when push comes to shove, and maybe, the series does expand past a 3-0 because of this, when it comes down to it, Canon are the kind of team to ensure that they do play the objective and ensure they're able to close out these maps. So yeah, Offit definitely up against it here as we approach the first map. Again, a reminder, folks, this Rewind Hardpoint, we saw it once already. I mean, we didn't see it. It was an off-stream matchup, but it was played once already between Offit and Canon basically blew Offit out of the water, I think, right? It was 150 points, more or less, was all that Offit were allowed. Is the same thing going to happen again? I have to stress, it really does feel like this is an important break point in the series. If Canon repeat history, I don't know how Offit respond.
I don't know, but you have to feel that if Offit were going to show any cards that kind of represent what this series can be, and if they can test Cannon in this Winners Round 2 match, it surely starts in this Rewind hardpoints, and Cannon have to know this, that you want to shoot out that cannon as fast and as strong as possible, and we are looking at this guy to really light the way, as he has been so fun to watch.
Yodak is the new kid on the block for a Cannon, and it feels like they've done the right thing, I think, picking him up, right? You have to make a replacement for Crusade. He cannot be here, so, well, you got to get somebody who's on Crusade's level. I think they might have found somebody that's even
This is
past
like
Crusade's
one of those
level.
situations.
Is that good?
Major 3 was it, where Toronto Ultra had Mercules, and Beans is sitting on the sidelines like, oh, whoa, wait a second.
Who stole my job? Like, Beans was like, oh, someone stole my job over here. Yeah, Yodak might well be Cannon's very own Mercules at this point in time. It's a phenomenal start to them as well. They managed to get 23 points off the first. Yodak is covering towards Electrical. So as far as Offit's transition in towards the rotation is concerned, they have been completely blocked out. And Cannon, well, they're on the right side of the map for that. Right, PT rotate.
He's absolutely spinning around. Big win for Flux, but still lots of work to be done, as Cannon shared a lot of time off that P1. And they have the better spawns for P2. So everybody's going to be grouping together for this break in through the front line. Nobody on the flank just yet. That's a chunky nade, and Hate in the back line going to continue to lay down the hurt.
Cannon just dominating right now. Offit, you have to get this team, this hill as a team, excuse me. Fluck goes in towards Elephant, and we'll take Yodak out of the play. Flanking play from Splurging now could potentially, at the very least, damage the hardpoint control here, and there we go, finally. Takes Hay out of the play. Spots on towards the second player. Slide out, not good enough for the kill. Through the front, they momentarily garner control of the hardpoint, but Yodak almost immediately pulls that away. Yodak is going for a very long flank here for all of 15 seconds. When the rotation is imperative, I don't know if that's the right play, but ultimately, Cannon do get a better look at that hard point.
Cannon are looking really good so far. A little bit of scrap time for Offit, but you have to look towards the rotation, as of course we can't really gauge the rotation without that mini-map, but you can see some of these X-rays are already going to be soaking up that time. Appa playing towards those new spawns. Offit setting themselves up for a solid chance at this P3.
And Offit have those back spawns. Flux on 4 in a row, going in towards this hard point. Here comes the slide out. Splurging will find Artie. Should be good for the contest now. Splurging's able to double up, and Flux over the top will find his 5th. So that is Offit. Now in towards these times, and they've got those back spawns as well, but Cannon wasting no time to fly back right towards the hard point. In they go. Artie and Argo double up. Trades from Wazd and Flux, and well, it is one player who survives. It's Cannon, who do have hill control.
Yeah, Cannon going to be getting the back end of this time. They also flip those spawns for new, so a transition from P3 to P4 could necessarily put an early nail in the coffin, one of many that is going to need to close out this map. But you can see over towards that new hill, Arrow Appa, a couple of kills, looking to dig his team away from this. But now that the wave has returned, Cannon just sweep it away.
All right, this is a pivotal moment here in this game. Cannon managed to break a hill that really should not have been theirs. Now all they got to do is watch the cross as Offit try to break back through to a hard point they felt should have been rightly theirs, but Flux will the only one find some value here. Arpa trying to get in towards the back line. That stun will connect, not just onto Yodak, I think actually connects on towards Argo, but Argo finds the kill anyway. And now you've got Artie inside the hard point, starting a streak out as well. He's got the Hellstorm missile in the back pocket, and you hit the 20-second mark, Seymour. I mean, look, Argo's down. There's a contest inside the hard point. TK comes through from Splurging. It's like, how much do you want to invest in this? You got to be careful that you don't end up inadvertently losing control of Rota.
And it's not even that. Like, you're getting the contest in, you're getting some chances, but you're never truly breaking. So look at the time that Cannon is getting off of this every single time. It's already winning those big, crucial one-on-ones to now have a 1 minute and 46 seconds of objective time heading into this P5. Offit are here first, but you need waves and waves of kills just to get a solid time out of this P5.
Offit have to hold, and they've already immediately got broken. RT now on 7 in a row over the top. It's a bodacious gunfight. He's going to have to throw that trophy down, and in doing so, the animation will stop him from taking Splurgy out of the play. Splurging for the jump shot, but surely weak for the trade here. Yodak or Argo should be able to take him down. Never mind. He hits the reset. So is ready. Has help, I imagine, from behind as well. Stunned up. Artie finds both of those players. And towards the hard point now, it's a white feed. Only Flux finds some value. Was goes in. On the other side, Arpa potentially to try and stop this one. Artie trying to get some value, and he won't be able to. So that could be scrap time, and it really should be ideally. Hate is there to make sure that doesn't happen, but ultimately, I think the headline here in Neon Flashing Lights is the same, regardless of what happens for the last few seconds off it. They are really struggling.
Yeah, they are. They need to start turning some of these kills into objective time and point holds. Argo, an interruption, but splurging together. It's with Arrow Appa, 6 kills in a row to start this new rotation off with some initial hill time. And you see it through the walls. A couple players from Cannon looking to overextend and flip this map out. Splurging's going to react to it, but can he stay alive? Big fight out. Challenges it, and that's a crucial win versus Argo.
That's 8 in a row now. Ooh, Splurging taking a row. I was going to say 8 in a row between Splurging and Arpa, but Splurging goes down. There goes Arpa as well. And all of a sudden, what like a positive moment here for Offit might well change into a negative one. Big 1 versus 1 for the Roto. Lodak didn't check the corner. Trade should be solid from Argo, and it will be. And now you're going to see Cannon really start to focus in for those back spawns. Argo just trying to make sure nobody gets near. TK from Yodak will hurt things here for Cannon. You look through the X-ray, you can see 3 players starting to approach Argo.
Yeah, this is going to be a moment where you have to fight this one fast and win all your battles. Into the hill you go. 4-0. Artie's going to call the Hellstorm, takes Hate down, but Yodak in a position to block those spawns, and he doesn't do it fully. You see the spawn up towards Garbage is going to be there for Offit. They turn around, they take down Yodak, and that should be able to turn their attention to the front line.
Yeah, W watching the cross there to make sure Yodak can't flip those spawns out, as you said. That's now back spawns locked here for Offit. Cannon starting to lose their grip on this game. Offit watching every single point of ingress in towards this hard point was now just pre-firing in towards blue. Argo. Again, there's a lot of team kills for Cannon, I'll say that much. Cannon feel like they're kind of throwing themselves at the hard point and trying to brute force their way through with kills. That's something we said that we were concerned about. And we talk about Offit getting back into this game. They were wholly out of the game at the end of the first set, but now they're only, and I'll say only with a bit of an asterisk, only 50 points behind. This has been a solid couple of hills for Offit.
Yeah, only one good hill, I'd say, away from bringing this one fully back. So that is great damage control coming out from Offit in that play. You get the break in the back, you shut down Yodak from flipping those spawns. The issue is now you have to look towards this P3, P4 rotation. You cannot let Cannon do what they did last time, and Cannon are really ahead of the fact that they do not want to lose these back spawns.
Artie gonna challenge for them. Splurging knows how important getting this kill is, and Woz does also. W team shots coming out from Offit there as they make sure that those spawns are locked in towards the time. Potentially trying to hold on. White kill feed here for the moment. Yodak going to try and hunker down. If they can get this back 30 seconds, it would be huge. You do ideally need to get towards the hard point if you're Offit, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to here. At the same time, it's that gamble, right? Do you invest into that time? Do you focus on the Roto? Well, Yodak looking to try and exploit that.
I don't know if they've got the information on this. Yodak has a chance, and they do. So Yodak goes down. And yeah, I was saying you need to contest that old hill, but instead doing so, you've allowed a wave to rotate for Cannon. So a couple crucial gunfights happening over towards that new hill. Argo trying to track down this last player in the backline, but at 2:16, you've really set yourself up for the win condition for Cannon. You hold this hill, you win the map.
And that was the gamble that I was talking about. How much to invest into scrap time. It's time you didn't want to give away. And now you don't have the rotation. Hate will unfortunately have to go to the pistol for the kill. So get shut down. But one last push out from Offit here to try and break through.
Only 13 seconds. Another wave of kills. I don't really see this being possible. It is just wave after wave of Cannon success. Through the kill feed, through the time, nobody in a position to really touch this hard point, and it is smooth sailing once again for Cannon on the rewind hard point. A little bit of an upgrade from yesterday. It's a 4-point difference as they hold Offit to 151.
It's just more or less the same thing. Again, neither you nor I got to see the game yesterday, so we can't talk about how it broke down, but I got to imagine it was something similar. Shout out to Offit, I will say, right? For making it a competitive game in the second set, it just took way too long to get to that point, and really, even then, it was only 2 hard points at which we actually saw Offit actually do anything of note. Cannon, on the other hand, just blowing them out of the water. And I got to give a lot of love to Artie. Not only goes 25 and 17, not only has 23 NTKs, but finishes with well over 2 minutes inside the hard point to that he's not just, going out and getting random kills across the map.
Oh.
Every single kill that he's making is a massive part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, what are we talking about? After that 4th rotation in the first set of hills, he had 1:46 of hill time. That is ridiculous stats from Artie. Not to mention that 7 spree he goes on. He gets the Hellstorm that ultimately leads to the break momentarily in that P2 hold. That offset we're looking at in the second set of hills. So Artie was going big in those moments, making so many impactful kills, bringing so much momentum to the pace that Cannon we're looking to set. But the real issue was those P3, P4 rotations for offense. I mean, you found yourself in great positions both times to have those back spawns, but both times you overstep your boundaries. You're not locking down those lanes. You're trying to contest for that hill time. Yeah, but you're doing it without taking the precautionary steps to allow you to do that justice. And you look into those situations both times. If you win those P4 rotations, you have a chance to tie that game. And we're probably looking at a different stat line in general for that scoreboard. But because you give it up, Cannon flip things out. And when you put Cannon into a situation where they can have those power positions in those long lines of sight, you saw how that scoreboard, how that kill feed was going. It was pretty much unbreakable.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. They understood the importance of getting the rotation. We know that as well, right? Because I think even before we got into the P3 on that final set, they made sure that the one player that had gone through to try and manipulate those spawns, they sent 2 players to deal with that one guy, right? And that just goes to show they knew what they were doing. It was just kind of unfortunate, I think, in the heat in the moment. Again, I mean, you calmed that they need to try and get some kind of pressure on towards a hard point because you can't really give the back 30 away in the position that they were. But again, that's the gamble that they made, and unfortunately, they lost that gamble.
I think this even kind of circles back to that whole conversation that we saw in that red card versus Eglin earlier today. You get outslayed yet again. This time, that slaying happens in more impactful positions, and the scoreline really represents what Eglin could have done if that macro was just a little bit better. Cannon put it on full display. They shoot a little bit straighter, and they have the positioning to back it up. So it's a really tough situation to find yourself in.
Well, it's worth saying they weren't perfect through that game. I think there might have been like 4 or 5 TKs from Cannon. So they're taking each other out. All you got to do is work off the back of those TKs and you'll be perfectly fine. We saw enough of them in game number 1, but not enough, evidently, to actually change the destiny, the fate of yourselves in that, because it is going to be a Cannon victory in the first map of this series. We talked about it being a big one. Let's show you guys how it looks then for the rest of this series, because Rewind Hardpoint, the rematch went more or less exactly the same way. Cannon come out on top. Hacienda Search and Destroy. This is where Offit need to change their fate. It is a different map than what was played in the last best of 5, so maybe that's going to help them.
But this is the map that we saw them play versus Eglin in the series just prior to this one. It went all the way to around 11. You nearly fumble the bag with that team kill on the bomb planter, but you still clutch up to win things out. It was really open to the mistakes to allow Eglin to have some chances, but I think the one big thing for Offit, and we heard it in the interview after, is that they were looking to make some changes from day 2 to day 3, and they watched the VOD. They looked a lot more open to adapting their plays throughout their search and destroy, and it did show at times with the fact that when you were watching the minimap, when you were watching their plays, Brody, it didn't look like they were doing the same thing twice in every single round. So the fact that they have strats now, they have a deeper book to look into, I think Offit should have some more chances to throw some wrenches at this Cannon team.
And that is a good way to take down a team that is just basically brute forcing their way through every single series that they're playing, right? I mean, like, you're just throwing some variety their way, try to maybe strategize around a team that just frankly can outslay you pretty much all of the time, is ultimately the way you need to play Search and Destroy against a roster like this. And it's important to try and win a game like Search and Destroy. It's the most strategic of the 3 that we have in Call of Duty. It's the one that has the deepest strategies. So I think for Offit, that's how you get into this series. But again, I have to say, if you lose this Search and Destroy, and I think crucially, if you lose it pretty convincingly, you're going to be in trouble, because Cannon are not the kind of roster to take a control lightly. And I'll be honest, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I can't see Cannon losing the control full stop. So for me, Offit, they have to win this Search and Destroy. I have to see some creativity off the bat. And you said it, looks like they've been working on that.
Yeah.
But is that actually going to play out when push comes to shove in this game?
That's the big question for Offit. We have to see them adjust. Starting on the offensive side, it looks like it's going to be a hit over towards A. We don't have the minimap, Brody, so it is going to be the X-rays that we have to look towards. Flux, first blood, traded immediately. Bomb going down, but look how fast Cannon are adapting.
You're unlucky there. Get shut down. Now it's just Anna Was. This is a bit of a peculiar position from Was. I will say that much. They might not necessarily expect this. If he's going to hurry up, he might be able to stop this defuse. Needs to do it real quick here. They're double stacked up as well. The shot's in. He stops the defuse again. Why would you ever expect that push coming from Well? They were looking towards top secret. That's the right call in the moment. But Was just going to outplay them with the unusual strategy.
Every day and yesterday, you retake that site, and it's going to be through dark. This time, I mean, you recognize where that bomb was planted for. It wasn't planted for the window. Wast knew that. He had the opportunity to make the route, and he chose the right one to go to. What a play from Waz, an important one as well to clutch up a major 1v2. That was something that we didn't really see versus that Eggland game, because Offit, every single time they won, it was pretty handedly. The clutches, that was Eggland's side. So the fact that Offit come out, win a big one there, that's huge for Waz.
Artie. Full sending it down the middle of the map. Oh my god, no way. No way. I know that the Jackal can do ridiculous things, and well, that would look like it was going to be an even more ridiculous thing than we normally expect from that thing for an Artie's hand. So, doesn't matter. They get the kills. Cannon now looking to accentuate their advantage by getting the rock down over it by A. And that's going to send Offit here flying across the map to try and get to the site.
2v3, bomb down, post plant for Cannon. Can you clutch up yet again? Splurging, looking to represent those Gooners. So let's see if he can get it done here. Can you read Artie, though? That's the big question. Drop on down. He takes the shot. First one's going to be good. You know Splurging is there. Everybody collapses. And that is going to be a simple round to put away for Cannon.
Okay, rewind time. You're talking about Arsenal, right?
Huh?
You're talking about Arsenal, right?
What do you mean?
You said Gooners.
Did you not watch the interview that we saw from Splurging?
I'll be honest, mate. I was running back to my PC. I'm just gonna leave that be for a second. We'll refer back to that in just a second.
This guy doesn't watch the interviews.
Well, listen, buddy. I have a big television downstairs that I'm watching the games on. If you want me to be ready to get back to my cast, I gotta turn that TV off and go run back to my PC. You gotta miss something sometimes. Anyway, I created my own personal green room downstairs. It's great. It's just that the office gets hot sometimes. You gotta be outside. Anyway, regardless. It's great. Anyway, Cannon on the defense here. Have to stop this attack on towards B. Goes down, and now this doesn't look so hot here. Splurgeon might well trade things back, but the problem is you've got one player on the flank coming through the middle of the map.
First blood. Followed up by a second one, too, for Offit to keep those numbers to Cannon. And they're going to fully disengage from this one. Artie's getting so much information, pushing them back, and look at Yodak. He is already rotating for the flank.
Yodak. Oh, it does get lucky with it. That's unfortunate. Isn't going to respect the second player, so the comm's never made to RT, but you've got Hate watching that cross, and he will have just had the info that Splurgeon ran right by. So they should be able to adapt here as to where Splurgeon goes, and it's going to be the wraparound through Office. Hate gives himself away, but again, it's not Hate that has to make the move here. It is Splurgeon with the bomb. He's going to run right into the middle of the map, and you've got Yodak there to watch it. So Cannon able to trade rounds here.
They can't get it done for back-to-back. After a clutch doesn't go their way, this could have easily been a 3-0 if not for Waz. So you look to the rest of the team for Offit to start to figure out how to get those first bloods, play your life, and anticipate the pacing that Cannon is throwing at you. That's something that is going to be important versus this team, because I think for Offit, you expect your opponent to be making those mistakes. Cannon will not. So throughout these next couple rounds, you really have to be on your ball for trying to hold your life and draw that first blood out, and you definitely need Flux and Arrow Appa to start to step up.
And we talk about the importance of this search and destroy over and over again. You have to have this if you're Offit. And they don't really do that much in way of stopping the bomb from going down here. I'm kind of surprised. They're a little bit late on the reaction. I think the play might be to try and send players back on the flank here through the middle of the map. The problem is they don't expect Argo. Argo gets out of position, but his job is done. He scared these Offit players off.
Yeah, I mean, you get that first blood loss again. And now you look towards Arrow Appa to start to make this play, laying down prone. Shots out, he gives himself out. Flux is going to bring this into a 3 versus 3. Now a 3 versus 2. Hops the defuse immediately into the rest of the team. Turn up to assist him. No, they don't. Artie just rips his way back through.
I mean, the defense line was there, right? I mean, it's a good comm from Flux to jump on the bomb, and you even had a teammate watching over you. The problem is, Artie is the problem. Appa is there. He is watching his teammate. It just does not matter, though, when Artie is shredding the way he is. After that round, 7-2 performance for him. A beautiful play, and it's those kind of plays that can totally destroy your mental, because it really feels like, hey, we've got to play, we might finally get another round on the board, we might be able to tie us up at 2 for 2, and then Artie just blows the whole thing up. So, just unfortunate. It happens sometimes. Off it again, now on offense. Let's see if they do something different.
And it's still donut for Arrow Appa. You saw Flux had a big round there. Could have used that extra firepower, and Flux is looking to make a play yet again, right through middle. First blood for Hate, traded. And now Flux is looking to go rogue. Arrow Appa is going to find his first kill of the map. And on the other side, you can see flank on flank. 2 versus 2. Artie strikes for his 5th in a row. Now you look at Offit to dig deep to put this one away. Both of your best players are alive.
And they're just unsure what to do. Shots out. That's going to give the information here to Flux that he should be able to get one player. Argo also on the hunt for another one. And yep, there goes Flux. You know where the last player is. This should be an easy peasy lemon squeezy round. Was softened up. And you got to imagine Artie is ready for it. Did he not see him? Artie has no idea. They've just passed yourself like 2 ships in a night.
Oh my god. He's just going to keep running. Argo, taste of your own medicine. The hunter becomes the hunted. And I love this call, but 30 seconds left. At some point, Was is going to have to make the play. And Artie, he knows the bomb is down.
Yeah, Artie doesn't need to make the first move here. Did Was hear him? Did he hear him? Okay, never mind. Doesn't matter. Even if he's not got the time, he's going to have to choose a bomb site. And Artie has also chosen the same one. This should be an easy kill. Artie, no! Oh, no!
Cover your eyes, folks. The spaghetti's all over the floor. That is disgusting.
Oh, Artie. I think you've got to go on the naughty step after that one, mate. That's awful. How does that even happen? Artie's probably laughing about it, but... man, that is wild. I just didn't think the jump out of the window was even necessary, let alone the slide at the end to miss all the shots. Man, that is tough. Fair play to Was, though, for actually having the shots to win that gunfight. That's one that they will probably not be very happy with.
Oh, my God.
Our C-Cars come out here for Cannon off the rip to try and get some information. Well, if it's information they wanted, they've got it, but they don't have the man advantage. They tried to play a little bit of smoke and mirrors around the B-bomb site with those RC cars by sending players towards A, but they got found out.
I just had to go rinse my mouth to get the taste out of it. That was gross to watch, but it seems like Offit are not really giving up on the opportunity that was given to them for that clutch that we just witnessed. 4 versus 2, now a 4 versus 1. So off of the back of that clutch, Offit have reignited their passion for the search and destroy, and they've tied us up in the map. Whether or not Cannon are maybe just a little bit rattled or not, this is a big moment for Offit.
Oh, extra bullets in the body as well from Flux. Yeah, Offit are definitely right on the high of that 1 versus 1 for sure. And you know what? Fair play to Cannon, right? Look, they tried something. They had a strategy in that round. They used some of their utility in the RC cars to actually make some moves forward, but they just got found out. Offit called their bluff, and it worked out perfectly. So, Cannon in towards this round now. Need a hearty response. Nade over the top should connect. Try and make one player weak. Yep, Flak Jacket will go for the save, but that's the information Cannon need off the rip here. They know this bomb is now moving towards A.
Rappa has to play his life. Early reaction from Cannon is going to pick up the pace to see if you can get behind this play. Argo surrounded. Ooh. Lovely stuff out of Offit. The teamwork, it's showing and reflects in the actions that we see even now. The call to rotate to B. This is so smart. Hate has no idea.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? Why not do it at this point? You've even left one player to watch the cross as well. Splurgy might well find perfectly. Oh, yeah, there it is. Perfect call from Splurgeon. I absolutely love that play call there from Off It, right? You have a man advantage. And I think it's so easy in that situation to be like, look, we've already got site control. Let's just get the rock down. The problem is, of course, there's so many different points of entry in towards that A site that it's very easy with timing to just lose the bomb partner and the round to fall away from you. So, like, look, the B-bomb site, it's a lot more secure. Let's just rotate away while we know they can and just kind of immediately escape, leaving Splurging behind on the cross. It's a perfect play call from Off It. And Cannon now, it's 3 rounds going against them in a row. They are really on the struggle bus now.
3 rounds to look forward to what Off It can do with the rest of this game. Hacienda has been kind to them today. Can it be kinder? Splurging for the first blood. He gets away right into the shadows like he was never there. And what's the reaction? This is a bait play for that bomb to get planted towards A. All the attention is on P2, but it is a diversion.
All right, Cannon. Man disadvantage. Artie trying to play his life. He does barely get away. But he has been weakened. They know where to hit now. It's going to be all of this pressure through you. On the other side, Artie tries to escape, runs right into a couple of players, but the pressure still coming through Dark, by the way. And on the outside of the fences, Argo is here ready to meet that pressure. 1-for-1 trade. All comes down to Hate now, and you just got to stay up top in secret and play for time. Jumping on the defuse is a hell of a play call, and Hate will take that one for free.
It's not a good usage of the extra time that you did have. 17 seconds. You did not have to jump the gun, but I guess in a call that, you know, for Hate, maybe he gets that kill and full wraps through patio or tries to hit through spiral or maybe go back down through you. But in any veteran call, once you have that position towards the top of Dark, you do not have to leave it, especially when the bomb's planted for you. So that's perfect. I mean, the call for the diversion on the P2 push, I love it so much. You know the reactions have been very fast from both sides of the field. You take advantage of it, and that allows for the players who are sitting behind in P2 to then catch some timings on the transition in a little bit of a panic, and they do that perfectly.
Man. Wild search and destroy. Hate takes that all day long.
Splurgeon's got through. He might be looking for a flank fast.
Yeah. I'm just going to slow up here for a second. Here we go. Finey's going to go off. And I think that is just a kind of reaction to losing your players on the bomb site. He still is absolutely the key to this round. He's going to be able to take Hate for free. And there you go. But at the same time, Woz needs to be careful of the shark in the water that is Argo.
Bomb is down. That's a bigger problem. So for Cannon, you just shoulder to shoulder, play a corner, and eventually Off It are going to walk into this trap that is being set. But we've seen a lot of clutches come out of Woz. Splurging 7 and 6. He is right there alongside him in terms of the slang. Fancy for the first bloods. Can he find more? And I guess now you know Artie's there. I don't know what that is, but he is making the play.
He's very dead. Oh, that's unfortunate for Argo. You now know where Artie is, so you can get the bomb down perfectly free here. You know that there's... Wait. Artie! Oh, the slide back! Artie dead to right, and it is just the fact that Artie takes those shots, right? If he doesn't take those shots, he doesn't alert Off It as to where he is, and they're able to get him on the exit. Of course, it is also unfortunate that Argo gets the timing that he does, but good read on towards the player there from Splurgeon, just making sure that he was watching the only possible other place that the opponent could have come from. Excuse me. Just perfect play from Off It. They are just 1 round away from tying up this series.
What have we learned, Brody? We've learned that when it comes to the clutch, Off It are always there. Woz 11 and 4, Splurging 8 and 2. Both players on 2 in a row, but they want to put this one away in 10. They don't want this to go to 11. It's going to be a bang out at B.
Here we go. Oh, Off It there to meet. Split. Oh, man, that's so unfortunate. You've just lost Argo in the play. Mate, it's, look, the TK was going to happen at some point. The RC car from Woz makes it even worse. Hate clutched up a 1 versus 2 earlier. Now, can he do a 1v3?
Yeah, it would be monumental. Surely this is not something that you let out of your grasp. And how do you read this corner? The fact is, you just don't. It's an impossible one to get through. Off It 6-4 have handed a loss over towards this Cannon side in the Hacienda S&D, and they make this one interesting.
just that 3 rounds in a row. It really felt like Offit caught some wind early on. I was really concerned, I'll be honest. When Cannon were 3-1 up, I was like, oh god, this is where they really start to catch fire in this game. But as soon as Offit started bouncing back in that search and destroy, it really did feel like they knew exactly what they were doing, just playing well as a team. Here's a look back at what was a wild S&D, and it started off in kind of a wild fashion as well, right? Cannon, it felt like a lot of the time they had the right strategies. It's just that Offit had equally good responses to what Cannon were laying down on the table.
I mean, Waz was ice cold too. There were so many clutches that Offit should not have won, but they did. And we're about to see one of them right here with Waz in the 1 versus 1. This should have never happened. That moment is like watching Infinity War for the first time and seeing Doctor Strange put the 1 up in the air. Like, this is that one verse that we make the comeback happen. And Offit, they do just that across the board. Cannon were throwing different variations of their attacks for sure, but you know, Offit, off of that momentum that they got, Splurging started to get handed in those first bloods, and that activity that we saw from the rest of the team really managed to draw them right into this series. Oppo was finding some kills, Flux was finding kills, going for the flanks as well, and Splurging was looking way more comfortable than what we saw in our series yesterday versus Cannon. So for this story where we look at Offit versus Cannon, we thought this was going to be the same thing, 3-0 sweep. Offit, they come out with different plans. 1-1 we go. How far can they push this Cannon team?
Yeah, our predictions are officially in the bin, Seymour. We now have a series on our hands, and I couldn't have been happier. Offit are now in the game. It feels like the momentum has swung back in their favor. Next up, we've got a control swing game in the series. I said that Search and Destroy was important for Offit to win for this very reason, because Cannon are control demons. This is going to be difficult for them to win. We'll see whether or not they can win it, but first of all, we're going to take a quick break. On the other side, we've got control. Don't go far, folks. We'll be back in just a moment.
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the DAF Esports World Championships. We're currently 1-1 between Cannon and Offit. Our predictions are in the bin, but as we said, that's a great thing because it means we've actually got a series on our hands, and it's not our, no, not 3-0. It's our first non-3-0 of the day, which is very, very exciting. Not so exciting for Cannon, though, Seymour, because in that last search and destroy, things did not go so well for them. Specifically, Artie, things did not go well for him.
Yeah, whether or not that was them just being a little bit rattled from that turn-on that Artie had to deal with, which is probably one of the nastiest turn-ons I've seen in a very long time. Casting, you know, actually watching the game, you see quite a few at the top level, but just in general, I think that you had the bed shaken after that clutch, and it reignited some passion for the rest of the team. They started to step up, not just in slaying, but in staying alive, making those plays, being actually a little bit more micro in their play style, which really influxed their ability to make those big plays on the map. And for this team going into the control, it's going to be difficult to keep that pace back into the respawn. That's where they've struggled the most, if I was going to say, for Offit. But we look back to the series prior to this one, this is where Arrow Appa really stepped up in terms of slaying. Can he be that same powerhouse going into a vault control versus Cannon? I sure hope so.
Yeah, for sure. Here's my big thing, though. Here's my big stress. Cannon are very good at control, right? We've seen this before. Cannon looked awesome in control pretty much every single time that we've seen them in this mode. And it's because of their willingness to jump on the objective. This is something we talked about, I think, you know, back in map number 1. And it's a big reason why they were able to win a Rewind Hardpoint in the fashion that they did. It's the fact that they are so damn good at, all right, cool, recognizing an opportunity. We're going to take that opportunity to move forward into the game. And it's, you know, I think it's a good example of that was like, what, the P3 to P4 rotation we talk about, the one that basically won them the game. They're an objective-orientated team, right? So they're like, all right, cool, we know that the way we're going to win this game is by fully focusing on making sure we've got the right side of the map for the next hardpoint. That will win us the game, and they're able to get that as a team, and I think that's what makes them such a scary control team as well. You know, they know how to get control of the map, and I think that's something that Offit really want to put off straight into round number 1. I don't know how you're going to deal with that.
I don't know how you're going to deal with that just in general. I think that when we made the comparison towards Cannon going into this game versus Offit, the big difference was the amount of sheer knowledge and power that this Cannon team does have. These players play the game quite a bit. They know it the in and out. They play it outside of just the DAF Gaming League for the Air Force or the Space Force, and I think that alone is going to make this Cannon team a lot better than some other teams that we do have in this tournament. And for Offit, yeah, I mean, it's a great run that you have, and this is a team that can really show up and make some waves like we saw in that Search and Destroy. But when you take away the ability to use your brain to flex that brawn, and you have to look towards, you know, slaying and outslaying your opponent, that's where I get worried about this Offit team. Going into a control, you have to play your life for sure and make sure that you're getting that objective. But the slaying is such a key factor in this game mode, Brody, that you can be set in the spawn trap instantly if you're Offit, if you take one wrong move. And this Cannon team, they're so fast, they put so much pressure on you in those choke points. It's going to be tough for Offit to get through these respawns, let alone 2 respawns in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, if we're kind of talking about the whole series, they just need to steal one to force that game number 5, and maybe Offit have a chance. I mean, to be fair, maybe we're completely wrong, and Cannon can come out here and completely fall flat in the control. Who knows? Honestly, we're about to see, though, off the start of this one, Offit starting to get the kills in their favor already. They were keeping an eagle eye on the jump up from down low. The one player that was down there, though, has now tried to reposition for a flank through lights. Nobody is looking in that direction. Artie able to find one. It is a triple stack through, though, so you got to do this quickly, and that's the good jump down from Artie. Hate finds 2 as well, and there is 2 ticks through, but they finally stop the bleeding.
Yeah, 3 go down. Waz, he's going to punch a hole through that immediate spawn trap that was looking to be set, but when one topples, R goes there to stunt this push over towards that B zone. Second segment's going to be captured, so you'd think that this team would make the wrap back over towards A, but Height's going to be back on the flank. That's going to draw some eyes to the flank.
Yeah, they can't jump on the point because of the fact that Hate is behind enemy lines, so you need to deal with him before you move forward. You don't know where Hate has gone now as well, and now you're starting to deal with more players pushed up. But one of those players was Yodak. He's been taken out of the play, as has Artie, so now Offit can start to move towards the point. Hate needs to get involved here. Good for the first. Spots a second up top, sliding out. Going to play their life because you know you're good. There's another player on the flank from your team. It's Argo this time. Good for the first. Slide out almost takes Appa out of the play. And now off it, looking to try and get the zone through. Hate next up to bat to try and stop this one. He's not able to. RT on the jump bits, just traded out. Nicely done from Splurging. Yodak's not going to stop that, and that's the point.
This is something we saw back in that red card. In our matchup versus Eglin off it, they just hit a different level sometimes. It was Flux who was snapping with that sub, but Splurging can do it too, as we see. Appa, he's going to hop over towards B, see how much damage can be done, and a couple of kills, definitely going to shake things up, but there's still a lot more to worry about, i.e. Yodak on the flank. He goes down. It's all eyes forward now for off it.
You've got the players. You've got Cannon pushed all the way back here.
Oh my goodness.
Cautious. Oh, gets beamed by Wazd. And that could be the death knell here on this one. I talked about Cannon being phenomenal at control. Offer showcasing how good they are right now. Second tick through. The stack is in. 2 kills now. Slide out on the side from RT. And they barely survive. But that's the second time that Offer have done that. They just get a burst of energy. They stack the point. And it's 2 ticks through.
But now is not the time to get ahead of yourself. 8 lives playing 8 lives. Still 53 seconds. This is very losable if you're off it. So you have to pump the brakes, see how you can unravel this, and look to dissect these kills one by one.
Starting strong. Trying to hold the line right now. You lose one player by Cat. And you got to remember that every single player that you lose here, Cannon will need to send a new player coming off spawn to try and pick up that lane towards the point. 1 versus 1 going down. Hate has to survive because now you've lost your teammates through the middle of the map. And he's been peppered up from a multitude of angles. Hate, can he find any value here? No. Shut down. It's tentative. Argo sliding out to try and hold this one. It's players towards the point. Argo doubles up. Flux will survive though. Got to get the point, and it's a flanking play from RT that holds it. 2 versus 2.
2v2. Like I said, this is losable. Even though you're having those chances, it's scrappy. 11 seconds. Last chance.
RT pushed forward. It's a position that they were at least temporarily looking at. He's good for the first. And nice teamwork as well for the second to come through. It's that little change of positioning from RT that throws off it off enough. They will not win that round, but by gosh, did they really work their butts off to do so. It was phenomenal offensive play from them.
Yeah, that really was the best that we could see out of Cannon to really clutch that one up. I thought for a second you're thinking if you're Cannon, all right, let's just run to the zone, use these 3 lives to at least stop that last segment from getting captured, but it's Argo for the double kill that stops all the pressure, takes them away, and brings it into a 2v2 chance. And like you said, Artie's reposition, 200 IQ coming out from one of the vets on the side of Cannon. Off it, I pushed them to the edge. That is very exciting in terms of what to expect for the remainder of this control, but you have to be thinking if this map goes away, that chance that you just gave up.
It's a brilliant start from off it, I will say that much, right? I mean, you fairly clean every single player. Yeah, you totally clean everybody. Not a single kill going the way Cannon at the start of this round, so it is a perfect start for off it. Only one player is going to slip the net. That's RT. His attempt here is going to be trying to draw all of these players back while Cannon move forward out of their spawn. Argo's also found the perfect route to help out his teammate here. Are you going to check RT close up? No, you don't. Catches Splurging off guard, and RT follows up with another one. The nade flies past for the car bomb. That's a problem Cannon no longer have to worry about, but there is a nade over the top that will take RT out of the play. Argo trying to play his knife. Coverage is good. Argo slowly getting that capture through.
It's double progress on both sides. It's slow, but it's progress nonetheless. That's going to cause a lot of panic on the side of off it. How do they deal with it? Flux finds a double kill. That's going to stunt the progress over towards A. Still have to deal with Argo at this B zone. The second player gets there. It's captured. It's a little taste of your own medicine from what we saw off it due to Cannon, or off it due to Eglin in the series prior. Now a double stack to A. Somebody's got to get here.
2 stack on. Wastrom up top, put some shots towards Yodak, shots in towards Hate as well. The pistol not good enough to close on out. You got to get on towards the point, and he gets the kill from behind. Yodak's going to be with the trophy system, takes him out of the play. Fortunately enough, Splurgeon and Arpa are there, so they will stop the capture, but Cannon haven't been cleared. RT now looking to clear some more space. I'm kind of surprised he didn't jump onto the point, but little flanking play from Hate. That should do it. That's all 4 players down. And again, Cannon are no team to mess around. They jump on the point, and they win it. I mean, you have to give so much love to Argo for that round because he was solo capping B for 90% of the progress made on that point. He had help, but you still got to give him his flowers. That might well have been player of the game.
Yeah, Argo for sure. Artie as well. He's the first one to make it out of that spawn trap, get over towards that B zone, draw some of the attention. It's the exact same that Offit did to Eglin earlier on. When Eglin have you in the spawn trap, you make the overextension over towards B. You get that chance to at least cause a little bit of panic on the side of the defenders. And as soon as you do, the players off spawn, shooting the players, trying to rotate back inside of that middle portion. And that is just creating such distress from Offit in that round cannon. It is methodical madness in this map mode combo. And for Offit, like I said, you look back to that round 1 and you think that is the round that might define this map.
Yep, Argo. We'll move forward. Cannon, I don't think having such a slow start to this round comparatively to what happened before. One player around lights wants to make sure no players get behind enemy lines, and he's right to do so. We'll clear Yodak before now starting to make some move forwards. The problem is that Cannon are very good at being annoying. If Hate goes down, RT should be there for the trade that will reposition out of him. Should be good to catch Upper off guard. Upper actually somehow wins that fight, and oh, okay, RT going to channel his inner James Bond there for the play. Bit of a Max Payne, I think, if anything, actually, but still, Cannon, they get the kills. They are good for the moment. Offit haven't even had a look at any of these points just yet.
30 seconds left. 25 lives still for Cannon. Feeling good to put this one away. Somebody is going to have to make a play towards the objective, but even when you do, Hate's going to rip you off those headies. And this one, it just looks like it's cooked, thrown out the bin, out the window. Doesn't matter. Cannon are just all over it.
That's 3 down. 1 last chance, and Arpa has to waste some time to hit the regen. He's not going to be even afforded that, as Cannon look like they might have done this. Players pushed forward off it. They will regret nothing more than that first round play where they looked absolutely phenomenal. Their best chance in that control, and it was taken right out from under their noses. Cannon, you have to give them props though. Their offense was beautiful. That clutch in round number 1 was beautiful. And well, round number 3, that was a pretty much perfect defense from them.
It's rounds like what we just saw for why we regard Cannon in the light that we do. Hero plays from Artie, hero plays from Argo, Yodak on the flank constantly, and Hate trying to do his best to keep that flank up as well, but not always paying off to the same value. You look across the board, it's not the flashiest scoreboard for Cannon. It's not like they were dominating through this map, but in those clutch scenarios, a player went big, and they never gave that up. They never took it for granted. Even at round number 1, as soon as Offit had you in the blender, Argo makes the play. He gets the double kill like you just saw. Artie has a chance to get there to assist. They stop that third capture. They bring it into the 2v2, and they never truly let Offit fully stack that zone. It keeps the round going as long as possible. It gives them a chance to bounce back, and when you put Cannon in a respawn in a clutch moment, they're not going to let go of that situation. Unlike the search and destroys, and you look at the difference from map 2 into map 3, Cannon get their get back in that one. That is revenge through and through for all the clutches that didn't go their way.
Yep. I want to give some love to Argo, man, for that. I really do have to. I think if we're going to call out any individual, I think you commented it perfectly right. I mean, there isn't one player that's doing anything wild in the kill department. Everybody was doing everything they needed to.
Just Argo did it twice.
And it's just the fact that Argo made the play in round 2 that he did. I think it's just a phenomenal play again. He draws the attention away of the opposition. They were in a spawn trap at that point. Argo finds the perfect route through Vault side to get towards B and draw the entire attention of the team away. And yes, he had help. Yes, he had teammates watching spawn. Maybe there are players get towards a point, but still, the fact that Argo was able to play his life perfectly. I think it was win 3 crucial gunfights on the point or something to that effect. He is maybe not the sole reason they win that round, but I don't think they would have done it without that play. And so Argo deserves a huge pat on the back for what was otherwise a phenomenal play. So beautiful control from Cannon. That clutch up in round number 1, followed by a excellent offense and then a perfect defense in rounds number 2 and 3, respectively. Net them a 3-0 victory. That is the bounce back that they needed. Let's take a look at the map set to show you guys where we are going next and what that has done to the best of 5. I think you're starting to feel a little bit shaky, not gonna lie, if you are off it in this, because they got decimated in map number 1. That was a hard point, and that's where we're going next.
Yeah, they got decimated in terms of the scoreline, but you think about some key moments in that hard point that you definitely can rewrite those mistakes going into this Hacienda hardpoint. A lot of it came down to those rotations, making sure that you're getting that full setup. In Hacienda, I'm not going to say it's like a lot easier, but it is easier to get those rotations on Hasi than it is on the rewind hardpoints. Getting that set up, getting those rotations in your bag, and you think about P2, you think about P4, two hills that are definitely very holdable for a good chunk of time if you beat your opponent there. P3, it's a very breakable hill at the same time, so you think about it's different in the way that you look at a Hacienda to the rewinds. And the one thing that I think Offit could have used adjustment for was their setups when they did get to the new hill, and that thing fell apart because of rewinds going to force you into a situation where you want to go to ult to contest, but you can't always make that move, and with how big it is, it's easy to miss a player hitting through those lanes. Hacienda, the one thing that really sets it apart is it is very straightforward for the lanes that you have to hold, very easy to watch flanking plays, very easy to set up on those rotations, and P2, P4, you could get a lot of time because of that.
Yeah, I do think it's situational, right? You know, again, I think it's worth saying, you know, I used the term decimated, and you're right, it's not in the kills department. It's not like they massively outslayed their opposition. They did outslay them, but it wasn't like, you know, they totally weren't in the game. It was just a few decisions back in game number 1 that split the difference between the two teams. So
it's where the
I think that's
happens.
what. Yeah, exactly, right? It's just, it legitimately is just a situational thing that I think Offit can fix. I don't think this being hardpoint necessarily is the end of the world for Offit, but again, I think, you know, we're drawing the narrative here that they want to try and steal away one of the respawns to force a game number 5, because that is, at the very least, regarding Hacienda Search and Destroy, where they look the most comfortable. Can they do that look? I think Offit, they've looked phenomenal in this series. They managed to steal away the map number 2. They just need to steal away another one. I think they can do it.
Job's not done. That's the big kicker right now for both sides. So you go into this Hacienda hardpoint, can Offit force a map 5? And if they do they have a chance to take both S&Ds away from this Cannon team? It just comes down to that one respawn. Watt is going to kick things off with a kill. That gets Flux in towards this hard point. A little bit of time to open up for Offit, but Cannon starting to slay out, starting to flip the map.
All right. Starting to push up already is going to be Offit. Looking to try and get the spawns in their control for P2. Unfortunately, they do lose a couple of the gunfights over by P2 spawns, but it doesn't really matter. You could see the players spawning in by Garage through the X-ray. So Offit have done that what they wanted. They've got control of P2. But they are giving away some time right now on P1. Flux starts to realize it, so sends himself towards bottom lobby to pick up the kill against Hate. Elsewhere, Splurgeon will pick 2 up. And again, it's worth saying, that wasn't the one player that was soaking up at that time. That was Artie. They finally remove him. And now we can start to see Cannon move forward. They want to try and break the spawns. This is so difficult to do that.
This is where you recognize the ability to lock down these P2 rotations. Appa already here just has to deal with the oncoming onslaught of players that is in front of him. 3 players in the challenge on the flank. Flux, he's going to deal with at least one more, so 2 remaining in the back line to worry about. Arco trying his best to stay alive, but so much to do to force these spawns away, and you just haven't fully been able to do it, but you do force the split spawn, so it's a little bit all over the place. Unfortunately for you, Cannon, it's all for naught. Wasp goes big, and they hold on.
Yeah, that 2 piece from Wasp does everything. Alleviates enough pressure that Arpa can find the last kill. Still, though, back spawns are still locked in for Cannon, so you've got to question whether or not Arpa is long for this world, and he is not. In towards the hard point, Yodak still work to do. Back spawns here, splits, as is always the case for P2, means that Offit will garner control, and things looking pretty good early on in this hard point for Offit. They've had the good rotation over towards P2. They hold it for the majority of time. And I look towards that rotation. You can already see blue players through the X-ray on the next hard point. Surely Cannon don't lose this roto.
You can see the brain really showing for this Offit team. It's a lot less complex than a rewind. So you get those rotations, you get those setups at P2, and you see a 50-point lead because of it. Going to P3. Good slaying from Cannon. This is the breakable hill that we were talking about, and Cannon do just that off the starting time for the initial 3. Go down yet again. You're going to flip those spawns towards arches. You're going to have to set up, and this is where you can fight back and retaliate.
Cannon needs to hold. Contest through the other side of the fences. Yodak will come off the spawn and remove that player from the hill, so Cannon can start accumulating time once more. Flanking play, though, I believe, coming through office before long. We want to be cautious about that, yet you can see Splurgeon starts to make the move forward. Argo almost immediately picks it up, but you got to be careful. Another player still hitting that kill is going to be Arpert. And, well, you really don't want to lose this time if possible, because it's going to put you within touching distance of the next hardpoint. Still, in focusing so much on that old hardpoint, you have left the rotation once again to Offit. The only player closer to anything was Artie, and he is removed. So Offit, once again, first unit to touch. Let's see what time they can get.
And Yodak's going to be able to play. He's in flanking 7 in a row. How close to the Hellstorm are we going to see him? As it is going to be a break immediately for Cannon. They're in 73 playing 58. Only a moment of time before Cannon can see this lead change, and you're just moments away from getting this Hellstorm for Yodak.
All right, Yodak, 7 in a row. Would be big for Cannon to get, if he can get it. He gets shut down before he does, I believe. So no Hellstorm missile for you. He got it? All right, cool. We're all good then. Hate now moving forward to get another streak of his own. If there could be a Hellstorm missile and then another one for Hate as well, that is absolutely everything. Cannon really starting to heat up here, and this has been the first real solid look we've seen from them all game long. I think they've been kind of streaky so far in this game. They did manage to get the back 30 to 40 control of fences, but outside of that, we hadn't really seen anything from them. So for them to get the majority of time off that kill, that's real important.
Waz is so good. 3 down again. Looking for a little bit of time in this P1. Down by 6. Still in the runnings is off it. And you don't want to panic just yet. Do the same thing that you did in the first set of rotations. Focus on making sure you're not letting anybody from Cannon slip through these outer lanes. Lock down these back spawns for P2. And that's where you can see this lead grow yet again. While you're doing that, Cannon, they are going to force some fights towards the back. And you can see some players already behind them. It's Hate.
Too early can do anything. Argo still over by ult. 20 seconds worth fighting for. Offit no, though. There might be people hanging around. Hate will reveal his position. You know they need to focus on it. Hate, keep your head down. Wasp puts a lot of shots into Kim. He should hit the regen here, especially as his teammates have done their job. Hate has played his life perfectly. And now you've got those back spawns on lock. This is something Offit really benefited from last time around. They got a full 60 more or less on this hard point. Cannon look like they want to flip the script as we get towards this hill. Every single point of entry is being watched. And I really thought for a second there that we've DC'd.
I think we have.
I think we have.
I think
we have.
I think the server is
broken.
broken.
Boy. Oh, come on. Man,
I'm just wondering.
I can't even make a PlayStation joke
at
the moment.
Well, bring me back to 2016. I'm watching the Mannequin Challenge on Hacienda. Nobody's moving an inch on that map. So, yeah, I mean, we don't know what to tell you guys. I actually have never seen that happen before. That is new for me.
Usually when I see that, it's normally an observer disconnect. So I hope that that's not an observer disconnect.
It looks like
Usually
the
when
whole
something like
server
that happens,
crashed.
Yeah. Oh, it's update time, baby! Let's go!
Okay.
It's time. You'll love to see it. It could. We probably shouldn't have said that on stream yet. I don't know if that's actually correct. That was an opinion. We don't know that for a fact yet. But it is time for the update. So we'll see you guys in an hour.
Yeah,
I know how this is gonna go.
I
know.
You know what? I think that this is a really good time for us to just take a technical break to figure out what is going on behind the scenes. So we're gonna throw it to a break, figure out what's happening in Florida. We'll be back hopefully soon with what's going on at the Worlds.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the DAF Esports World Championships. It's been too long since, I was going to say I saw your faces, but you saw our faces on broadcast. We've had our issues resolved. Of course, it being the start of a new season of Call of Duty, an update went out in the middle of the game, and that caused our games to freeze. And so we had to have everyone update their games, including all production side and all that business. But we are almost there. So, before we get into game number 5, which is just mere moments away, it's rewind time. Let's run it back here for just a second and talk about how the series has gone so far, and crucially update you on what the hell happened in map number 4. Map number 4 was played off stream, as our observer was unfortunately not able to get into the game in time, and it was an off-it victory that's sending us to a game number 5.
Yeah, we had a WASD and Appa masterclass on the Hacienda. As we expect from Map 4's, Appa turns up alongside the main slayer of the team. Appa went 28-18 with 23 non-traded. What I would do to be a fly on the wall inside of Hacienda while that was going on. But you look at the other side for Cannon, they slowed down in that game. I'm not sure if it has to do with the reset. You know, it's definitely a mental thing that you have to deal with. The fact that you get in, you're locked into a game, you're ripped right out of that tension. You have to wait for those updates, then you go back in. A little bit disjointed, but for Cannon, they go in, they come in flat to that game number 4. Argo goes 10-27, Hate 19-27.
Yeah.
So score lines that you don't really expect from two players from Cannon Air Force Base. But because of that, we get a game 5. And for you and I, our predictions, they couldn't have been further from the truth.
Yeah, you know what? I was very confident in the 3-0. I was actually in the last series. I was so not confident. I was like, yeah, maybe this is going to go to like a game 5 or something like that. And then it turned out, yeah, okay, it was the 3-0 was the prediction. I just kind of threw it at the wall and hoping it stuck. And I got it right. This one, however, yeah, 3-0, absolutely freaking not, mate. I'm so glad that we are wrong. We have a game 5 on our hands between these two teams. Rewind, Search, and Destroy is going to decide whether or not... I would argue, if Offit win this, it would be the first real upset that actually matters as well, crucially, of the entire tournament so far, because Cannon falling out of winner's bracket in round 2, their first round of play, by the way, would be insane.
And I asked you at the start, do you think any upsets are going to happen today? We said no. No upsets should happen. Cannon should have this in the bag. And we thought wrong. And one thing to talk about from that map number 4 is that off it, they had a share from all 4 players of being in an objective. So kills did matter behind them. But for the Search and Destroy, we go into map 5, see who is going to move on to winners round 3, and Hate's going to draw first blood.
Good follow-up from RT as well. So Cannon now fighting for control. Bomb going down, all just down to WASD in this play, and WASD, well, he at the very least I don't know where he is in this situation. Gets the first kill against Argo, good enough. No immediate trade, but good wraparound through the middle of the map, and that's going to be Cannon with the first victory in this game 5.
Yeah, Cannon could open things up with first blood on this Search and Destroy, a bounce back off that game 4, and I had Hate in my DMs. He said, man, sometimes you're just not ready to be pulled out of a game like that. He was saying that he couldn't believe that they didn't get to play through that map for the first time. So could be a little bit frustrated off of what happened before, but Cannon, they have wiped those frustrations away. And this is going to be the start of something new to experience in this rewind. So it's off its turn to see what they can offer on this attacking side. And one player's going to watch the Boulevard. Everybody else going to push through P5.
Looks like it's still going to be an A hit here. Trying to push through the middle of the cart. That nade over the top from Waz will make this a plausible push. Oh, good shots from Yodak, though. Turns and burns on towards Waz. They're still in favor of Offit, though. 3 versus 2. That bomb looking to go down on A. But RT might have just spotted some prey, and he will get that kill. Is he going to get a second, though? Or crucially, can he get away? I think the answer is yes, he can.
2 versus 2. Bomb not getting planted. Both players half flip towards Elephant. Flux has to get away, but 2 HP is going to be caught. Splurging for 360.
What?
What?
Brother, Mom, get the camera. What on earth was that? What? Why?
Why not?
Because it loses you the round. What is that? I am so confused,
sorry,
brother.
I'm dying right now.
Why are we stunting on him in the most important map of Call of Duty you've played all week?
Hold on, guys. Watch this. It's like, Mom, get the camera. Mom, get the camera.
Oh, God. Okay, all right. RT's on 5 in a row off the start of this search and destroy. That was a 2 versus 3 from Cannon, by the way. So that's a round that Offit will be kicking themselves that they lost. And Offit now on the defense here. Or, yeah, excuse me, on the defense, looking for the first kill. Good kill on towards Yodak. RT with the trade, though. And you take those trades as long as you can get mid-map presence, which, I'll be perfectly honest, like, Offit don't really have right now.
They have to stop this tree from Artie. He's 1 kill away from getting that Hellstorm. So close in, the shoulder peek, and there it is. That is such a big shutdown, but can you get the round from it? 1 versus 3 for Argo. First shots in, he gives himself away, and he's going to back up, and nobody's on defuse just yet. Goes back around for shots. Stays alive. And the defuse is going through. They're just going to stick on it. Argo has to get back in time, but he doesn't. Offit's going to win that round. A couple of kills for Argo for sure, but a shutdown from Offit to deny 3 in a row, and a shutdown to what could have been a Hellstorm for Artie. Such a big round for the team.
Yeah, I mean, I know that they didn't win that round, but I'm still going to give Argo a lot of love for what was otherwise a phenomenal play. Like, the slamming of the doors open to be like, hey guys, I've wrapped around, you guys can jump on bomb, and they did. He just got that first goal. I don't think he expected an immediate chow through Elephant. It was still a good play call, but nonetheless, that immediate chow kind of threw him off slightly and allowed that defuse to go through. Nade over the top makes the first player weak. Yodak goes to follow up on it, but Flux has hit the regen. So, off it. Numbers early on. The positive here, I guess, you have for Cannon is that you have players on both sides. So, they're still sitting pretty here early on in this round. Wait.
Okay. Oh, nice shots from Argo. So at least it's going to be back into an advantage, or at least a 1 difference for Cannon to try to get this retake underway. But he's going to have to make a play. He's not going to check to his left. Oppa brings it into another 1 versus 3. This time it's Hate.
Flying across. Gonna have to expend some of this time for the reposition. And he's also clearing a lot of space here. So he's garnering information at the same time as making this wrap behind enemy lines. The problem is that time is not your ally in this situation. Hate has checked every single corner and crevice, except for the one where Offit actually are. Finally, find somebody. Problem is, you might find that kill. You are not winning this round, regardless if the follow-up of Splurging actually goes through. Splurging's just like, yeah, I might as well preserve my life. There's no way you're getting the defuse at this point. Solid play. And that is just unfortunate for Hate, right? You check every single corner, but basically the ones where they're at.
2-2. Tied up. Brody, after the first 2 rounds, I was kind of worried. I won't lie. I thought that Cannon were going to maybe come into this with a little bit of the hand of justice and rain that justice down upon Offit going into this map, but it's kind of the same thing that we got back in that Hacienda. A fantastic start from Cannon, but as soon as they let off of that gas, this Offit team, they're more than capable of bringing it back. Tied up. Big round. First blood from Yodak, and that's going to be a paved road to be.
Alright, well, you've drawn first blood in this round. You've got a freebie plant. There might be a bit of a post-plant situation, though, and not a good one here for a Cannon. Was doesn't get the good shots off, though, so now you need help from behind. That help is coming in the way of Flux, and he cannot deliver on the second. Was, though, able to pick up 1. Expecting an immediate reach out. It doesn't happen. Through the middle of the map, though, Yodak might overheat, and it's a good read from Was, but you just don't get away with the kill cleanly.
For Offit on the back line. Ross brings it into a 1 versus 1. Lots of time, but are you going to read the re-wrap from Hate? This is the difficult part. How would you know that he's behind you right now? As Hate's going to put those shots in. Was a chance to back up, but 3 HP. As soon as he lifts his head, it is ripped off his body. And Cannon are going to bounce back, not allowing Offit to get 3 in a row.
Really smart from Hate. Again, you know, you have an angle on the bomb in that situation. I will say, the shots were a teensy bit premature, although I think that's nitpicking if anything. Hate did get the kill in the end, but still, solid play from Hate on the positioning of where the bomb was planted for. You're never going to know with where that bomb actually is on the site, where to look in that situation, but fair play from Was to almost pull off that 1 versus 3. We're shushing? We're shushing after that? Okay, Was. He's starting to feel himself, and I don't blame him the way he was ripping heads off a couple of players in that last round. Still, big bounce back for Cannon. Off the start of this one, Offit barreling towards Ebby.
It's a major bounce back, and they want to go towards B, but they haven't really found any form to allow them in. Artie's going to post up and wait. That's a good nade. Door opened up the slightest bit. Yodak going to open it now with some shots, but Offit really haven't shown themselves, and it seems like they're going to back up off this, and fortunately enough to their doing, nobody has really taken space except Argo.
Oh, that was the perfect time for Argo to go off, and he just gets caught. Fortunately, Yodak does find value elsewhere. Flux trying to get some kills through glass, and again, none of this is really clean enough. You're also going to get wrapped around through electrical as well, so I don't know if Flux is long for this well. The RT actually goes straight through and picks up Splurging, so Flux goes unfound, and in the end, he does get shut down. Methodical play from Cannon on the retake. Not post-plant, just really wanted to get control of mid again.
Yeah, just want to make sure that you can deny any routes into either the A site or the B site. So what do? You just nip it through the middle, and you deny any chances to transition from site to site. And for Cannon, you recognize that off of Argo's first contact, off at their trap, they get collapsed on. And not to mention 8-4 from Yodak, 7-3 from Artie. These two really stepping up for back-to-back good maps for Cannon. Just somebody from Arfit now, it's your turn to show what you're worth. And 2-4 from Splurging, 2-6 from Flux. Those are score lines that you'd like to see change.
Cannon, at the start of this round, heating up, trying to get their way towards B. They're going to get shut out almost immediately here. And I love this cool play call from Cannon, right? They recognize, hey, we've just hit a brick wall over by B. Let's just reposition. Generally speaking, the presence inside the A site has been relatively weak for Offit so far, but they're not going to expect this. Whilst in a total off angle, and it's time for him to pounce. No trigger discipline, but good for the first. And again, it's turning all the heads of these players. Even if you don't get that second kill, it would have been nice. Again, you're wasting time on the clock.
And that time is something that you really need to hold close to the chest. It's the full rotation. They're going to flip this one out. It has to be B. And as the time dwindles down, you're going to recognize this. And now you can see Flux start to work his way.
Flux gets step it up. He could stop this. He could stop this. Oh, I was going to stop it instead. Time now really issue here for Cannon. You've done so well in the 2 versus 3. The stun connects at the right time as well. And that is the MVP stun to end all MVP stuns. It lands at the exact right time. Prevents any movement whatsoever. And if I'm perfectly honest, I think Cannon just take a little bit too long to get that going.
I agree. I think that you had everything you needed to acknowledge that that was a site plant that you needed to make. And do it as quick as possible. Now, you wait your turn, you give Offit that chance to readjust. Flux gets into a perfect position, and he's not even needed to stop that bomb carrier. So as soon as that bomb planter goes down, it forces the hand of the secondary to follow up, and he gets that kill. The stun comes at just the right time. That's a Tom Brady throw when you needed it most.
Okay. I'll off it. Now I'm going to have to deal with the bomb down. What does that post plant look like? Yodak already starting to push through alongside RT here. It's a retake situation. Big killer towards electrical. That's information though. Flux will have known there's 2 players coming through, so the comm should be made of the players from behind. Appa will respond for it, but the trades are looking pretty good. Splurgeon has to keep his head on a swivel for those players behind. You know where both are. The reposition is on, and Argo is just going to hop this bomb. Splurging going from the one place that isn't being watched right now. He goes for the wraparound, and I think that's so unfortunate because Argo has full control over the site. Cannon get that bomb defuse. They find themselves on series point.
Brody, what did I say? What did I say back in that map number 2 is that Offit had all of the ice, so this time Cannon, they're feeling cold inside of Rewind. As the temperature drops off it, they are shaking in their boots on what to expect going into these last couple rounds. You got to go back-to-back just to bring it to a round 11. And Flux, that's a good place to start.
All right, off it. Drawn blood in this round. Do not give one away for free. Unfortunately, Flux gets traded out through the middle of the map, and for that, Cannon have obtained mid-map control. They've got one sneaky, peeky, flanking player. It's time to go big splurge, and he can't do it. The TK goes through, though. Leaves RT in a 1v2.
Yeah, already to put this one away for the clutch. 9-5 would be 11-5 to close out this map. He's got the bomb. He's got the route. He's got the timing. And it looks like Cannon are going to have a chance for this bomb plant unless off it back up. But they do just that. They hold their ground. They keep it alive.
Man, big round for Offit to come back. Good read as well from Alpa to pick up that final kill. That TK. I think it was maybe RT that picked up the TK in the middle of the round. I don't know, but either way, that is frustrating for Cannon. You know what, Seymour? We're in round 10. All right? We've gone the distance to a game 5. You might as well get another round off it. You might as well send us to a round 11. We'll see whether or not that can happen here. Off the rip, immediately, different look here. Was going long. He has gone through towards Burger before, but this time, it's also Cannon getting aggressive, and they are rewarded for it.
There's no time to back down now. Splurging, looking for some timing. He's going to get fast. Has to get away the early tags, and look at this from Yodak. He's in a place where he can spoil everything.
Just be quiet. Don't make a move. There it is. That's the bomb planter. 55 seconds. Time has started to run out in this round already. Big kill for Spurging, though. Catches Yodak on the redirect. And now no one is near that bomb. Of course, it's worth saying Yodak didn't know that the bomb was down. He didn't know he killed the bomb carrier. So things are relatively even here for Offit. They still have full control over the A site.
They don't know that, though. It seems they're trying to cut some noise and then make this dash over towards B, but no, they're going to rewrap this, and Offit are going to be here.
Go down. Hate pushed out. 21 HP. He can survive this. No, he actually can't. He is not allowed to get away. And I'm so happy. It's time for a Game 5, Round 11.
You kind of said it right. Why not? We've come this far. What's one more round between these two teams? Offit going into this Game 5, we talked about it, the chance to be the first team to upset one of the higher seeds here in the World Championships. And it's not just one of the higher seeds. This is, I'd say, the highest seed that we can look towards. Cannon, we had so much hope for this team to walk through this bracket. And Offit are trying to make their journey a little bit longer.
Util over the top. Beautiful first nade from Alpa. I'll go down. Cannon. They do not have an advantage anymore. Their control over the middle map is tentative at best. You only have Yodak there. And you really do have to split the difference. And I love the play call from Offit, right? They're waiting for Cannon to overheat. They know they've done it in the past. They know they can get aggressive. They're playing for that.
This is a good call from Offit, though. You're going to cause so much panic on the side and the communication for Cannon. It is going to be a hit over here, and you need something from Artie. Yodak's going to get caught. Artie a double kill, 2 versus 2.
They don't know where Hate is. Hates the wild card. Hates the wild card! He picks up both! And that's it, folks. Cannon, you gotta go to Game 5, Round 11 to get it done. And they do get it done indeed. A 2-piece from RT in the final round, and then Hate with a positioning that Offit are never going to expect. He's the one to close the door on any upset here. It is not happening with Cannon.
That was a scary one. You have to think that if you lose that for Cannon, that is some pride gone out the window. You lose the first blood on the nade. Argo gets caught. And it goes so far out the window. But you manage to pull things back into the vehicle. You get it back on track. And suddenly you are cruising into the next round. You look back at this whole series. I can't believe this has been such a wild journey across these 5 maps for Offit. We came in here doubters on what they can accomplish. They looked fantastic earlier versus Declan, but we said Cannon are a different beast. And to be fair, they are a different beast. It just looks like something has awoken inside this Offit team that just it gives you hope and inspiration that they can push even farther. I do have to give some respect over towards Cannon, though. You look at the way that they are able to win some of those maps, Map 1 and Map 3. they left nothing to question in the hard point and the control. It's just when things started to snowball away from them, they started to fall behind, and that's when Offit looked at their best, is when that chaos was able to be a little bit controlled by them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just a phenomenal series from both teams, really. But you got to give Cannon the props. You know, at round 11, that's shaky business. That's scary. And I think especially the mental game, right? After getting pretty much toasted in the previous hard point. I know we didn't really get to see it, but that was a dominant victory for Offit in the Hacienda hard point to even force the game number 5. So
it was.
I think to bounce back in the way that they did, get to round 11 and hold their nerve, especially for RT and Hate there in what was effectively a 2 versus 4. I know that those kills happened in such quick succession that the 2 versus 4 more or less was basically like, it might not as well have been a 2 versus 4, you know what I mean? But still, like, to hold your nerve in the 2 versus 4, to come out on top, you really do have to give Cannon their props. And there is a reason, folks, that this Cannon squad is the one that went the distance in Conus. They bring in a new player. It don't matter, brother. They got it regardless of what happens. Cannons are the champions of this series. Let's talk to the players about what hell happened in that very, very long 5-mapper. Let's bring Hate in for an interview. I want to talk to him about what the hell happened there. Round 11, buddy. First and foremost, congratulations on the dub. You guys just gave us one hell of a series to cast over, even if it did take like 2.5 hours or something to that effect to get through. I want to talk to you a little bit about the control, right? Because control, every single time that we've seen you guys on control, you guys have been destroying teams. You just 3-0'd them in probably the most dominant map out of anybody in that series. What was the play call like for you guys? I want to talk about that round number 2 specifically, where you guys sent Argo all the way towards B while the rest of you guys were over towards A. Was that like an intentional thing? You're like, Argo, just go, give us some space, get ourselves over towards B. I will say it was a long time ago, so I'll forgive you if you don't remember it.
Yeah, the main, it wasn't even really a play call. It just happened to happen in the moment. When we sent him over to B, and he was capturing himself, so we hope to God that he can kill the people front. So we had people like watching like the vault area, so he wouldn't have to watch about his back or his side. So all he had to do is look his front. And at the same time, we were just capturing A, so it was like a double-edged sword right there, and Offit couldn't kill us off for the life of them, and that's how we ended up even getting B in the first place. I think they just folded, in my opinion.
Bro, that's so funny. It just happened. That's like, you know what? That is like the most canon thing to hear happen as well. Buddy, map 4, we didn't see it. What happened? What went wrong there for you guys?
Before like the game crashed, obviously it was like we were coming back a little bit after a slow start, so it wasn't really too bad. But after the reset, I think they just kind of got a gist of like what we were trying to do, and they ended up countering it really, really well. Arrow Appa, I think he had another legacy map. No one played him on Hasi, or else he's useless. Other than that, yeah, no, they just handled business. They were just going crazy, and we couldn't do anything about it. It just happens. Happens to the best teams.
Yeah, look, you guys bounced back, right? Or you had to put that hard point to the back of your mind. You got to a game 5. Now, obviously, this is very fresh in your mind because it literally just happened. I want to know what the play call for you and RT was in that 2 versus 4 at the end. Now, we were kind of discussing it. The 2 versus 4 basically wasn't a 2 versus 4 because of how quickly all those kills happened. But you're in that 2 versus 4. You've lost your teammates. You are 2 kills away going against you from going down to the loser's bracket. I mean, what were the comms like in that moment in that 2v4?
Argo, as soon as Argo got naded, he like right before that he told me not to go near the truck because they'll get naded. He ended up getting naded. I thought that was kind of funny. But, yeah, no. I saw him get naded, and I'm like, oh, no. I thought they were going to blitz B after that, but they, for some reason, didn't hit B at all, because I don't know what their play call was. They just didn't hit B. And, yeah, they went to go hit A where I had my teammates at. Already got an insane 2-piece after Yodak died. I'm not going to lie, Yodak throwing his headset also kind of, like, threw me off a little bit. But, as soon as I saw Artie get 2 down, I'm like, dude, I got to come that there B. I flanked. They had 2 people there looking the same spot. Not a single person decided to even look our own spawn. And I just went right behind him and got a 2-piece. And I'm not going to lie, I caught them buns. They were faded for not looking my way.
Oh man, it was awesome. Honestly, thank you so much. It was an epic series again. I know it was a long one, no, not just for us, but also for you guys as well. So really awesome to see, and also great to see you move on to the next round of play. Again, congratulations on the dub. Before we let you go, any shout outs you want to make?
I'll make shout out to my leadership and my first shirt in the leadership over at Osan, because after this event, I'll be going over to Osan. Had a lot of trouble. I almost wasn't able to even go to this event for certain stuff with like my PCSing and all that stuff to the next base. They worked their rears off to get me here, and I'm not gonna let them down. I'm gonna try to win this entire thing. Shout out my parents. They're really chill. I haven't seen them in a minute. Might as well just throw that out there. Throw my sister. Shout out to Offit for throwing, and that's all I got.
Oh, shout out to Offit for throwing, brother. Oh, God, I hope for my life of me that Offit make a lower bracket run and play you guys again, because that would be a generational matchup. Go enjoy the win, Matt. Congratulations again.
Appreciate it. Have a good one. See you later.
Man, I love post-match interviews with Cannon. It don't matter what player, mate. Hey, it's a ton of fun. All of them are a ton of fun. Generational matchup. I'm so happy with that one. And it's so fun to cast it with.
It was fun to cast with you, too. I mean, that was a banger of a matchup. Like I said, fly on the wall in the Hacienda. I wanted to be a fly on the wall at the end of that round 11, because I can only imagine the words that Hate had to say across the stage. I could only imagine what it looked like for Yodak to throw his headset. And just for them to be laughing along the way, you know, you love the trash talk, but there's still the humbleness about how good Offit did play up to Cannon in this matchup. And, you know, like throughout it, it's just like the counter towards that fourth map, the fact that they were able to make adjustments. Offit have really shown their hand and how dangerous they truly can be in this tournament. And Cannon, they're not going to look past it. Of course, they're going to joke around and say that they threw that game for sure. It's unfortunate what did happen, but you got caught in a trap, and sometimes the blender does happen, i.e. Optic back in Cold War. Stuff just happens like that. And I think right now for Offit, you just think about what you could have done, and you just got to do it again. You're in the lower bracket. You're not out of the tournament just yet. You're on elimination, but there's so much COD to be played.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, that's the third series of the day done. Game 5, round 11. You know, I'm so glad after two back-to-back 3-0s that we didn't get another one of those, because that would have been a Debbie Downer on the start. Let's go. Game 5, round 11. What a way to continue the day. And we're only halfway through the day, folks. We got more action coming your way. Next up, we take a look at another matchup here in winners round 2. We have Ramstein versus Buckley. Ramstein have proven a thorn in the side of many teams. I'm curious to see whether Buckley get bucked by them. We'll find out after this very short break.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, to the DAF Esports World Championships. I'm joined now on the desk by Proper as we're getting into our fourth matchup for the day. It's going to be Ramstein versus Buckley. Andy, I'm glad we finally got a Game 5 banger, but we go from one match that's really anticipated to yet another match that is really anticipated.
Yeah, this one should be highly anticipated as well. Again, Ramstein is the only USAFE team coming into the mix. Everybody's been kind of eyeing them to almost not necessarily be a laughingstock, maybe not to make as much as a dent as they had already made in the brackets so far. They've been waiting patiently for their matchup. Buckley, on the other hand, they did have a warm-up earlier today. This one's slated to be a good one.
It is, and I'd like to introduce Ramstein for our opening team to talk about, because this is a squad that has a lot of representation, like you said, representing USAFE. A lot of expectations, I think, from the region. Might be a little bit of pressure, but this team hasn't been feeling the pressure at all. And when we kind of look at them, actually, hold on. Before we talk about this, I totally forgot that we have a birthday announcement to go through, Andy, and it's a big birthday on the inside. It's going to be Matthew. Happy birthday to one of our ambassadors helping out with the event. One of the best mustaches that we have over at the World Championships, and I hope he's enjoying every second of what is this chaotic week of Call of Duty to watch. So good games from here on out, hopefully for Matt to enjoy, and happy birthday, Matty Ice.
Yeah, here's to many, many more years of that fantastic, thick mustache just growing out. Happy birthday, Matt.
Well, for what is going through now, for what we're talking about for Ramstein, like I said, this is an anticipated matchup, and there's a lot of expectations for Ramstein. The pressure might not be there from how well they've been playing throughout it, and to go undefeated inside of their groups, now taking on another team that is going to be a tough matchup for themselves. But as we take a look at the roster for Ramstein proper, one thing that we heard from their interview is that they want to match up against Cannon. Offit almost stole that chance away from them, but if they beat Buckley, they get that chance.
Yeah, they will be getting that chance indeed. And, you know, funnily enough, when it comes down to this Ramstein team, they have a lot of good things going for them. 3 a.m. was a real problem yesterday. They got dropped a 1.57 versus Anderson in their more contested series. It went for maps, sure, but every single one of these members were having their brighter moments. Omen stepped up big in the search and destroy. Ice-T is also a good secondary as far as slaying prowess is concerned in the respawn side by side with 3 a.m. And this rounds out the supporting staff that is this Ramstein airbase unit. Again, from the USAFE region, they will potentially have their run-in versus Cannon, but they have to get past the enemy that gave Cannon their biggest problem in the group stage, and that is Buckley.
Yeah, and this Buckley team, this is a team that truly has nothing to lose, as they weren't really supposed to be here. So they get that chance, and they haven't really disappointed whatsoever. So as we take a look over towards that Buckley roster, we can talk a little bit more about them, because so far within 24 hours, they've beaten Hickam 2 times to get here. And one thing that you and I always enjoy is Dante's golf club. Again, still waiting to hear, as you want to know if that's actually his golf club, if he's hitting the links with it or not. But I think for Dante, he has been hitting it out of the park so far. One player to talk about, though, has been Revenge, because he's been quite the joy to watch.
Yeah, no, absolutely the case. Revenge is probably the biggest pop-off potential when it comes down to the Buckley squadron. Hale as the close secondary as well. You go back to their entire road, they had to face Hickam twice within 24 hours just to make it to their winners round 2 matchup here. 3-0 last night, and then we had the 3-1 earlier today in winners round 1. The one map that they did, of course, lose was on the Hacienda Search and Destroy, but Revenge still went 11-8, 10-8 for Hale, respectfully, in that Search and Destroy. Revenge in that series earlier today actually dropped a 1.74 KD. This guy's been setting pace, but again, the biggest problem for this team has not been about the pace. It's about convicting that pace into map control. That's where they've been falling short, especially in a lot of these different respawns. So I'm hoping that to be able to see a little turning of the age story when it comes down to this Buckley offensive story. But I think that this Ramstein team is definitely going to be putting them in their place. A lot of people have been sleeping on them, and they don't have too much VOD to go off of.
I don't think that you're going to be sleeping on them no longer. I'm sure they've really proven their points across day 1 and day 2. So for Buckley, this is a good chance to test your grit against Ramstein. And we can take a look at what our predictions are for this series, or no, for the map set, as I'm A little bit ahead of myself right now. We got Rewind map 1, Hacienda map 2, a double dose of Vault in the control and the hard points, and then a search and destroy on Rewind to close it out if this does go to a 5.
Yeah, very interesting map set. You get the Rewind hardpoint coming back through, immediately being looked at. Is that Buckley, 215-9-2 win just earlier today versus Hickam, where Revenge went 24-16, Hale went 35-19. So already on the day, they've looked really good. But you can see as far as Ramstein's choice of the map pool is concerned, they want no part of red card. They want pace. They want it to be straight up. Running it down mid in your face, and that's exactly what we're going to get until we get to that Rewind search and destroy. It's probably where you're going to see a lot more of a slower pace, maybe barring some 2v2, 2v1s, 1v3s, whatever it may be in that map number 2. But this is a square up, blitz 'em up map set if I've ever seen one, Colin, especially through the opening first 3 maps. And I do like the chances for this to actually end up going the distance. So when it all comes to be said and done, it's got to be who's the better search and destroy team, in my opinion. Who's going to be able to find that first blood? Who's going to be able to preserve their life? Seeing it throughout the entirety of the day. The team that is able to at least concede the space and at least back themselves down from overextending typically wins the series.
No, I agree wholeheartedly, and that's why when I look at my talent prediction for this matchup, I said it's going to go to a game 5, and I left it towards production to say who's going to win it. Flip a coin, because it could either be Buckley or it could be Ramstein, and I got Buckley taking it in 5, I guess, proper. Which, to be honest, if this does go to a 5, yeah, I got full faith in these guys to do it. You think Ramstein's going to take it in a 3-1? What's your reasoning?
My entire reasoning, I honestly was kind of hoping that the protocol search and destroy was going to be able to leak through maybe for that map number 5. Not going to be the case. It's going to be a Rewind search and destroy, but that's perfectly fine. I still like Ramstein's odds throughout the entirety of this. I believe in 3 a.m.
Hey, you know what? I wouldn't doubt 3 a.m. either in the performances that he's had. I think that for Ramstein, you're going to be looking at him to really light the way for this series, but he's got a test across from him proper, and I think that this is a matchup that we are really excited to see. 3 a.m. versus Revenge. 2 players who have just been lighting it up in the kill feed in terms of performance, having what I'd imagine is the highest kill-death ratios in the entire tournament right now, respectively, between the 2 of them. And for them to now match up against each other, this truly is a matchup that was meant to be, and a good test for Ramstein to really earn that chance at Cannon.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more here, Colin. I think that this one's going to be a real step up to the plate, because we've already had showcasings of this like throughout the day already. We got kind of slapped in the face immediately of what we saw earlier with Offit, right, versus Eglin. We thought that Eglin were going to be the team to come in and set pace. It turns out the macro for Offit was actually that much better. You heard about the conversation earlier, just how prepared they were to be able to watch that VOD, to be prepared. It very much so could be in consideration, given that Buckley won Hickham's match last night, that this was the matchup that they were preparing for, because like the best of 5, the vetoes and everything just seems to be played a little bit too favorable for what we've gotten out of Buckley so far. But everything comes down to this opening break. Doesn't matter who's on the better side. It's going to be a square up in the middle of the map between Buckley and Ramstein here for the opening salvo.
A good old fight, buckets and gloves style, right on the rewinds. We saw this just a series prior, and a lot of it getting down to that P3, P4 rotation. Who can get that lockdown for the big chunks of time here inside of this map set? Ramstein going to strike first with some opening time, and Dante just looking to play his life on the flank.
Dante needs to try to stay alive over here as long as possible. Any sort of kills, I wonder where Ramstein would end up spawning. Revenge for 2 towards the center of the map. All of Ramstein still spawning into the backside of P2, so Dante needs to go clean up this last kill. He'll find it for free. He's going to start turning around. Yeah, his teammates are trying to communicate. We don't have the spawns yet.
Double kill over for Buckley on this rotation, over towards New. 4 seconds before that, Hill's going to pop 3M's, looking to take Dante away from this position. He gets the early sights, walks away, looking for the reposition. Everybody chasing for this lone player, but 3M, he's made the play in the back. He's taken Dante away. That's 3 down. The Hill's broken from the front, and Ramstein, they're completely collapsing this setup. Spawns are going to flip, and now it's Buckley's turn to see if they can get right back into this one with a quick re-hit back through blue. Trades back and forth, looking for the flank yet again is Hale. And Ramstein growing their lead. Well, this is unfolding. One more chance for Buckley to get this going. 30 seconds on that clock. Sour Patch Kid going to open up. Ice-T for the trade out. 3 go down. And it looks like Buckley's going to break.
Long con play for Hale, finally paying dividends. Ramstein, nobody with the wherewithal to pick up the Burger Street. Got the majority of that P2 side. Omen able to win a big one and able to set the line in the sand. But gotta be careful. These longer lanes of Rewind can start getting away from you. Hale starting to pick things up all the way across the BS&D Street. And he found really good timing to get past this line of sight before Ice-T was actually here. So he's back behind Beepers. That's going to force 3AM to get active through P1. But regardless, Buckley break inside of Burger Town.
2 goes down for Buckley. Make it 3 with the card bomb taking a revenge. That's going to allow a couple of these members to touch down. But inside Burger, Dante has some good shots. Hale's looking to get Mixie over towards the garbage dump. And a big win for Revenge through the middle of the map. 4 go down. And this is a good chance for you to maybe push up and try to flip these spawns. It is going to force a flip out for Omen. So you have to be ready for that to happen. Omen's going to be caught. Couple players going to push on forward. Dante's looking to get lost.
Hale gonna get caught. Got one all the way towards the back. It's Ice-T. He's able to find himself 2. There's the 3rd for Omen. Now forced to pick up over towards the back where this flank has been developing for quite some time. Forces down to Dante. He has to stay alive. He's on a 3 spree. Any sort of damage would be good, but he's only good for one thing, and that is death. So it's probably going to be spawning all the way in Bufu with his team. That should be about 20 seconds guaranteed for Ramstein before Buckley can sniff a break.
Yeah, you're going to have a chance to flip this lead, but Buckley have a few seconds to get things going and generate this offensive attempt on Hill 4. In through the sidewalk, Sour Patch Kid on the approach. Good shots from Omen, but that kill feed lights up white for Buckley. In for the contest. Hiding away is going to be Ice-T and Viz over top of him, watching for this pressure. Revenge somehow walks away with a double kill, but it's not going to break just yet. It does, however, break the spawns, and that'll lead Buckley back into the hill.
Yeah, back for 25 seconds at the back end of Beepers here for P4 before we got to get our trainers on over towards the Jenny Hill. And Ramstein could just play containment here and maybe not allow Buckley to break all the way through the 3 AM. He's kind of flying a little bit further forward. Spawn's not going to break, but it would have been darn close depending on where the comrades and ARs would have been for 3 AM. But he spawns up, ready and prepared for P5, but his teammates can't necessarily say the same. So 3 AM off the respawn block comes back up to pick up the pieces. It'll be Ramstein again for the initial time.
And it is Buckley just holding a 20-point lead on these rotations. Ramstein in the setup. Good couple of kills as well is going to solidify this setup. Hale's going to look for the break. A couple of kills in. Sour Patch Kid on the damage. Can Hale find an angle? He is going to at least get one. The trade in and the help from Dante is going to get the break for Sour Patch Kid to hop this time. Keep this at a 10-point difference and see if Buckley can put some more damage into the dent that in this lead. Hale, nice shot, slides through a little bit. Team damage. They line up, but it's nothing to the kills of Buckley until Dante and Revenge get active. The knife now from Revenge. And Buckley is keeping Ramstein on their toes.
Yeah, he's still got bullets. He's got the Strider now out. Go ahead and reload your gun at some point because that was a hell of a spree. Revenge late towards it. Finally gets the reload, but he's going to get traded out. 3 for 1 the feed. And the last 5 seconds going to be soaked up by Ramstein. So when it's all said and done, the dust settles. We got heroic plays being showcased there within the Generators P5. Just about a dead even game. Ramstein's going to rotate through P1. Got split spawns now coming through for Buckley. Gotta be aware of this, though. Ramstein gonna pick it up. Can Ice-T double down? He has more than enough HP. Shrugs Revenge away. Trying to keep Dante at bay over inside of Jenny's. Not gonna be the case. It's stray gunfights after stray gunfights. And once the trade comes through on the Dante, this has been a very successful 5-1 out of Ramstein.
Yeah, Dante's keeping that gat out. Pistol, couple kills there. Gonna break things up for a second. Hale, big play, but he goes down, so no pressure. Getting through that bottom side of the mini-map where I'm looking is to the top side as Sour Patch Kid is making his way all the way through the back of the map. The rest of the team's going to fight through this old hill, see if they can break up some of this scrap time. But as they go down, spawns are not pulling just yet for Sour Patch Kid, so he is on an island.
No, they're definitely not going to pull, not with the way that you had both 2 and 3 being postured as far as where P2 would be located at. Sour Patch Kid not anchoring in the right area of the map to be able to hold those spawns, but now he will be. Big kills coming through, and immediate spawns comes through for French inside of P2. Picks things up, sees one cross over towards the flank, communicated to Dante dead. Now you can set your eyes forward. A great setup coming through for Buckley.
Well, it was one of the better leads that we've seen across this map so far, but Buckley has a chance to close that gap yet again here with the setup. Spawn should be able to reinforce this from the back line, but one guy is going to spawn out. That's Revenge in through the front line. Ramstein trying to get this one underway, but 4 down. Hale and Dante together shut it out and keep it going for Buckley.
On 6-3 now between Dante and Hale, looking to hold the line. Dante's looking to cause a little bit more ruckus, press forward. Dante down to such low HP, but still able to win the gunfight versus Omen. Revenge will be traded, but Dante 6-3 lives on. 6+. Breeding spawns in towards the back. Sour Patch Kid's going to get traded. Dante has taken his spree elsewhere. He's all the way across the map, backside of Beepers. Playing for the spawns are he and Hale.
Oh, that's a good shot from Dante. 7 in a row, Andy. 22 and 15. Dante is doing everything to keep Buckley alive in this game. Ice-T looking to do some damage. You can see some spawns over towards P4. Outside route being ran, and the nade's going to assist in the break. 3 down, only 1 standing. That's Sour Patch Kid. His teammates spawning up over towards the new hill, but it's all over the place as the spawns are going to be split. In behind, it's Ice-T yet again going to strike to disrupt this play. Revenge still finds his way through into the hard point, and with 25 seconds left, Ramstein going to be in a spot to set up for this new hill, but Buckley is a full force. Surely should have a chance to break this one.
The Trophy Systems, nobody's worried about the shop's flank as well. 3am, how do you win that second one versus Dante? Should have had him dead or right. It's not the case, and he gets away with his life. That's going to send everybody from Buckley back over towards Burger, and they're going to be spawning well out before this rotation comes through. They do have the buffer. And the exit of P3 going towards the backside of Beepers. Viz playing the corner.
And Hale's looking for any damage that he can do. Viz in the corner, like you said, tucked away. Good for 1. Keeping things even for this hold. As Buckley are slowly chipping away at these numbers. Lead change for Ramstein. Now Buckley, it's their chance to see if they can get this break as they're approaching the hard point. Revenge gets the first kill. Still a 2 versus 3. How's that going to affect those spawns? It doesn't at all. Steal the spawn in the back. Some more members to worry about. Hale's going to get in. Viz tagged up. 3 down, 4 down in the feed. Buckley's in.
Yeah, able to flip. Back 20 seconds. That'll push Buckley over 200, not Ramstein. And they're just going to have to play containment. Yeah, Omen's just going to slow up his pace ever so slightly. They might try to go for a very snappy break, but it's not the side of the map that you want to be on. Ice-T's already playing for the rotation over towards New. Gotta be careful. 6 still spawns into the backside of Beeper. Spawns parallel with Viz on that side of the map. It spawns all over the place. Nobody has any sort of information. That's what happens when you start rotating and P4 is inactive. You get spawns happening all over the place. Look, still north to south. Now on the left side of the minimap, finally it should stabilize, but it's 4 in the feed favoring Ramstein.
Yeah, 1 is going to be a team kill. You know, I never thought about that. A new update comes, possibly new spawns that we might have to worry about across this game. As Hale's going to overheat. That's going to cut things down for Buckley. Now in the approach towards the contest, Sour Patch Kid does find a trade, but it's 3 AM. Try to stay alive. 47 HP. The knife is out, and he slices his way through Revenge.
Cinematic.
What plays going on? He's still finding kills.
Just cinematic. He had someone diving towards him, and he just slid underneath him and slit his throat. Here comes Dante all the way through Elephant. Can he potentially break? 225 to 199. Ramstein can't close things out here. Buckley are starting to feel the sweat now.
Yeah, they are starting to feel the pressure. Have to get this rotation, and you can already see Viz looking to set up, see if he can find some kills. Revenge sniffs him out before that's possible. Buckley might have a chance to set up just a few more kills, and Revenge, he's going to be making the play. Off the respawn, Viz, do you read this in time? Well, 3M goes down. Revenge not able to get that kill. Hale, though, he stands tall. The trophy keeps it open, but there's Buckley members to reinforce.
Watch out for the 5th man. Trophy system still alive. 5th man still playing over as the shopkeeper. Got a battle happening over towards the main street, but the pinch comes through. 2:30, Ramstein have broken on in. 3 AM, 38 and 21. Can he find any more before the game comes to an end?
That trophy system acting like a goalpost to block things out for Buckley. Not able to get the setup, not able to get the kills, not able to get the time. And look how far you're spawning. 5 seconds you have to run to get the contest. And even when you do, can you find the kills? You do not. Ramstein, they silence the map. They take the lead to start off this rewind.
Wow, that's insane. Buckley had every single lick of an advantage possible when it comes down to their P3, P4 rotation. We always end up talking about it on Rewind, especially through the Black Ops 6 year. If you can try to lock down Burger, contain those spawns all the way towards the backside of Beepers, very rarely do you walk away with anything less than about 70 points. And even Buckley had to do it the hard way. They broke Ramstein's defensive setup over by Beepers twice through these series of hard points, and they were still well ahead. And then 3 AM just said, you know what, screw it. Might as well lock in, grab the Infinity Gauntlet, and drop 40 kills. 31 of those non-traded, 4,300 damage to boot, and Still had 46 seconds of OBJ time. I mean, shout out Omen with 2 minutes of OBJ time, a minute there for another one of his teammates as well. Clearly bumping through AM to make a lot of plays happen towards the tail end of this map number 1.
He truly is him. You know, I was like, okay, 3 AM versus Revenge. Surely this is a chance where, you know, he's not going to have as much impact as against other teams. No, that 40 bomb was huge. And you're right to say that there's a couple moments when we're going to be looking at the setups that Buckley did have that you really would have thought they'd be able to flip things out and get solid setups. But every single time there's a chance, there's one player that makes the play, whether it's a contest or a double kill, is just something that shakes up these setups. And it was a lot of back and forth heading into that third set of rotations. Then we saw Ramstein starting to get some solid setups, and when you're losing these fights to the middle of the map, it's so hard to really spread out and have solid setups in terms of filling those lanes. Ramstein, they just did such a good job at finding the right kills, denying the spread from Buckley, and really keeping things in a toe-to-toe battle towards those objectives.
Combined 26 assists in between IC and Omen towards the end of that. Everybody was shooting and humming as far as communication is concerned. I think that was very apparent, and was even nice to be able to see the consistency of what we got in the interview after Ramstein's previous victory on this very stream. So that's going to be a 1-0 lead so far. I mean, look, you're feeling good if you are Ramstein so far. Going in towards that hard point, you take a 1-0 lead. Going in towards a Hacienda Search and Destroy, it's tough to say if it's a weaker game mode or not, because haven't really been too many holes in the armor so far for Ramstein outside of their 1 series loss.
No, there really hasn't. And unfortunately, this is, you know, something I do have to bring up about our Buckley team. Revenge, he did tell us that, you know, the other day, or yesterday, just yesterday, he was like, we're not going to lose another respawn. Well, you lied to us. And that hurts. That stings. But fortunately enough, you're not out of the series just yet. We can look towards what is next in this map set proper. We're going to the Hacienda Search and Destroy, a map we've seen a whole lot today. Tell me a little bit about what your expectations are for this one.
Hacienda Search and Destroy could be quite favorable for Buckley. We saw it earlier today versus Hickam. They won that 6-2, and Revenge went 11-8, Hale 10-8. Yeah, look, maybe have lost the respawns, but nothing wrong with a little bit of a Neslo. You win this Hacienda Search and Destroy, you guarantee that Vol hardpoint, which has also been very good for Buckley, and maybe even potentially you could outblitz your opponents when it comes down to Rewind, Search, and Destroy. The kill tallies as far as that map won would not make me believe otherwise, but you never really know. On the other side, when it comes down to it for Ramstein, Hacienda Search and Destroy is supposed to be the map 5 versus Anderson. I don't remember what their 5 map set was versus... gosh, their name is escaping me. It was a Cannon, excuse me, no, Langley. I don't remember what that map 5 was, but regardless of the matter, I imagine that this will probably fit their playstyle quite well. As we know, 3AM is an absolute nuisance, as I stated, from the hard point. 26 assists means that both IC and Omen are constantly doing what I was saying, setting up 3AM for these very easy kills. Just like he was saying, very humble in his interview after he was dropping near 40 bombs in every single respawn in that Anderson series, Colin. He's very aware that his teammates are setting him up for success. This entire team needs to continue to fire just like that to be able to lock away any offense or defense silliness that Buckley's going to be bringing to the table. They will be prepared.
Yeah, they will be prepared, and we will be prepared for all the silliness, because that's what's been going on in the Hacienda Search and Destroy. Did you see the turn-on from that last series?
Mm-hmm. I sure did.
That was insane. I think silliness is the right way to put it, because I could not believe my eyes when we were looking at that. But for Buckley, this is one that they're going to have to turn things around in the series, and I do trust that they can get it done. Although if they do lose this here, I mean, we've seen Buckley start to make reverse sweep chances, but that was against Cannon. Ramstein, really the next step to that conversation other than Langley to do it as well. So I think no matter which way this map does go proper, we can't count out Buckley. This is a team that always seems to surprise us.
No, this team's got grit, man. Look, when you have like both Revenge and Hale fighting on the same side, there's a reason why they almost had that reverse sweep versus Cannon well and truly wrapped within the bag. There's a reason why they actually almost locked away with that map number 1, but they started keeping them in check, did Ramstein. And once you start understanding just how to deny aggressive players any sort of space, stuns, nades, go figure. I'm back to talk about utility here on this broadcast. It turns out to be a very simplistic game, and that could be then superseded into Search and Destroy. So it should be an interesting turn of events. Again, not really sure how much experience Buckley would have on the Hacienda Search and Destroy. Oh, here we go. It was map 2 versus Cannon. It went round 11, so seemingly, depending on how you're looking at that series, it could have been a 3-1 win. I remember you and Brody talking about that quite fondly, but I digress. As day-to-day as it may end up being, could just come down to that opening blood and wherever the trade may be coming from. The team that has been trading the best, as we heard earlier today in a handful of our interviews, are probably going to be winning a lot of these search and destroys.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm happy you didn't talk about the blitzing this time, because there's going to be a whole hell of a lot of that.
As Hacienda man speaks for itself. We're going to be blitzing everybody.
We're going to be blitzing all over the place. But to talk about this one, this isn't the only matchup that's going on. Obviously, we saw Cannon versus Offit. Cannon did end up winning this, or winning that one. Langley, they're playing Misawa down in the lower side of the winner's bracket. The Peterson versus Nellis game is one to pay attention to as well. I'm sure we'll be seeing these matchups later here on the stream. But for the lower side, Eglin, they'll be waiting for a team. Hickam, they'll be waiting for a team as well. Kadena, they're still waiting for somebody to drop down to play them. And Anderson, because of Offit losing that matchup, that is going to be their first match of the lower bracket. So we're progressing through the tournament so far, Andy. We're getting some matchups, and I think I'm really excited to see who can really make those runs at the lower bracket. And I think that Offit versus Anderson game, Offit are really bringing the heat. That's a team that we got to keep our eye on.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Offit taking Cannon to a map number 5 is insane. Like, that Hacienda hardpoint, although we didn't get to see it, did get to see the scoreboard of it, though. And I got to tell you, man, that's some crazy heat being put out from that Offit camp. So, yeah, very stoked to be able to see more of them and what they could produce as far as that lower bracket is concerned. Tough scenes for Anderson. It seems that it's always heavy opponent after heavy-hitting opponent since the early get-go for Anderson, as we continue to put them up on a further pedestal, losing to Peterson back in that day number 1 matchup. But nonetheless, yeah, everything's kind of progressing as we continue on throughout the entirety of this bracket. A lot of our other upper bracket matches should still be kind of rock and roll. We still got Misawa supposed to be taking on Langley Eustace. Peterson's supposed to be taking on Nellis at the same time. Just every single matchup is, honestly, is probably going to go map 5. These teams are so competitive this weekend.
Yeah, I think that Langley-Misawa game is going to be one that I'm excited for, because it's the number 1 team from PACAF. They haven't really looked like the number 1 team from PACAF, but I'm hoping that they can find that turnaround very, very soon. We are just waiting on the lobby to kickstart here for the map 2 on Hacienda Search and Destroy, so we do appreciate your patience. We do, however, want to hear from you guys in chat on how you've been enjoying these matches, because they've been kind of crazy, but I know I'm always seeing it in chat, just how much support does come through for these players, and we do appreciate you for cheering them on and out here to support, because at the end of the day, this is probably one of the coolest things ever that we do get to see for Air Force Gaming, a world championship. Shout out to USAA for helping put this one on, and the fact that we get to have regionals to breathe some life into now this esports championship within our Air Force and Space Force service members. It's unheard of, it's the first of its kind, and I'm really curious to see who that champion is going to be at the end of the week, because playing for that belt, Andy, that belt was pretty cool. I'd want that belt.
I would want that belt too. Look, I mean, I play a lot of Destiny. As far as those are concerned, our championships are also belts. Ben, I'm going to go out myself, big wrestling fan as well. Know what those guys are all about. Big championship belts, and the same thing for UFC. So I'd be about, man. I'd put those on display all over the place. I think championship belts are one of the coolest things, and it's like we also hear, you know, the friendship that these guys build across a lot of these different campaigns, whether it's the regional playoffs like what we got earlier on in the corner, and then what we end up getting right now as all of the regions end up coming together. Trash talk aside, it's a beautiful thing, man. It's an absolute beautiful thing how Call of Duty just kind of ties a lot of these Air Force bases together as we are about to be getting underway here with this map number 2. Can Buckley tie up the series?
It's a big question, and I am also a big fan of how it all links together. It's one of the best things that I hear from these players is that when you go to these events, you make lifelong friendships. When you play in these competitions, you make lifelong rivalries that you get to take from base to base and laugh about when you are there. We hear it from Hate as well. So he's going to be going to Osan. He will be competing in the PACAF region next year when he is going to be on that Osan base. And I think that it's exciting to see how things shift when that does happen. But getting into the Hacienda Search and Destroy, we are out the gates, and it's going to be a B-side blitz right off the bat. Ice-T's here, and the backup, he gets a second off the team kill. Revenge brings it into a 1 versus 2, but he is surrounded.
Just basically dead to rights at this point is Revenge, depending on how quickly they want to die. The longer they wait, the quicker the regen might be coming through. Oh, 3M just busted through that door. Revenge is gonna halt up ever so slightly, but it's a good call. Nonetheless, coming out from 3 a.m. Back up with Omen. Yeah, just bodies stacked together. Do not give away an easy kill.
No, that is the last thing that you want right now. But Revenge, a very capable player in this 1 versus 2. You have the player with the highest hill time from that map 1 and the player with the 40 bomb to worry about. And both of them are going to be tucked away. Revenge is going to be going through this one. Does he check to his left? He goes right in. Back is turned, and Ramstein going to strike first.
It's just reasons why you always have to remind yourself you're going into round 1, search and destroy. You do not have trophy systems in both sites, both lanes rather, for Hacienda are immediately susceptible to easy set nades right over the top. No shy of that one for sure, where Buckley as they just get hit with just about every single stunning grenade possible on the B lane. Of course, it was a hard read that came through from Ramstein to be able to set themselves up for success. They will take that round 1 win. I guess you could say the same thing through the middle of the map, too. Hacienda is surprisingly a very open map, albeit having the interior of a mansion. So here comes the first offense now for Ramstein. Bomb leaning towards that Lambo side.
It is, but it's very slow, expecting the pressure, and the pressure does come through Hale. Still another flank to worry about. Revenge is waiting for his chance to bring things back, and he is actually going to make it a triple kill from Revenge, leaving 3 a.m. now in a 1 versus 2.
Would have to find the 3 himself. He's already found the first. He's going to hear the stun, and he's going for the long play all around the backside of A. This isn't committal towards A. He's thinking he can play the timing. Look at how much time is left on the game clock. And the same thing's going to happen here with Sour Patch Kid and Revenge. Going to stack up together. Trigger Discipline. It's just about everything. Oh, they saw him. Oh, the peak is there, but couldn't walk away with the first, let alone stay alive. Therefore, the secondary challenges. Good stuff being exemplified there. Numbers being held both by Buckley and Ramstein in the 1v2 scenario. The team with 2 stacks up together. Does not allow for an easy kill to go untraded. That's what we love to see.
It is what we love to see. And for a second, we swapped views on that fight, and I thought it lined up. I thought it was the respawn being shown from the players from Buckley, but you managed to keep things in a 1-1 game. Revenge on 4 in a row. Dante and Sour Patch Kid, not the best start to the game so far, but lots of rounds to be played. Back out the gates. It's going to be a heavy hold from the defense over towards B. Couple shots up top from Revenge, and that's going to give away the position, and a couple chances to draw this first blood. 3M, he doesn't just find 1, he finds 2. Revenge trying to get his back as he's going to get his and get away.
It's actually some nasty wallbangs. That's a nasty tell that Ramstein were able to develop just from that one wallbang that was starting to come through. That then activates 3 a.m. to be like, oh, okay, we got wallbangs all the way to the top side of Secret. Nobody's peeking me. I think they were playing for a timing. There was a stun nade that was thrown over by the Rock Hill, Colin, and that meant that 3 a.m. could just peek over by the fences side. Now, most often when you see an SMG do that, you'll probably end up walking away with just 1. It's 3 a.m., so he walks away with 1 plus another. Just one of the most casual things you're ever going to experience. A very decisive round, just all off of a simplistic wallbang.
One simple little thing can change so many outcomes in a search and destroy, whether it's noise, whether it's gunshots, and whether it's positioning. You can slide out from Viz, traded out. Omen's there to keep the numbers. Ramstein has another solid break off. And look at the arrow for 3 a.m. He is already deep in the enemy line, but you can say the same for Buckley as they flip things out. The good shots from Hale. That's not just bombed down, but that's a 2 versus 2 now.
Are they aware of this, though? Are Revenge Hale aware of this?
Definitely not.
They are playing like that they are. They're going to play for the spread. Revenge is throwing shoulders over by Lambo. You're going to have Hale doing the same thing over by Well. Late nade over the top. Not going to connect with anything. The 3M Omen are expecting the overextension to come through one of the 2 players that have been very cracked out all week long for Buckley. They have posted up expecting the same. Maybe it's Ramstein that need to make the move.
Maybe they do know that the bomb is going to be down. Good shots out here. Revenge going to spot the rotation from 3 a.m. That's a major shutdown. And that look for the second one off the reload. Brings it to a 1 versus 1 as Omen. And it's a race now. as Hale has fully left the vicinity. He's going for the full wrap, and Omen planting it for the office window.
He should be dead to rights here upon exit. Oh, no. Oh, it's just bait. He saw him exit, though, didn't he? He's just going to hop it. He knows it's going to take too much time. Hale, it's planted for him. Does he get here in time to be able to shoot him? No, he went down low. Oh, he called his bluff, and Hale just diffuses it. Oh, and the player camera shows it. What are you doing, man? Oh, I think he had him scouted the entire time. What a hard read that was. Tie things up 2 apiece.
All right, that is just a bold call to make, but at the same time, you're kind of understanding what the options are. You saw him rotate back through mid. Obviously, you didn't get that information if you're Omen, but you still had that chance. So why not play a timing? Trust that the bomb isn't going to be diffused right away. If you do make it to the office, you do have a chance to check it, but it doesn't come through. So things are tied up 2-2. Another blitz over towards the B site. Ice-T last time chopped this one up. This time around, Revenge could get that first blood. Ice-T finds nothing, and 3 go down for Buckley's favor. Bomb getting planted. It's a 1 versus 4 for Viz.
He should be dead to rights here. There's just no way. This goes all the way back towards that round 1, Colin, where you get the B committal, Suns nades, not much favorable for one side of the team. That team would be Buckley. This is going to take a big stab at this. But everybody's playing in different corners. Rips the first, 31 HP. And all the arrows on the minimap are just beckoning him to move forward. Late util will be thrown out here. There's just not enough time for this to happen.
No, there's not, and you're not even going to get past step 2. Buckley, another round on the board now. That's going to be their 3rd, and the lead switching to their favor. As Ramstein, they had a good hold on this one, but Revenge has turned things up to the max. 9-3 from this young man. 1,100 damage, too. He is putting some punch behind these shots as well, Andy.
So an 0-3 start out of Dante after that Herculean performance in map number 1. Doesn't really matter if Revenge is going triple positive 5 rounds, I suppose, but keeps things interesting for Ramstein. Trying to find a crack of the code as far as an offense is concerned. Nades over the top. They're trying to meet through secret.
3M going all the way up. He's got the bomb in hand. He's looking to make the fast play, and it's going to pay off for the first blood. Hale was watching through mid, and you get what you need. You get away. I'm looking now over towards player 3. Revenge. He's sitting through the middle of the map. He's hoping that somebody makes a mistake, and he gets in. He forces the mistake. Makes it a 3 versus 3.
Big one being pushed through by Ice-T over by 10. Bomb being planted. Now there's so many different corners that Revenge and Sour Patch Kid need to clear. Hale or Revenge doesn't have the luxury of waiting for Sour Patch Kid to complete this flank, but he wins his one down low versus Viz.
And Revenge is going to be caught trying to get through patio. That's going to put Sour Patch Kid against the clock and against the odds.
1v2, they're stacked together. I see 3AM. They isolate themselves by Sour Patch Kid. He takes the long plate. Yep, that's where the bomb's planted for. And wouldn't you know it, nowhere's here to be found. No bodies left to be shot. Sour Patch Kid going to have to let this one go to the clock. He's just going to die it nonetheless. So Ramstein going to be able to tie things up yet again, all off of the offensive push that they were able to develop. Once you get that bomb plane, you get players inside of 10, and you're way too late to be able to clear that clutch spot. This is all what's developed off of that set nade over the top through mid, Colin. I think that they assumed that it was going to be a push through P1, maybe down low. All of Buckley gave up secret control, and Ramstein called their bluff. Got immediate fences control, won first blood, got bomb planted, and all the space soon after.
Well, Ramstein definitely keeping things still interesting. As we still search for the elusive first kill for Dante. Can this be the one? The slide out. Sour Patch Kid goes down. Dante gets the trade. And here we go. However, Hale still ends up falling down towards that closed window. Can you get the read if you're Dante here? The Ice-T has pushed all the way up to the arches. It is a corner that you should be checking, but he's got to reload. And Ice-T, he definitely heard that.
Did he?
I saw his arrow turn immediately as soon as it happened.
I think that's more anxiety than it is anything, potentially. He's trying to keep his head on a swivel. There is a timing that he could get pounced on outside from you. That would be Revenge. starting to clear through the top side of office. Nobody's budging. 5 and 6 have moved. Omen and Viz now expecting the challenge, the long play to come through from office. This is the route that they took. Revenge need to get good timing here. He sees one.
But turning around is going to be as Dante goes down, and he doesn't check the corner. Revenge, he thought he had the moment, but he tried to follow the trail. And Viz turns around at just the right time. I'm pretty sure that Ice-D also had the perfect read onto Dante being there, even though the noise was cut, even though the full B site was open. You trust that it's going to be an A execute towards the end. As soon as that noise is cut, you're just waiting for that 50-50 to pay off, and it does perfectly for Ramstein.
10 and 5 now for Revenge as we're loading on into round number 8. Find 6-3 between Ice-T and Viz. Headed in towards said round. And it's going to be a all-out blitz over towards A offensively.
Early shots from Revenge. He's looking to flip the map around. Hale. He's going to make some noise. Nade separates them, but no damage is going to be taken. A lot of shots to the wall, and the pistol's going to finish it with a wall bang. First blood stops the rollover towards this A bomb, and it's going to deny the plant for now.
This is a bold pivot all the way through P1. They have no upper hallway control, but they find the timing to get through bottom office, and they're going to try to flip this. Back over towards A they will go. This has been lurking. He's holding the flank.
Oh, somebody player number 2 is Dante up top. One of those shots from Viz. The read, the hard read. And Sour Patch Kid has fallen as well. So from a 3v4 now to a 3 versus 2. Revenge going to tie things up. The bomb doesn't get planted just yet. Revenge still has a chance to make some damage into this play. Fortunately, 3 AM, he is hot on their trail. They know exactly where Hale is.
Yeah, plant the bomb now. You knew exactly where Hale was located at since Viz was playing over towards the flank. Playing for the long flank were the two of, and that was impressive. I mean, he could draw outside the line, but they should be in a tradable situation nonetheless. Yeah, well executed there. I mean, King's set and match like that is just a well executed play out of the Ramstein. Just playing off the information that they're able to get so swiftly. The bomb could have been planted at least twice, but the bomb planter would have died, and the original planter who was going for it got crossed up for first blood. So what's the pivot? Go underneath office, flank all the way back through, catch them by surprise. But it was Viz on the lurk to at least keep Hale honest and not complete the pinch for the player that was lurking top secret. Absolute chef's kiss moments out of Ramstein as they're up to map point.
Beautiful moment from Ramstein, and the timing couldn't have been any better. This is a team that is representing the entirety of the EU region of AFG, so trying to put things up to a 2-0 difference going into this next round. They have the chance, but they've given up B.
4v4 here for the post. Any sort of late util may not matter. Dante's dead.
Oh, Dante's dead, and the rest of them soon to follow. It's all down to Sour Patch Kid for the 1 versus 4. You say it's GG's. It's feeling like GG's. Can he pull off the impossible? He cannot. Ramstein up 2-0 in the series. Fist bumps between the players. Confidence spewing from this USAFE roster.
Oh, yeah. You're just sitting there just as confident as ever. Got to really tip it as far as Ramstein is concerned. You go in towards the early salvo as far as this S&D is concerned. It looked like the revenge show. I'm pretty sure he still finished somewhere near double positive. 3 AM, 9 and 4. We'll complete that as well. But yeah, 11 and 7 out of revenge. There came to a certain point in time where there was just nothing of what Buckley was attempting to do that was ever going to find success. I mean that quite literally. The flow state was absolutely met by Ramstein just about round 4, if not maybe round 5. Trade department was so good for Buckley. Again, it's what makes them such a very good team at this very event. But then Ramstein started to develop countermeasures, their contingency plans, their reactions and adaptations, buzz phrases. Were absolutely fantastic to be able to develop this very dominating map to win.
Yeah, it's not even through all of that, too. It's the patience that they were showing in not laying down that bomb at A every single time they had an opportunity to. They were waiting for Buckley to make some mistakes and overstep, and surely Buckley did just that. There were multiple times where 3AM was just able to make the play, if not that Viz, towards the back end of that game, really coming alive to win some of those long-range battles with the AR in hand. Buckley were managing to bring things back for a bit. They did have the lead for at least a round when it was 3-2, but after that, it's 4 rounds in a row for Ramstein to put things away towards the end. It was a near flawless round to close out as well. Sour Patch Kid the only one to find a kill in that last round for Buckley. And now you're put into a situation that we've seen before. Reverse sweep is what you have to show to take down this team and move further through the winner's bracket. If not that, our USAFE team is going to push into face-off cannon, what they want to do, what they've wanted to do since the very beginning. And I'm hoping that they get that chance. But before we go to this control, we're going to cut things to a quick little break. We'll be back soon with some more Worlds.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, after the break as we are sitting with Ramstein up 2-0 over Buckley Space Force Base as we get ready for our control up next. Let's take a look into the map set and what we have getting into this map number 3. A very close map 1, I'd say proper. It was a very entertaining one from the Buckley side. We get into the search and destroy, and it was just too much to deal with over on that Hacienda. So going into this vault, it's exactly what we were singing against Cannon just 2 days ago. For this Buckley team, it has to be a reverse sweep, and I don't think there's a better map to start this on.
Yeah, Vault Control is probably one of the most swing-dependent control maps that we have in the pool, given that it's only one of 3. I think you're okay to say that, given that the other 2 is Protocol. Very hard to win offensively on that one, and Hacienda, who knows what even happens there. But Vault Control has been a very fun playground for a lot of these bases to be going up against each other all week long, Colin, given the fact that we've gotten a lot of surprise offensive rounds. A lot of them happening towards, like, I want to say, like, under 20 seconds remaining. There's been a lot of scammage going on in Vault Control. And if there's one thing that could potentially happen if Ramstein are not careful, they could scam away a map 3 loss. But they seem pretty locked in as far as those player cams are concerned, what we saw walking away from that previous match. So I'm not really hopeful in that department, but if you're a Buckley fan, you're open for that, and for your usual suspects to show up pretty big. Revenge and Hail are still having a pretty good series, Colin. They just got to piece it together.
Yeah, you really do have to piece it together, and I think even looking back all the way to that first initial look that we had for Buckley versus Cannon, the controls have been where this Buckley team looks their best, so there's no reason why they can't, I'd say, inject some wins towards the back end of this series, push towards that hard point, map number 4, and have another go at a potential map 5 versus this Ramstein team. I have this going to a game 5. I still don't doubt that it can go to a game 5. I just need to see Buckley pick things up in terms of keeping things cool, calm, and collected against the games. Obviously, you're going to be looking towards a vault. Shut down 3 a.m. and this game's going to get a whole hell of a lot easier. But at the same time, that's easier said than done.
So much easier said than done. We'll have to see again. We really need Revenge and Hail to have themselves a really good series. Dante to have a bounce back performance. And he only had like a breadstick in that last series, in that last S&D. Like, that's not good. So Buckley gonna have to see what they can produce. They do have the luxury of being on defense first. And the opening break-off is suggesting that they are feeling pretty darn comfortable until Ice-T and 3 a.m. find 2 in the feet.
3 a.m. He's going to hop on towards this A zone. Has to jump away for this second. Rest of the team's about to respawn. They don't want to give up on A just yet. Double stack in. Try to look for some fights around the hill. And so far, so good, at least for that cat control. Ice-T is going to give it up, and maybe a moment for Buckley to start to get things going for a little bit of a retake, but still fights being won from Viz. Still that second segment getting worked on, and a second kill as well from Ramstein, making it a third. So this third segment, it might be cooked if you can't get anything going on the flank, and as Sour Patch Kid goes down, A-Zone's going to get secured, and Ramstein has 2 minutes to get to B.
That is 100% just because 3AM stayed alive for such a long time, and because Buckley were trying to search for him. By the time that they got up towards top cat, everybody just got traded by Ice-T, Viz, and Omen. So 60 seconds added on towards the board. 19 plays now up against 17. Good exits being found by Buckley off of that transition.
Ice-T's looking for a way into B. As you know, there's going to be a couple players all the way around. Hail spots out the flank. With the help of Dante, 3M not going to get through just yet. Still, Ice-T going to hop that zone, stop the clock at a minute 31. Everybody from Buckley now converging on that position, see if they can stop the attempt, and they do. That first segment, not going to get anywhere close to be collected.
Oh, Hale somehow still able to walk away with that. Had some assistance from Sour Patch Kid over towards top gold, but this is the setup that you want defensively. Once you lose that A control zone, the reason why B becomes such a devastating dream to be able to convert is because you got a player still working top gold. Sour Patch Kid is still under a lot of threat. There's 2 players working across that B lane. 3 a.m. bound to over towards the already captured A zone, but that progress is moving up very slowly.
It is, and the first one at least gets secure. 3 go down again, a chance to maybe stack the zone. Shots from Sour Patch Kid, trying to turn up when the team needs him most. It is going to keep just one player on this B side. Was he shooting a trophy system? What was he?
No, that was the assault pack.
Oh,
can't have one of those.
Yeah, you don't
get it out of here.
Get that stuff out of here right now. 3 a.m. trying to dodge it away, but Dante through Volt. He gets a triple kill. That slows things down again, 5v9.
And Dante already able to find 7 times the amount of kills here in the opening round of Control Unit and Search and Destroy. Sorry, I didn't mean that to sound as cruel as it was. Second segment is locked at B. We're going to be looking for that third potentially, but Buckley do have that 4-life lead. Ramstein are basically playing this like an S&D round plus an extra life. They do find that opener.
Things slowed down to a halt. Down to 3 members left. Buckley and trying not to chuckle this one. With 5 segments, is this where you end your run? 2 go down, and surely not. The chance again to steal it away. Revenge says no, sweeps it through. And it looks like Buckley are going to hold their own here in the first round. Defense.
Seeming to be the case. Last player, Ice-T. He's going to find 1, but then immediately traded. So 5 segments to the good so far. We will mark that down for Ramstein, and we will see what Buckley have to offer as far as their offense is concerned. But I would argue, and I'm sure a handful of others would be watching, and maybe even Ramstein as well, if they had no business capturing that A zone the way that they did. Like, that was just... Again, Lemony Snicket is currently writing the script, it feels like, for the way that some of these control rounds are going, because the series of unfortunate events mostly just came from 3 a.m. causing a lot of ruckus. You have Buckley members over towards the offensive spawn trying to set up a little bit of a spawn trap. 3 a.m.'s running nuisance. He's breaking open doors. Nobody knew where he was located at. And it came down for the first 2 people off of respawn to try to deal with him. By that point, trades were effective for Ramstein. They got that 60 seconds pretty quickly.
Trying to think ahead towards that second defense to maybe not let that happen this time. But before that, Buckley have an attack of their own to worry about. 2 down right away. Over towards A. It's going to be a double stack. 3 down now. I mean, why not just hop the zone? Just stack this.
Yeah, you can only have 3 on. That's the max amount of stackage that you could possibly get. Dante is going to be playing the crossfire over by the palm tree. He's going to see at least 1 get all the way through. This is contestable.
It is contestable, but do they get there? Do they get there in time? They don't get there in time. 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Quite literally, whatever you could do, we can do better right now. And it's not going to stop just there. Hale keeping them on their toes. The only player who can really stop this is going to be Viz.
That's just about, that's like max time. Just about. Could have asked for a better start, but the exits, though, from Ramstein were pretty effective. This is a good defensive setup. Watch player number 1, Omen's going to be setting himself up a little bit of a pinch for a couple of spawn kills. Got to get scouted out by Sour Patch Kid. Wins that 1v1. 3 a.m. winning ones outside of the lion statue, and then he's going to be able to clean up a second for Hale, looking for that trade. So stabilizing things slowly are Ramstein.
I think 3 a.m. actually selected the option that gives you nukes in your weapon and not actual bullets. He just fries everybody. Well, like that he shoots.
The hollow point magazine.
Yeah, it's something that's G8 on that thing. I'm telling you. But first segment's going to be stopped, Andy, so... Not out of the win just yet is Buckley, as they haven't yet been able to get the zone going. Hale is still going crazy, though, as 15-8 now as he goes down. He's giving a lot of opportunity for Dante to get around here, and he's played this so quietly. Somehow gonna dodge the bullets and take down Ice-T. And a chance to get on towards the zone. It's up to 3 a.m.
Sour Patch Kid is playing down in a lurk roll. He's expecting somebody to challenge him over by P4. He gives away his red dot. That means that Ramstein are going to be hot to try to chase that. There's only 1 player on this control zone so far, Colin, so the progress is slow.
3M goes down. It's going to be all eyes forward. Sour Patch Kid's in a great zone to shoot a couple of these players in the approach towards it. Sour Patch Kid ends up going down to play through the vault. Hale drops, and it's that second segment's going to get captured, but you're not going to get a chance for the third just yet. Dante trying to play it so sneaky in the back.
Oh, 3M, he runs out of bullets. Pre-fire with the pistol. Dante jumps over top of the pre-fire, wins the 1. Still has the pressure point. Third segment being locked, and if the life advantage wasn't enough to cement it, that little play out of Dante surely will. Up to 13-11. Viz, though, slides in.
Whoa,
Stop the progress dead in its tracks. What was a life lead? Now down to 5.
All right, this is losable. This is very, very losable,
Oh my.
especially
Is it
considering
ever?
Ice-T is trying to push pace into your spawn. If you hold ground right now for Ramstein, you still got a chance to blow this out of proportion. 5v9, 36 seconds. Hale's gonna get caught off the head glitch, and you still have Ice-T lurking around the bottom side of water.
Yeah, it's still not going to be budging. 25 seconds remain. This life deficit has now been whittled down to just 4, but it's no response remaining for Ramstein.
It's now or never for Buckley. They have to get things going. 18 seconds. Clock's gonna get
Oh my.
stopped. 2 go down.
Car bomb?
Revenge, he's through. The car bomb's gonna take down Omen. And there's only 2 players who can stop it now. 3 AM is still alive, so the game is still active, but Ice-T gets dropped, and so will 3 AM. Buckley going back-to-back in rounds. They secure the offense, but not without a little bit of fight.
And it still leads them 2-0 as far as this control is concerned. Colin gonna start calling more and more for that Vol hardpoint to be in consideration to extend the series here versus Ramstein. Now find themselves in a very, very tough spot. Buckley are playing very well as far as this control is concerned. The way that Dante was just able to stay alive forever as far as that P4 is concerned. Constantly opening up avenues for his team to move forward. He said that was Hale early on over by that palm tree push. And you were right, but Dante there at the end, the cornerstone to get Buckley into a lot of good power positions. Sour Patch Kid sneaky, by the way. 14-8 is his KD ratio, and this opening breakoff very important. Revenge aware of it.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Oh my goodness, he is cracked. This is the Revenge I wanted to see, Andy. Just absolute confidence in the plays that you're making. As it does look like they've got a hint of where Hale is. He's going to fully peel back, see if he can find a way back into the fight. He slides down lovely shots out of his. Still something to worry about is going to be Omen, the next one across. He gets the kill, and that's going to draw some of the attention of Hale away. Opens up a route over towards B, and 3 go down. Do you go to B, or do you peel back to A? Well, it looks like they're going for the A stack.
Yeah, they want this early. 60 seconds this is the more mature call if you are Ramstein. Body stack that. Watch how fast that progress is working. What? The teammate Omen! Oh no! Sour Patch Kid walks in, finds the other 2 required, and the halt of the progress comes through. That should have been 60 seconds every single day and twice on Thursday.
I had to check my watch. It is Thursday.
It is.
And let's see if they can happen again. Stack over towards A is going to be good. Another minute on the clock. A minute 40. Not as good as the first time, but it is pretty damn close. Sour Patch Kid for the slide of his. Oh, decimates him with the Jackal. Off the regen. Should be able to go, but he's not going to count for Revenge, who was pushed all the way up to Palms. And he can keep them off the zone for now.
Still working his progress. So 3AM's on the zone. Nobody from Ramstein throughout all of that bumped Ice-T or 3AM to get towards top side of Art, and that could be the fumble of this offense and the difference in between Ramstein forcing this to a 4th round. Buckley are there to pick up the pieces. They still trail by 3 lives. 3AM is hitting a route. Revenge is still playing in the enemy spawn. Omen's clearing the top plat. He's late to get that clearance, so Revenge is going to get Ice-T off the zone.
3 go down, but so much progress right now from Ramstein. Buckley have to neutralize the second tick just to get some ease of mind across this round. 14 versus 12. Ramstein with a 2-life advantage, a minute on the clock, and look at that minimap. 3 players are going for the full flank, and, well, a couple of them get caught down on the approach. Just only 3 AM. And it doesn't look like he's actually been spotted. Nobody is reacting to this.
No, they're not. 3AM's just going to start playing this corner. He's going to hope that his teammates can find kills on the opposite side. Buckley have flipped that life lead, by the way. They're leading by 3, and those kills that 3AM are starting to wait for are never going to come through. Dante is piecing them up in their spawn.
And now you're just waiting for 3AM. Sour Patch Kid, that's great communication on where is that missing player. Dante, I didn't see the kill in the perspective, but I was watching that minimap, and I know he just fried somebody. Now trying to put this one away with 20 seconds left. Buckley have completely turned the tides of this round with only losing 3 lives since we talked about it. 13.3 seconds. Another 3 go down. And Buckley, they stay so good in the controls. They are unbreakable in this game mode.
Buckley going to go ahead and extend this series up to a map number 4. We will remain on the venue, but the aura is feeling a little bit different in the venue. Buckley just came out of the woodworks and absolutely laid the smackdown versus Ramstein. 0-2 down as far as the series is concerned, but we all remember how the first half of that Rewind Hardpoint went. It went a little something like that.
Yes, it did. 22 and 23 from Holman right at the top. He was impressing me with the plays that he was making over towards those offensive attempts, but not enough to crack through this Buckley lineup. Everybody breaking 20 kills on that side of the field. Everybody having their moments. In that last round, it was Dante. In the early rounds, it was Revenge. And when you needed Hale and Sour Patch Kid, well, they were there. And this one in particular from Dante, that was a crazy three-piece. So many star-studded moments from this Buckley Space Force base team to keep this series going, Andy. I mean, they are truly undeniable in this game mode.
I would say they're slowly getting their way closer towards that status as far as the undeniability is concerned for Control, but just because you're able to win in Control doesn't mean you're going to be able to win a series. Again, we only play one of those in a best of 5. We only play 2 of those in a best of 7. You got to somehow get there first, and within this winners quarterfinal so far, you have a breath of fresh air if you are looking into this from Buckley's perspective. Again, as we were already hinting at, the venue is the same as far as the game mode is concerned, just a little bit different. Some might honestly argue where we currently are standing in this best of 5 series, Colin. Buckley should be up 2-1.
You know what? Yeah, I would say so. I mean, like, they have had their chances, especially back in that first one, and you got to be feeling confident for them to turn things around going into this map 4 and looking towards that map set. Let's look to see where we are going after seeing our map 1, 2, and 3. We got a Vault Hardpoint up next, and this is something that we haven't seen too much today, but we've been seeing a lot over the course of the weekend. And you think all the way back to the first time that we saw Buckley Space Force Base take the stage on stream versus Cannon. They lost this map. It was a 60-250 against Cannon. They got smoked, but we saw them go back to the vault later on against Offit, and they had their chances. They got their got back. They won it 250-145. This is a team that have figured out this map even after those troubles against Cannon, and I think going into it, you couldn't ask for a better map to try to push that map 5.
You just need your Slayers to constantly be there in the right presence, and I think Sour Patch Kid just needs to constantly put himself in those superior positions to be able to watch a lot of these crosses to catch 3 AM by surprise, because you got to see it again. I said sneaky, by the way, like through 2 rounds worth of play. It's just he's anchoring all of these lines of sights as he's watching either Hale, Dante, or Revenge just kind of fly forward and watch a whole bunch of kills just kind of light up in his kill feed, but he's constantly finding final blows off of the damage off of one of those 3, if not his entirety of those angles being held over by that B lane. Sometimes you got to get a little mixy, though. It is Vault Hardpoint. At the end of the day, you don't have the luxury of waiting for the gunfights to come to you. You can get a lot of SMGs playing pesky corners, mostly looking at P2 to be that point of ingress for a money hill to at least start things off. And as you were already saying, further demons going against them. Last time another top team was going up against Buckley on this map mode combination. Did not go too well versus them, though Offit did not exactly meet their pace. I think things might be different on the other side, given that 3 AM is in the server.
I mean, you could do some, like, theory crafting here, too. I don't know what to expect, because Cannon blew them out of the water, then Offit takes Cannon to a game number 5, and then you see that Buckley have blown Offit out of the water on this map. It's just a whole lot has gone over these past couple days, Andy. And I think that going towards this vault, I'm pretty excited. Let's talk about stakes for this game, because obviously, if you're Buckley, you win it, you go to that game 5, you win this series, you get a rematch against that Cannon team that did beat you in a game 5 setting all the way back on day 1, but you know, at the same time, you lose this, you go to play Kadena down into the lower brackets, and for Ramstein, this is a team that has been looking to make waves. I'd say in the group stage, they made a ton of waves, but the real one that they want to show is how good they can perform against that Cannon team. And this is the perfect time for Ramstein to turn up, shut down Buckley, and go into a Cannon team that obviously looks a little bit weakened, a little bit scared after what we saw versus Offit.
Yeah, I don't know if they look scared, but they were still able to close things out at the end. But Cannon probably still confident as ever. I think that a lot of people, given that Ramstein also want to be able to face them pretty badly. Pretty much everybody that we've asked, like, who do you want to face more than anybody? It's always been Cannon. You know, they're the number 1 team for a reason. And for Call of Duty's history, the number 1 team may always be that factor, but they have been losing maps as far as the group stage is concerned. Again, Buckley almost reverse swept them, and realistically, you go back to that and maybe cherry pick a handful of rounds. they've probably been able to piece that one together and maybe get that entire reverse sweep. But that's not the universe that we live in. And as far as we're all concerned, everybody's trying to prepare for that Canon matchup, and it should be a good one. Whichever one decides that fate, you're just hoping to at least get past this map number 4 if you are Buckley. Ramstein, they're fueled by a different type of fire. Again, they're the only USAFE team here in attendance as far as DAF World Championship is concerned. So looking to close things out here in a format fashion and give me another point for my pick'ems. Do it.
Go to game 5 and give me another chance. He's still very much alive. We got to catch up to Brody. He took a little bit of a lead, and that is not okay.
That guy's being weird with his pick'ems. He's trying to go for a bid, and then he's underselling the bid, away from cameras and stuff like that. And he's back on camera going for the bid again. That guy is being a clown. He needs
know
to
what
lose
to
this competition.
Yeah. We got to get our revenge against him. We got to take things back for sure. One thing for this Ramstein team that I think is very interesting, because even looking towards the USAFE bracket, being the only team to show up towards the World Championships, they weren't even the number 1 team to come out of that USAFE bracket. They were the number 3 team. So I can only imagine what the other teams would have brought, and maybe that is something to say that EU, if this is the competition that they're bringing, they probably would have been all over it.
Absolutely. I mean, if this is just the level that we are getting out of some of the USAFE bases, who honestly knows how high it could go. A little bit of a false alarm coming through here as far as the control is concerned. Let's see, or sorry, as the map 4 hardpoint is concerned, I have to see what the status is on all of that. But yeah, I think that's a great conversation, right, Colin? I mean, if this is the 3rd best as far as USAFE's regionals are concerned, who honestly knows how the rest of the other teams might have impacted this playoff bracket.
You know, in another life, in another world, we would have been able to see, but for right now, it's Buckley's chance to have that opportunity to come here to the World Championships and now play up against one of those USAFE teams. We're going to head to a break with these tech breaks. We'll be back when the Vault Hardpoint is ready to go.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Welcome back, everybody, as it looks like we are into the game, and it looks like we're already a round through this one as well, proper for game 4. Oh, wait, no, it's just a hard point. I don't know why I was going into the search and destroy. I'm so far ahead of myself, buddy.
Man cracked open a monster, and he just kind of zoomed all the way into, like, map 5 of a championship Sunday, and this tournament ends on a Saturday. Map number 4, Ramstein versus Buckley, and starting off on the favorite side of the map would be Ramstein. Had a little bit of a false start, but this one seems to be well underway.
It does, and it's Ramstein with the early time. It looks like they're holding on to the better side of the spawns, and a couple of the members, 3AM in particular, will spawn up with the rest of the team. All 4 will spawn up into the back of the map, but it's not going to stop Buckley from knocking on the door of this rotation. 3 down. It's just Ice-T in the back to worry about, and he's got to be worried because he is being flanked out by a couple of members. Still manages to find 1, but Buckley are going to get the initial time at P2.
Yeah, sure will. Right through the front. Still got lurking members around the opposite side. Yeah, 3M's going to end up showcasing just that. Viz throws out a shoulder seat. Revenge down to the pool. Wait, hold on a second. You ain't got your flippers on there, bud, so that's going to allow them to push a little bit further forward and reinforce into the backside of the pool house. But still, not where you want to be if you are Buckley. Ramstein reaping the benefits of holding from the front.
And right from the Lifeguard Association, I didn't know you had to guard a pool without any water in it, but he is on the case. Is Ramstein going to control this lead going into the next rotation? A 20-point lead to say. Looking over towards this top art. I don't think they know Sour Patch Kid's going to be down here, but trade from Viz should be there. It will, and there's another one being chased. The communication from Ice-T will be there. Viz turns it into a double kill. A little bit of time at P3 for Buckley, but they haven't really been able to set up yet.
Nice shots out of Dante. That's not an easy gunfight to take. He's going to get traded. Omen finds 2. Through open door. This P3 still very contested, but Ramstein have the better side of the map. 3M's posturing himself through P1. No, Buckley need to show some sort of focus over towards 3M. No matter where he is, that is a threat on the map.
You still see Buckley are trying to just turn this into time, well working this rotation. Sour Patch Kid's going to be over towards No. Omen's going to catch that, and another shutdown for the P4 break. The spawns will be cemented for Ramstein for some initial on the Money Hill.
Nobody's reinforcing over by Art. That means that Viz is going to spawn all the way out. Nobody was anchoring the spawns. They're playing this almost like a P4. Like, it's Hacienda. And it took so much time that Viz cut all the way across the map. He knows that there's got to be somebody inside of Art. 3 people trying to deal with just Viz off the respawn block. And it's just taking too much time.
Still going to be some split spawns. Viz is spawning all the way back towards P2. Revenge not able to make anything out of it. Buckley going to break through at the bottom. Only a 7-point lead. So these kills are so big to see who's going to walk out with the remaining 30 seconds. It's Ramstein for the triple kill. They'll shut down the attempt from Buckley.
Oh, nice cleanup there for Revenge. 5 HP. He will live to see another gunfight potentially. 3AM trying to hold things at least from the front door here towards the tail end of Art, but P4 still going to be secured to the scrap time for Buckley. He's going to keep things just about even going back towards the center of the map. This has been a very scrappy opening set. Even the spawns towards the end were never secured. Got to try to lock in here if we are inside the server. One of these 8 players need to start calling out where they are spawning in and where the anchors need to be for the spawns. There's so much time just giving up towards the game clock where it shouldn't have been.
Haven't been able to lock down those spawns to the back. Hale trying to make something out of his flank. Nice double kill. Goes back in for the challenge. 3AM. Tough fight to take, but the early damage is going to secure the kill. 43 seconds. You're in. Spawns in the back towards P2. For Ramstein, Sour Patch Kid is going to be able to find one of those kills. But it's not going to stop Ramstein from taking another swing at this hill. Lots of time to get that you do not want to give up to this Buckley squad. Revenge on the slide out. Good damage, but no kills to back things up. 3M over the side. 360 slides out right down the hole. Hale's going to be alive here to fight for this time, but it's so scrappy still. And if you're Ramstein, you've successfully held this P2 roto.
Yep, yes you do. Just gotta be able to save away the opening gunfights. Again, nobody's watching the flank. Sour Patch Kid, he's gonna clean up 1 for free. He's gonna shoot Omen in towards the back. Ice-T's there to at least clean up another one, but Hale spawns in, directly looking at Ice-T. P2 spawn secured, but we know Ramstein can still hold from the front.
So, I mean, this is frustrating to say the least if you're a Ramstein fan, seeing those spawns just pop out. But again, it's not solidified now for Buckley's turn. 3 a.m. It's his time to shine in through the flank. Spawns now for Ramstein for the setup over towards P2. Trying to block things out, but they just haven't been able to fully break just yet. Buckley back to square one.
They are indeed. Those are going to come down to Sour Patch Kid. He's actually the one that has to hit the route. And it's the same exact angle that's not being watched, that he finds an opportunity, but it's Ice-T to strike first. Takes down Revenge. Just have to play the trades, and you'll get the majority of the time if you are Ramstein, but 2 in the feed. Buckley could secure the scrap time. They could set up a little bit of a spawn trap, because look at Dante. He's already all the way across the map. That'll anchor out the spawns going over towards New. At least it should, where there's 3 spawn. Yeah, it does. That's a big moment coming through, especially ahead of this rotation.
I mean, on one side, you have a team like Buckley who just continues to break spawns. You have Ramstein who just continue to pull spawns. This is, if you're Buckley, you're happy to look at a tie game going into this P3 because Ramstein had every right to pull away with a lead. You're just grinding through this match right now, trying to get to that game 5. A lead change for Buckley, and let's see how far they can drive it. Hale inside. He's going to be sidelined, and for now, it's Ramstein in the setup.
Buckley with a 10-point lead. It's about to evaporate right in front of their eyes. Ramstein, they had the spawns in the superior setup for 3-4. It evaporates right in front of their very eyes in a haze of gunfire. Oben's there to find the last in the feed. He then needs to step up to find the 2-piece, and wouldn't you know what he actually does? Dante's back over towards top art. That was the positional advantage that allowed Buckley to be able to get a majority of time from the 3-4 rotation.
We saw it in the control. Omen was the best performing player on Ramstein. It's nice to see that that is continuing into this hard point as well. You look at that mini-map, there's still a player just hiding away. It's Revenge. He's sitting on the staircase of back P4, and I think that Ramstein know that there's a player missing. You see a lot of attention is going towards this back door. Viz, he is watching it like a hawk, but Revenge still slides in for the kill. He is unstoppable. Andy, why not find more in the wall bank? He's got assistance for the break on Buckley.
And they finally lose Dante over by Art, but by the end of that, that's 20 seconds secured for Buckley. 132 counting up to the 127. Spawns under threat. Watch the palm tree push from Omen. He's the one to show up in the kill feed first. He finds another 2-piece. Ice-T there for the pinch. He's up on 3 in a row. He's only got 4 bullets left in his Jackal. That's all he needs.
I mean, really good shots coming out. It's still a tie game. When we look at it, this P4 has never been more broken from either side. Buckley's going to walk away with the scrap time. They send Ramstein packing all the way to the new hill. But because they leave, they get split spawns on the map, and they're going to look to punish these players towards the new rotation.
Yeah, those split spawns are definitely going to come into appearance. Again, if you don't have anybody inside of Art Gold, whatever you decide to call it, it's parallel over by P4 building. I don't care. You're not going to be anchoring out those spawns even when P4 is active. So, big moment coming through from Buckley off of the transition. They seemingly found 2 kills for free, but P1's still contested. It's still anybody's game with a 25-point deficit.
And Woman's going to break the player towards the back. It's going to force some refilling by Revenge to make sure that nobody's flooding in through the B street, and all the attention from Ramstein goes right down the middle. They break the front of the hill. 30 seconds still on this. It can net another lead change on the map, but for Ramstein, they want a little bit more than that. Andy, you can see the players putting focus towards the rotations. They have to turn around, though, and it's Sour Patch Kid and Revenge. Tag team duo to break the setup.
Seen 2 P2s now, and even that 3-4, Ramstein, when they have the spawns, doesn't really mean much of anything whatsoever. Viz is pretty far forward right now. Got to be careful with these members in towards the back not to lose their lives. Viz will actually come back around. He'll be traded over by the catwalk. Now you know where this push is going to be coming from. Ramstein got a hold.
Buckley with the lead. But this has been the most breakable game I've ever seen in terms of hard points. As Buckley are going to try to fight this one from the front yet again. Ramstein going to relayer this hill, but nobody's been able to get to the time just yet. Finally, Ice-T, he's going to jump in, but Hale, does he have the route towards the back line? Omen's not going to read it. Another shot towards the inside of the hill, and the Revenge is going to get the assist on it. 3 go down. Buckley break the hill. Spawns in the back for Ramstein, and they have to go back in, Andy. They cannot give this time up for free.
Ice-T was the first. This is going to be the second there for the trade on the opposite side. Spawn still sticky in towards the back. 12 seconds left to be secured. Caught in the reload. Revenge is there to go 1 for 1. Keeps them trapped all the way in towards the back. The positioning there from Dante, again, this guy is a real nuisance. He is collecting every single piece of art that is available inside that building.
Back over towards P3. Ramstein, they're close, but they haven't yet been able to flip this lead for a few hills now. At least he's going to be on the case to see if he can get over towards Art. There's going to be 2 players to worry about. And Dante has the communication to deal with the flanker. Still shots in. They damage him. And Omen with the AR. He's going to rip them from that balcony, bring them right back down to earth.
Buckley with the setup. They have such a good setup. They can actually set themselves up for a map 4 win. It is going to be a rewind search and destroy map 5. They can get with this push. P3 is being held. A moment of opportunity strikes Omen. He got behind enemy lines. Did Dante see him? This 1v1's very big towards the back, and he did. He's going to pick it up. 2 on the front on the opposite side of P3, but Buckley have the hold and towards the back. They still have the spawns.
This is where Buckley can do some serious damage towards the game. 3 a.m. He's on the case. Can he slip the net? Revenge dealing with the business over towards Olds. There's no scrap time really for Ramstein. 3M's going to give himself some notice, and they know that there's a player through. A lot of attention from Revenge to see if he can cut the players through mid. 3M now going to make the move, but Hale shuts him down.
And he sure does. Watch this push coming around towards the back again. It's Omen though with an AR. He would love to have an SMG. Can't get the gunny up in time. 215 to 194. Hale's got the cross. He's up to 6 in a row.
Looking for that Hellstorm, but looking to just put this one away here as you can win this game. Looked at the mini-map at 3 a.m. on another flank, but Revenge is there. 3 down again. It is a race now for Ramstein to get towards this hard point. Only 20 seconds left, and you have to walk through no man's land. It has been impossible to break this hill, and Buckley, they're feeling that game 5.
They sure are. 242 counting up. Palm tree push. Last ditch effort. Hale now up to another 3 spree. Make it 4. Had a good look at 5. It's 43 and 26 for Hale to send us packing to a map 5.
I mean, would you have it any other way with how these days have gone when we get 2 teams that are titanic inside of this tournament? It is always the distance. Another game 5 for Buckley. Another chance for an upset. And Ramstein, they are worried at what this team is bringing to them. What a game 4 from this Buckley team, and it all comes down to finally getting that setup over towards P4, not to mention a Herculean effort from Hale.
Yeah, I mean, that's putting it lightly. 5,400 damage. He led the entire lobby by a steep margin. 33 of those kills out of 43 were non-traded. You saw the assist column. The lowest number for Buckley was 11. Everybody was team shooting together, setting themselves up for success, relying on that macro, just trying to shut down Ramstein, who realistically relied just about on the same exact thing, just setting up 3M for the same exact kills. Normally when we're talking about Buckley, it's like Revenge to be like that player, to be like the square peg, round hole. It's just trying to brute force his way through a lot of these different opportunities. But this time Buckley actually get down to the nitty gritty. They are setting up pinches. They're setting up opportunities for Revenge and Hale to be able to work these pinches. We got to see a lot of that in the vault control. That was a continuation in towards this map number 4. And if there's anything to really take away from, again, from what was going to be a reverse sweep as far as the matchup versus Canada is concerned, that fall hard point was nothing short of just an unknown quantity. This is a very different Buckley team that we were dealing with in that matchup.
Yeah, of course, and I think that this is something that they've been working on a lot. I mean, we've seen it across yesterday, just how much this Buckley team truly has leveled up, especially when it comes down to those hard points, and of course, the control, which they looks fantastic. And the big question was going into this series, and you called it yourself, it comes down to the search and destroys. Who can look better? And unfortunately for Buckley, they did not look very good back in that Hacienda. We're changing up the setting. We're going into a different map for this game number 5, and hopefully this is going to feel a lot better for this squad to complete that reverse sweep. But you even think back all the way onto day 1, Andy. This was the game 5 versus Canon, and you lost it 6-3. So you do not have a good track record with this Search and Destroy map.
No, you don't, but I mean, you also didn't have a good track record if you are Buckley. For Vault Hardpoint, they got 100-point clubbed almost as far as that one is concerned versus Ken, and look what happened here, Colin. So who honestly knows what could end up happening as far as this rewind search and destroy is concerned. Buckley trying to work up another reverse sweep. They always find to put themselves in these situations, don't they, versus some top contenders. Though Ramstein, though, trying to do it for you, Safey. They would really love to be able to put them to rest. I mean, as far as this map mode combination is concerned, just on the day alone, we just got to talk about Search and Destroy. And this is almost where your Slayers are kind of put out of the consideration. You go back to that map number 2, for Ramstein when we started trading a handful of rounds. Their adaptations started becoming a whole lot more sublime. That's what we're mostly going to be relying on. You don't get a whole lot of consideration nor comparisons between Hacienda and where we're loading into for Rewind, Search, and Destroy. But the one thing is for certain, you better be keeping tabsies on where your enemies are playing on both sides of the bomb. It's the only way that you're going to be able to adapt and to be able to overcome the adversary on the other side of the server. To have a date with Cannon in that upcoming round is what both these teams are gunning for.
Not to mention Cannon, they just went to this map mode combo themselves for Game 5, and it was all the way down to around 11. A scary one for the matter. You lose the first blood, you still walk away with the round. It's twice I've seen that on the day now. But now for Buckley, can they complete the reverse sweep? Ramstein, can they get that date with Cannon that they want? We're out the gates with the first round. It's Ramstein on the attack. Revenge gonna open with that first blood. They're looking to steamroll this one through. Ice-T gets the trade, but he's tagged up. Nobody wants to chase it. 3 AM hits the pinch. 2 versus 2.
Dante wasn't even a part of that play. It was all isolated for Hale. Ramstein not aware of that. Still, bomb needs to get recovered and planted.
The shots there from Dante are good. Everything down to one last player. It's Ice-T. He got away with his life, but as soon as he comes back, they won't make a second mistake. Buckley strike first.
Hale off of the surprise effect to nobody. More Herculean efforts coming through from him is what we got from the map number 4. Able to stay alive there, just being able to find the immediate trade damage to be able to set up at least for that first, and then, again, having the space provided for him. Nobody from Ramstein wanted to push for that trade, and that might come back to bite them in the rear end. Not a whole lot to go off there, just a square up as far as the middle of the map is concerned. Let's see what Buckley decided to do here for their offense. Ramstein are expecting them to square up here inside of the shops, but Buckley are thinking twice. They want this B lane.
Yes, they do, and everybody's going to group up, spring loaded to explode over towards B. Stuns are out. Nades, does it catch? It does not, so no go-ahead, no green light to push even further. I say that it was a yellow was timid, and all they go to is their death. Still, somehow we're into a 2 versus 1. Sour Patch Kid on 3 HP. He gets away. He has a chance.
He sure does. Has the bomb, too. Jackal to be playing with. And a Semtex. The biggest problem, again, you go back to that Hacienda map number 2. This is what Ramstein did so well. They got the numbers, Colin. They're not going to be giving away an easy trade. 3 AM Viz, the only way that you lose this round is if you scam and you isolate yourself. So play for the trade. They are giving up the B bomb site fully for a retake. It just comes down to how Sour Patch Kid wants to play this.
He is just so uneasy about how much space is open towards B. The bomb's going to get planted for the backside of Beepers. With a Jackal, I mean, he truly can get mixy here with a time and pay off. They'll out towards the sidewalk. 3 AM. Oh, gonna get caught. Sour Patch Kid, the shots are nice, but even if you do find the one, the trade was right around the corner. Together, 3 AM and Ice-T, they are in takeover mode now for the team to tie it back up.
2 in the round there. Combined 6 for his teammate. That's exactly what Ramstein are going to try to do. Book in and out of these rounds. Make sure that they can maintain those numbers, man. We got a lot of that through the Hacienda, like I was already alluding to in that round number 2, man. The moment that they can play the trade game, the moment they can get their numbers, they're always going to try to play for that trade. It just comes down to be winning that first blood if you are Buckley. That's what they were able to do in the last defense. Ramstein not going to take the head bash. They're taking the long way around.
So long all the
They're
way
not expecting
through.
this either. The B-side is completely gone.
It is gone, and for Omen, he gets that first blood, and he just stays alive. So for Buckley, you got the sinking feeling that there's just somebody watching you at all times.
Yeah. And now how are you supposed to retake all Beepers? They want to clear Omen. There's 2 people that were mostly focused on him. He's going to be pulling so much attention away from this 1v1.
Another
and he
one?
wins it. And so now you got a 2v4 on the opposite side. You're trapped over by Jenny's. And by the time that one member of Hale turns around to deal with Omen, you're not going to have enough time to be able to find 4 kills, let alone trying to find the defuse.
Omen is doing everything in this round. I can't believe it. A triple kill from Omen. He had no business being back there, and let alone staying there. The good old great bamboozle. And it works out for Ramstein. Buckley, that is quite the blunder. That was a disaster round.
Yeah, Yeah, no, that's a absolute fumble, spaghetti all over the floor right there. It's hard to be able to gauge what information they did or did not get, but they were trying to go for the hard read there for the second defense in a row. They're like, well, they wanted to square up, so surely they're going to try to do it again. It worked out for our first defense. Not the case. The biggest hard read of them all. Just go back to a traditional rollout. Wonderfully done there from Ramstein. Combined 6-3 between Omen and 3AM.
Well, early first blood from Hale immediately as Ice-T to trade it out. Those breaks are going to be pumped from Buckley right now. Let's see how Ramstein react to the quiet that is going to settle upon this map.
Hoping for an overextension. Already been over this. Ramstein's not going to do that. Ice-T's going to give away a stun here over by Books. He's just going to give it up for now. Again, the bomb site is vacated. Ramstein are really relying that the retake would be that much better. They're giving the space over by the Burger Street.
Yeah.
And Buckley still don't feel confident enough to plant this bomb.
It's because they have nobody watching that elephant door. Revenge is going to put forward. He doesn't see anybody. Now that bomb plants is going through, crashes through the doorway. See if he can get around and catch a timing, but instead he gives his life away to Ice-T on the revenge route. Now into a 2 versus 3 for the post plant. You got to work some magic. If you're Dante on the backline, at least you bring those numbers back. 2v2, 30 seconds left. And Ramstein have completely flipped things around as they're looking to retake this through the blue hallway. And Sour Patch Kid, he is hiding with Dante to his south. Into the backline, Dante actually hasn't seen him. Trey's come through, the early shot to the second one. The damage is there, 13 seconds. You have to make a decision for Viz, and it doesn't look like you have time to make either way. The decision is going to be wrong. A round for Buckley to tie things up.
Yeah. It's just going to die anyway. It doesn't really matter there in the end. It's Rewind, Search and Destroy in a nutshell. You got the long play of an AR battle over by Burger Town. Once Omen dies, you pretty much got Dante. He can exist on this side of the map for scot-free. And until you find that trade, you know that pinch over on that side of the map is never going to develop until that anchor is dead. So wonderfully played there by Buckley, just exhausting the clock all off of that first blood onto Omen. And putting themselves in a better situation to be able to tie things up into a round 5. We will go offense for Ramstein. Now, last push, we had Omen Masterclass 3 strong over by the Burger Town. He's not alone. I think that Viz maybe wants to try to push through. But this 2-player offense inside of A is going to be met with the full-fledged resistance of Buckley.
Full setup in, and it is quiet on the front so far. Look at the approach to the B lane. Viz is going to spot this, and now it's 3AM's turn to strike. Sour Patch Kids is sidelined. Revenge there for the trade. Everybody backs up from Buckley, and the bomb is down. Unfortunately, though, Revenge does get caught in Hale. He is overextended as well. As Buckley, they had the move, but it fell apart quickly.
And it really did, and that's all just off of the 2 that were on those isolated plays. It was 3AM, Ice-T. 3AM was there for the bait. Ice-T there for the trade immediately. Viz was late, but still found the secondary. 3AM somehow still walked away with the first blood, albeit the first to slide in. Is just egregious within his own self. Dante for the 1v3. He's on a streak, and well, you know that he would have loved to be able to preserve that, maybe to be able to get himself an RCXD or maybe a Hellstorm missile if he's probable for it, but not going to be the case. Ramstein will take that 1-round lead, and what was a very inauspicious setup comes through in a very inauspicious execute. An even weirder reaction, I would say this much, from Buckley. I see gets kill number 8 there at the end, but they heard the stuns go off. They saw the slide come through 1-for-1. Trade comes through immediately. And by the time that Buckley were trying to get that trade onto Ice-T, it was just too late. And Viz was over there with Omen over by the Burger Town lane. Nobody from Buckley got that information that they had numbers inside of A. It's a weird round altogether, but a 1-round lead nonetheless.
Oh, shots from Dante. I thought that was going to be a hit. Instead, he's back down, and this might be a timing for 3AM. He doesn't take the timing, though. He's going to back up for the rest of this team to see if they can collapse over towards this E attempt right away. Everybody's here for Ramstein. They might not want to give it time to breathe for the post plants, but they are going to give them a chance, and everything is going to be onto Ice-T to make a play on the flank, as it seems like that's what they're going to wait for. He is going all the way around, Andy.
I don't think that he would have been in a position to be able to see Dante swinging the corner over by Elephant Door. He definitely heard something going on with 3AM. Ice-T will then end up finding that kill on the flank. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Time running out.
And after the flank, it was reflanked by Dante. Now he's all alone, 1 versus 1, 12 seconds left. IC's going to have to make the play, but all he has to do is play for that clock. He does it. He waits it out, and Buckley take the lead.
Just back-to-back rounds now in the post-plant situation that you get yourself in a situation for Ramstein for the retake, and it's just taking way too long to orchestrate. And you can definitely see that the theory crafting is there. You want to rely on the route to be taken. One player on said route is able to find that elimination, but then the other two up through the retake straight towards the bomb site. They get traded, and then the secondary player amidst that onslaught is just too weak to be able to take the secondary chow, let alone hop on the bomb. By that point, 20 seconds is completely gone. We got ourselves a tie game.
Yes, we do. Tied up 3-piece. Ice-T 11-4. He's waiting for Viz to activate throughout this game. Omen had back-to-back good maps through 3 and 4. And it looks like he's going to draw first blood into this next round, so good standing for Ramstein to take back this lead. 3AM is going to get a timing towards Hale, shuts down the flank presence. And this gives Ramstein an even safer route towards possibly finding a fourth.
Oh yeah, their offenses have been executed ever so wonderfully. Have Ramstein's find 17 kills between 3AM and Ice-T. The former will start the plant. Dante revenge here in the 2v4 of the post.
Dante's going to get shut down. No ways back in. Revenge for the 1v4 clutch. Looking for somebody to scan with the knife out, but nobody's going to chase for this kill. 30 seconds to get anything more and try to unravel this setup. Omen's playing all the way out towards Burger, so it's going to be hard to challenge this AR with limited time. 22 seconds. He's going to jump right in, and the trades for Ramstein bring the lead back to their side.
Yeah, Ramstein immediately just getting themselves inside of that A-bomb site. Seen a lot of different alterations of it. This time around, there was no secondary player over by the Burger Town side. Omen was met with resistance, but this time it was a 2-player push inside of Elephant to meet 3AM's push over by Blue. Once you end up getting a lot of coverage like that, and a lot of honestly being showcased by Buckley, just it almost feels like they're playing a little bit more scared because they haven't been able to crack a defense so far, Colin. In about 3 rounds, you're going to get a lot of space provided to yourself. Something's got to give. Somebody's got to win a defense.
Looks like it's going to be a quick takeover towards B, and at the same time, it's a fast flank. This full mid control for Ramstein. A couple members going to peel back to see if you can stop this attempt over towards B. Hale still drawing first blood into Ice-T. That's a big one to pick up with the performance that he's been playing. Hale doesn't want to stop there. He goes all the way through for Omen as well. Keeps the lives for Buckley ahead. Revenge might be getting the timing here if you burst through that door, but he's better for it.
There is. This round might just be all but over, and we're going to continue to trade offense for offense. Great depiction of the information. Biz, though, it ended up catching one by surprise. No, Revenge is playing off the timing. He probably heard him sprint right past the door if his headset is cranked. Here comes the door peek. Not going to be anything whatsoever. Down to 25 seconds. 3AM for the first. Hold on.
Well, Dante's going to quickly trade this, so it's all down to Fizz to make a play. 18 seconds left. Revenge on the flank. He knows exactly where Viz is coming from after hearing the rotation out from himself. He gets the kill to close out that round. And yes, you're right. We go offense for offense throughout the first 8 rounds of this Rewind Search and Destroy. It could not be any closer right now between both of these teams.
It's just really struggling to be able to get a hard read are these two teams on where a lot of this push is coming from. And even when the hard read is there, the trades defensively just are never really there. Something's got to give. These stuns, nades over the top. Not collecting information. You have to react sooner. Again, the way that Rewind will play is that if they are not met with stuns and nades, the sprint does not stop. 2 players going over towards Burger Town, 2 over towards Elephant Door. We've seen this before out of Ramstein.
Yes, we have. Luckily, I like this call. Just post up, see if anybody's going to get aggressive through Elephants. They don't just yet. Hale dancing on a thin wire as the nade's going to catch him. He has escaped towards Laundry, and he is just waiting for somebody to bite the nail that is going to be this kill if they walk through that door.
Just want to push around the back. Icy goes 1 for 1. Forces out the team kill, though, does Dante. The information's there. Here comes the rewrap.
They're trapped here. They should know that Omen's going to be playing off-site. After the mistake that they made earlier, Viz gets caught. Bomb still getting planted, and sooner or later, Omen has to catch up to his teammate.
Everybody's looking towards Ice-T, and the collapse is going to bring it to a 2v1. It has to be Omen if they want to keep this offensive round going, and he gets the kill and gets away.
30 seconds remain. Sour Patch Kitty doesn't hop it.
He doesn't see him. He doesn't see him at all.
Oh, he should have hopped it.
Omen has perfect timing right now as he is playing this so well, ice cold. A lot of noise from Sour Patch Kid. You're going to hear the doors open up. Omen, he still knows he's not on this bomb. Now only 12 seconds left. Your options are thin. Omen, he is stone cold in the round. I can't believe it.
Wow, and the pistol body shots there at the end, calling the round. I still to this moment in time don't think that Buckley knew that Omen was on the island the entire time. Because they dealt with Viz, right? And Viz was the only player to show any sort of presence on that side. He already wrapped through Hull. He died over by magazines. So they thought that was going to be the last play. And there at the end, they thought maybe Omen's already all the way through back beepers. He never got chowed that side. Okay, so maybe he's on the late play. And then by the time he finally shows himself, he was one shot. And I mean legitimately one shot. Last player alive needed a hop on that bomb in the 1v1. There was no way he was going to come back to check it.
Yeah, I can't believe that.
RCXD?
And he won that first fight, but RCXD is going to be called out. It's making a lot of noise, but not sure really where it's going. It seems like it's just holding space through mid.
The Elephant Door did not deserve that. No information is still good information. Watch player number 7, Revenge, is playing for the long play to push out Omen over by this Burger Town side.
Viz is going to be sitting towards this bomb on B as well, so chance off this heady to get a couple of kills. Nade from Hale is going to connect. Viz is going to hop in towards 18. Revenge, a double kill over towards Burgers, and that's going to be the green light to just flood over towards B. Unfortunately, Viz, it's his turn to step up. Bomb down. Hale's in trouble. He needs to play his life.
Yeah, they knew that Revenge was all over by Burger Town. He finds that opening 2-piece, but the bomb has been dropped. Sub 30 seconds from Buckley. They need to find these kills, or they need to go 1v2.
23 seconds. Chance for Ramstein to have that date versus Cannon. Inside winners round 3. Revenge tagged all the way down to 46. Hops up 16. Goes for the second one. Oh, never count him out. We're going to round 11.
Oh, Revenge putting them on absolute highlight reels. Putting them on mixtapes. Whatever you decide to call it. Look how low HP he was. Oh, the fact he just neos between the bullets. On the head glitch of the pickup truck, he was red screened. And if you don't know what that means, literally under 30 HP. He was a cold breeze away from death, and yet Revenge finds the ace to force out a round 11. He said, don't worry, guys, I got you. Offense all the way. We got this one covered. Round 11. Here we go.
Oh, boy. Can Buckley do it? Ramstein looking to avoid the reverse sweep now. Viz for the first blood. Backs down, plays his life. And we let it breathe.
Go for Ice-T. He's going to get a lot of information. Revenge sees it as well. He just backs all the way down. Just a lot of respect in this round, but numbers still being held by Ramstein. They concede the ace site here, Colin. They might just try to rely on the retake.
It's taking a lot of time, though, for this bomb to get planted. That's going to allow for Omen to reposition this one. And Revenge, he does not know this at all. Omen has moved all the way over towards the dumpsters. And all this is happening. Ice-T taking a route through P5. You are trapped on the inside of this A site. You need to dig yourself out of this hole. Hale, he's going to bring it to a 3 versus 2. But it's still numbers against you, and it's all down to Hale to see if he can clutch up this time in a 1v3. Bomb's not going to be jumped. But Hale's going to go for the full wrap with 20 seconds, and it's being watched. Hale goes down, and it's another denial of a reverse sweep. Ramstein shutting down Buckley, moving on to Cannon.
It just simply cannot pull the rabbit out of the hat, man. Buckley's so close, and yet so far away. Round 11 for the reverse sweep, and they come up short. Absolutely insanity. Wow. Did that come down to the absolute wire? Of course that would be a round 11. That's the first defense that we got throughout the entirety of the Surge and Destroy, man. Like, what? 14-8 out of Ice-T, 10-6 out of 3AM. Like, the usual suspects come to play. Word to Brody. That is some pretty insane scenes, man. And throughout all these series highlights, you really did feel like that it could have been anybody's game.
I mean, I was about to trip out. I was like, wait, we played a Skyline hardpoint? What? No, this is a long-winded battle between these two teams, and we truly couldn't have it any closer going through this winner's bracket. Hats off to Buckley for bringing it all the way to the distance. They just cannot get over that last hump. They cannot pull that rabbit out of the hat like you said, and oh, it's been a fun one so far. Even just looking through this series, so many plays from both teams, so many chances. I think the only thing that I can say is that 3AM truly looks like one of, if not the best player in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that guy's definitely setting pace. He didn't get the top 250 shout out though earlier from Sweet, so I don't know, man. I think that's up for a certain discussion, but nonetheless, this series just had every sort of topsy-turvy, every single narrative that we had going against Buckley. The Vulcan control, be damned, Ramstein, they stepped up. They tried to deal with Buckley's control. They were good enough to be able to catapult them into a full hard point, which rectifies their 100-point club. Versus their opening opponent a few days ago versus Cannon, that then inevitably set up what was then a reverse sweep. They've been here before as far as being on the cusp, the precipice, but they could not get themselves over the line. This round 11 there at the end, Revenge willing their way via the ace, but the round 11, we didn't get the replay there at the end column, but that opening nade got so much information, kept all of them trapped inside of laundry. It was the first time offensively that we ended up seeing that from either of these two teams, especially for Buckley, who really preferred that B lane push. They got trapped inside of laundry with all that nade. It allowed the reposture, like you were calling out, for Omen just to hold that lane and keep them trapped inside the shops.
Yeah, you're looking back at that revenge kill, too. I mean, we had to get the VAR on that one to see if it actually was a red card for the couple of those pumps, but what a way for Revenge to force it into a round 11, whatever it takes. We're in August. They're going to pull out all of the stops, but let's talk about one of these players from Ramstein. Let's bring him into the interview booth. It's going to be Viz joining us to talk about this series. A long series, Viz. How do you guys feel? Just early shot or early thoughts coming out of that game?
Oh, that was a very tiring game. I really thought we would have closed it out 3-0, but we just couldn't show up to the maps 3 and 4. But we ended up closing it round 11. Rewatching that, it's definitely a snake. He snaked us, but it's okay. Good games to them.
We were all watching it, man. Hey, last tournament, whatever it takes. You guys still won it out in a map 5 round 11. Walk me through like just what happened throughout the entirety of the Vulcan control. Buckley are a very good control team. We have seen that it's where it started, the reverse sweep versus Cannon. Again, everybody's eyeing Cannon at the end of the day, but did they catch you by surprise? How did you keep the team within it, knowing that you guys were probably still going to close it out with such a steep lead?
I'm not gonna lie, their control is really good. I felt like there were a lot of moments that we couldn't pick up, like key moments that we should have won that would have definitely swayed what happened in the game, but I'm just proud that we bounced back, honestly.
Yeah, I'm proud that you guys bounced back too, and I think I'm really excited to see, you guys push even further as the only representation from USafety in the entire tournament. I mean, it's got to be a little bit of pressure for sure to just step up and perform for the other teams that just couldn't be here at Worlds. But you said the other day, 3AM said the other day, that the one team that you guys come and you want to beat is going to be Cannon. You have them up next in the bracket. Is there anything that you guys have been preparing for? Is this something that you guys think you're ready for?
Honestly, I think if we just come out and we play our game, like, we're the best team here and nobody's going to beat us. So I really look forward to that match. It's going to be a tough one, but I do think we will take it.
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can do in that matchup as well. I have confidence in you guys to make this run. But before we let you go, is there anybody back home at the base that you'd like to say hi to?
I want to say hi to my dad. He's watching from Puerto Rico. He told me he was watching from Sam's Club. My sister down in California, and my man, Mr. Derringer, in the office.
I love that. Well, thanks for coming on, Viz. We appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys take the stage again.
Thank you. It was nice.
Proper. I mean, shout out Sam's Club, first of all. I
Shout
will
out
say,
Sam's Club, man.
shout out Sam's Club. But, yeah, I mean, really honest, really humble about these comebacks. I think that the head is on the shoulders of these Ramstein players, and I have the confidence that they should be walking into these games feeling like one of the best teams, if not the best team at this tournament right now.
Yeah, look, and now they got something utterly in common with their upcoming winter semifinals opponent of Cannon, is that they have both denied Buckley a reverse sweep, got down to the absolute wire. Ramstein had to get to the absolute cusp of death in the round 11 to be able to do it, but hey, man, a win is a win is a win, and now you got to go up against the #1 team that everybody's eyeing, Ramstein. We heard from 3 a.m. Previously that he wanted to face this team. Now he finally gets to test his mettle versus the best.
And you know what? Sometimes you just need a little commonality to open up some nice conversation, to talk to somebody who you really want to have a nice deep talk with. But I don't think there's going to be a lot of words shared unless there some trash talk maybe across the stage between these two teams. We're going to get set up for our next match. We got our second last one of the night coming up very soon after this break. We'll see you soon.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
What's up, people? I know, I heard you in the comments. You wanted more British added to the stream. It's what you need. I get it. It's perfectly fine. Don't worry, I'm here. We're ready to go. Welcome back to the DAF Esports World Championship, folks. We've got a couple more series ready to go tonight. I just thought I'd cringe you all out at least one more time while I've still got the chance. What an amazing day of games. We had back-to-back 3-0s to start the day. We've got back-to-back almost reverse sweeps to follow up. I don't know what the last couple of series are going to bring us from.
Yeah, honestly, who knows? Who knows what the rest of this championship is going to end up bringing us? Again, we haven't eliminated any teams. We've gotten a lot of teams sent down to the lower bracket. We're now setting ourselves up for another winners quarterfinals match. And although only one winner's semifinal is prepared, we still have to see what the other side of the bracket entails.
Yeah, for sure. Let's start talking about this next match then. We're moving forward into winners round 2. It's Langley, it's Misawa. Let's bring in our winners round 2 team, the team that's been waiting for Misawa. It's Langley Eustace, the second place, the runners up for the Konus Championship this year. Langley Eustace are a team to behold. Of course, this team topped Group B without losing a single series. That kind of makes sense, considering, again, that's how you top Group B. And a phenomenal roster, but all eyes on Wolf when we're looking at this team.
Yeah, I don't know what else you want me to say, man. That guy's gross. We saw him drop multiple 40 bombs in back-to-back series yesterday, not only versus Eglin to cement himself as the #1 seed, but then also just coming off of an Anderson B2A as well. Like, that guy is simply disgusting. Don't let that cool posture say otherwise. That guy is ready to put anybody in the dirt. Da Vinci is also, I feel like that's kind of like a really good name just to have for the type of player that he is. He is very artistic as far as his decision-making is across the map. Everybody, as far as the supporting staff for this joint base Langley Eustace roster, has showcased why they are highly regarded to be a threat in this championship bracket.
Yeah, for sure. On the other side then, Langley Eustace are going up against tough opponents, Misawa. The last couple of times they faced their previous opponent early on today, that was Kadena. They had to more or less go the distance versus that roster, especially during the group stages. They were wasting no time in that matchup earlier on today. It was a quick 3-0.
Yeah, solidifying their pack half dominance, I suppose. You were ready to sell it off, and you're like, well, actually, last time these two teams faced, I don't care, man. Misawa came in absolutely powered up and ready to take down everybody. We had a really nice, humble interview from Sweet, who, again, is going to be the pit of the matchup to go up against Wolf to drop these massive numbers across all of these 5 maps, potentially worth of to be played. Surrounded by a really good supporting staff. I think that Misawa spawned in this morning versus Kadena with their heads really gung-ho on a mission. Their search and destroy a little bit lackluster as far as that red card is concerned. It went round 11, but still, their opening of that respawn on Skyline was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's Misawa then. 3-0 earlier on. They are feeling hot on it for this best of 5. The question is, what map set will they be playing on? Let's switch it straight to that to show you guys the maps. Obviously, you did get to see, and so did I, get to see Misawa play earlier on that 3-0 series. Are we seeing any of those maps in this best of 5?
Well, throughout the last series that we got from Misawa, I'm just looking at it because it's actually my first time looking at the best of 5 map set. The Hacienda Search and Destroy would be the only other thing, and otherwise, no. So the Vault Control immediately gotten rid of by the joint base, of course, of Langley Eustace. We're probably sitting there watching that series. Same thing for the Skyline Hardpoint. Go figure. They were mostly sitting down. The red card Search and Destroy actually vetoed by Misawa, which is an interesting choice nonetheless, again, going to round 11. So we got ourselves a square-up, blitz-heavy best of 5 map set. I'm saying that all weekend long. The only reason being is because, well, there's been a lack of red card.
Yeah, there has been a lack of red card. So we got Rewind Hardpoint to kick off this best of 5. That's the maps for you folks at home. All right, we've given you guys the teams. We've given you guys the maps. There's only one thing left to do that's very important. It's imperative. Let's talk about how we think the series is going to go. Now, obviously, I've committed to the bit the entirety of the run, and I ain't changing. It's going to be another 3-0. You think the same thing. We're both going for 3-0 Langley in this best of 5. I mean, again, my reasoning is I just think everything's going to be a 3-0, and if I begin to think differently, I know that the first time I do that, it's going to be a 3-0. What about for you, mate?
I just don't have any other reason to believe that Langley shouldn't be 3-0ing as far as this map set. I think that the map set does kind of confirm it for me. Again, that was my first time seeing it, but, like, They got rid of the Skyline. That was the only map that Eglin took off of them. That's their most like recent like pushback more than anything outside of the Buckley potential reverse sweep, and that was off of the Hacienda maps 2 and map 3, which go figure are also not in appearance here as far as the control is concerned. So I do actually really like their chances to be able to 3-0 in this series. The Hacienda Search and Destroy, maybe the only thing up for consideration, but we saw that that Deli, he got put to rest pretty quickly yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. All right, look, we're both on board with 3-0s, mate. Obviously, and I know you're a really smart guy, so I believe you. And that's actually why I went with a 3-0. I saw you drop a 3-0 in the chat, and I was like, that's immediately what we're going with. So game number 1, folks, is not that far away. Drop your predictions in chat. Let us know what's happening. I will say I actually don't look at chat while I'm casting because I'm a professional. So I'll actually have to open up Twitch chat to see what people are saying. But let us know anyway. I'm sure Proper's in there because he's a lovely guy. He's not. All right, never mind. We're both professionals. We don't look at Twitch chat. Anyway, let us know. That's what I'm trying to say. Really excited for this one. As we said, it's been a wild day of games. We had like double 3-0s back to back at the start of the day. We had like almost reverse sweeps to almost immediately follow up. Honestly, at this point, I mean, what, like split the road a little bit? Are we saying like both our last games going to game 4 here proper? Like where I don't even know. I know we predicted 3-0s, but like I don't know what to expect anymore.
It's tough to gauge because like we haven't seen Peterson kind of be pushed to the brink ever since like their opening matchup as well. And I know that Misawa would really love to be able to get their run back versus them. Nellis have really been showing that they're a really bad and battle-hardened team. They actually sent Anderson down to the lower bracket as well. I don't know. It's tough to be able to gauge if we're going to get a mirror ends as far as the other side of the bracket is concerned. But it's, again, as small as the sample size is even leading in towards this. But the patch that just came out today, we could be playing a completely different game. I haven't gone through the nitty-gritty of the patch that literally dropped 4 hours ago.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. That's always a good point, isn't it? Like, I don't think at this point they'll do anything to the aims and the jackal. Could you imagine?
Well, it's more of like the difference in the spawns and the way that like the maps do play. Like that's what they always like make the biggest difference on. And, like I've been keeping like a pretty close eye. Like they did fix, of course, like we do have the mini map back for Codcaster and Hardplays. I'm sure a lot of people are grateful and they were able to see. But I'm been keeping a close eye on the spawns. Spawns are still more than fine. The control spawns are the ones that were mostly being looked at in the most recent tail end of the patches during the CDL season. So. Mostly being on the lookout for those, but everything's working as intended. We'll find out once we get to that map number 3, because if there's one spawn trap that could showcase some wayward spawns, it's probably going to be Protocol.
True. You know what? At least we don't have to deal with like COD Mobile spawns right now, right? COD Mobile
those are fun though, dude. Like... Arsenal control spawns, man, those are the best. You got a purifier behind you as soon as you spawn in. Not enough time to even try to turn around, and someone's just like lighting you with thunder. It's great.
So fun. So fun. Sorry, I know we're not playing COD Mobile. Proper and I are both big COD Mobile fans, and the
you brought it up
there,
so often during this broadcast so far.
It's so fun. Listen, if you guys ever want extra COD, just watch COD Mobile. It's a ton of fun. It's absolutely bananas, and it's also like the best of everything. It's like the mishmash of every best part of every best COD. It's like, it's wild. That's why there's no Advanced Warfare in there, because it's every best COD. Anyway, moving on. We've got to talk about this game a little bit more, I guess. We're looking at players to step up, and I think one of the kind of the storylines we've looked at really for a lot of teams in this competition, and I think this is especially true for both Langley Eustace and Misawa, is that a lot of the teams in the competition seem to have kind of star players. I think there's only a few exceptions to that rule. I think Canon, like we saw earlier today, is another one of those teams where it's just like, they don't really have like one player that's stepping up above the rest. Everybody is performing at kind of an even level. For Langley Eustace and Misawa, though, I mean, we do have star players we're looking at, and I think for both of us, that's going to be Wolf and Sweet. I think that's going to be like the matchup here as we get through this, that we're going to be constantly looking at every single map, right? How are those guys performing?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think that Wolf has been able to showcase that consistency factor. Sweet has also been able to do that, facing a multitude of different opponents as well. And you know, I think when it all comes push to shove, that it's going to accumulate into an absolute fire of a clash, especially, again, now the opening 3 maps will be Rewind, Hacienda, Protocol. You're going to get a lot of opportunities for SMGs to be able to butt heads across all 3 of those maps, but even to supersede it, you know, you're talking about like the whole superstar mentality to make superstar plays. Sometimes you can end up making that happen. We keep on making the joke throughout a lot of different matches, throughout a lot of different maps as well, but as the competition continues to tighten down, especially for a lot of these superstars who could get called out in Search and Destroy, you almost will find that as an opportunity when you go back and you look at Canon, as you were talking about. Like, they do have like their opportunities of being superstars, but a lot of their macro play actually ends up carrying them through a lot of different situations, which what made that Cannon versus Offfoot matchup very, very fun to be able to watch. It was more of a macro battle. That's where a lot of teams are going to get shut down. So I'm more or less like watching this to see what Misawa does look like when Sweet is not necessarily forced into the assist role, but is forced to be able to reap the benefits off of good team play. Same thing could be said for Wolf. I don't think that they've truly been tested yet, albeit almost a reverse sweep out of Buckley a different matchup, albeit at different times in different maps. I don't think they've truly been tested at that metal yet.
Yeah, for sure. Well, look, we'll see. Maybe what happens when either Wolf or Sweet have a bad game, right? It's got to happen at some point. Then what happens to this team? Does it completely go lopsided the other way? I don't even know. What I do know, and I've got to bring some bad news to you folks at home, is we've got to go to another break. I know, I would want to stare at Proper's face for a little bit longer as well. You can't do that. We're going to send to a break. On the other side, we've got game number 1 between Misawa and Langley Eustace. Don't go far.
If you keep making that face, it's gonna stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
Whoa! Surprise! It's a hardpoint game. It's time for Misawa versus Langley Eustace. And yes, we are right into a rewind hardpoint to kick off this best of 5. I'm Infinity. This is Proper. It's time to get into the game today.
Yep, should be a very fun time indeed. Again, Rewind Hardpoint should play into a lot of good strengths just to give you the TLDR as far as the pre-show and Amble was concerned. Sweet versus Wolf, the showdown.
That's pretty much what this is. It kind of, I don't know, it feels like the crossover between Wizards of Waverly Place and Hannah Montana. I don't know. That's what,
wait, what?
That's what this feels like right now. All the sweet life. I don't know. Dude, I'm getting sent back to when I was like 6 years old right now. Anyway, that's what it feels like. We've got 2 superstars on the field right now and the rest of the supporting cast, but they have all had their moments as well. They've had their solo episodes, and now it is time for these 2 Titanic teams to face off. Right now, start of this game, things looking pretty good for Langley Eustace, but 30 seconds in towards this hard point, and they're starting to get challenged from behind the hill. Sweet wants a piece of the action. He was a little bit pre-concerned that somebody might have run around the backline, somebody might have eluded him. Finally, that gunfight is going down, and Sweet ends up winning it, but he spent so much time on that fight Proper, he ends up falling to somebody else.
So got these back P2 spawns, joint base Langley Eustace just constantly being a real thorn in the macro department. We put them up on the pedestal and we were like, well, Wolf can't just solo carry. Well, it turns out that their team play is also just as good. Mississauga stepped up and they made sure to call their bluff, kept them so honest, and they transitioned over towards 3. You could not have asked for a more perfect start.
Phenomenal start for Langley Eustace. Misawa need to really fight tooth and nail to get back into this game, and that's not going to happen when Da Vinci technically finds 3. One was his teammate, but it looks good at the kill feeds. We'll let it slide. Langley Eustace now in control once again. They have to be careful though, Proper, because those spawns might not be locked in for long.
Yep, may not be. Watch back Beeper's area. That's going to be nice. He's next to step up. He's got both 4 and 2, Wolf and Da Vinci, turning head on a swivel. That allows Goldfish to pop active camo more or less and go unnoticed around the back of court.
Big gunfight. Da Vinci takes it. Langley Eustace hold. God, this is a terrible start to this game from Misawa. Maybe they've come in a little bit cold, but I mean, you look about the superstars Proper. Sweet is not having a good go at things whatsoever at 5 and 7. Finally picks up a kill, but they need to have a very quick wave of gunfights here and move forward in towards the rotation. It's just not happening towards the hardpoint itself. Couple of players potentially through. Reaper catching Nase Michu. He thinks he's being all sneaky-like. We'll definitely hear Reaper on the other side of the door, but I think this is a bit of a smart play from Nase Michi. Just going to wait. Now here comes the hit, and both kills go Reaper's way. That's not great.
I think we're starting to see just the inner workings of the macro department for Langley Eustace. 7 spree now for Da Vinci. Probably well on his way to having himself a cruise mill. Like, yeah, he sure does. Or Hellstorm, excuse me. All off of the 60 seconds that he does have accrued for objective time. But it's just their crossfires. You know, we constantly set up, like, why is Wolf constantly finding all these kills? He already alluded to in his interview, Brody, that a lot of his teams are just setting himself up for that, for a lot of that success, a lot of the easy kills. Finally, some kill feed, bleeding in white for Mississauga, but it's just a moment's too late. It's the last 30 seconds here at Beepers, and you still got Da Vinci and Wolf. They spawn in, so they won't even let you get all 10 of those seconds for free. But Mississauga, they have the rotation over towards New. Can they make a stronghold here at Jenny's?
Reaper alone on an island right now. Actually trying to have players like, there's no way. There's no way that he finds value. He gets Sweet. How on earth does that happen? Opens the door for the rest of the teammates to come through Connector and through the other side. One more kill. Knight will get it done, despite the fact that he's weak. Nice 3 for Knight there. Misawa slowly clawing back some respect in this game. They're watching every single point of entry. And Langley Eustace, I mean, they're trying to find their way through right now. Perhaps this is it. Tantalized for the trades. Nase Michi will double up. Misawa's team play right now is pretty much solid.
It's looking really, really good. Is this going to be the bounce back and the lead-in that you possibly need? Nobody's expecting Reaper to hit that the way in the pace that he did. Knight will be there for the trade, but it's 2 for 2. 10 seconds remain here towards the tail end, and while soaking up the rest of this keeps things really interesting, but of course Langley Eustace will make you a fight for it at the end of the first set of hard points. It is a commanding lead, a whole hard point plus some extra here for JB Langley Eustace.
At the very least, Misawa do have 1 heal. Nice for final kill from Knight. At least they've got 1 heal to brag about, right? The problem is, I think you kind of have to ask the question, has the damage really been done at this point? I know this isn't an insurmountable advantage, but how much utility did Langley Eustace get out of that first 3 to 4 hard points? Because you got to imagine, I did see 1 Hailstorm missile there. I don't know how many more they've got in the back pocket. Vinci slowed down since then, though, and as we hit towards the next hard point, 30 seconds in, Langley Eustace looking better for the moment here. Wolf, though, doubles up. He picks up 2. He can only do so much, and you figure, oh, maybe he's opened the door for the teammates. That's not happened. Misawa now setting themselves up for success.
Yep, trying their best to do so. But still trailing by a hefty margin. Again, 164 compared to your 95 is a steep ask. And now the flank is also starting to be exploited as well. Nase Michi was just way too late to recognize the rest of his teammates were all getting ripped asunder inside of the middle of the map. That means he just has to try to hold wait for reinforcements.
Go. Cannot give this hill away. Again, the damage that they did back in the first set, you can't give time like this away. And the players towards the front of hardpoint know it's Sweet and Goldfish. They know Rigodo. Latter down. Sweet versus the world. Does he go down? He holds players off for the moment, but Knight can't do anything off the re-entry. Sweet might have held them off, but it's not good enough. Wolves put some team shots through, but doesn't matter when you find the kills. First hold is good.
Yep, it is. And it's just going to put themselves closer towards 200 points. Every single attempt is a good attempt for Misawa going forward. They need every single bit of time, but it seems that they're forced to concede it. Play for exits if they can even find any. Reaper walking away with that one somehow, someway. Didn't get the first bullet. Doesn't even have the reload. 3 bullets left in his primary, but concedes the space for now. The transitions have been absolutely sublime for joint base Langley Eustace. 21 and 16 from Wolf. 21 and 13 respectively for Reaper. These guys are humming again.
Maybe don't fear the Reaper. Well, maybe you really should. The way that he's been playing this game, as you said, full spree now for him. On the hunt for more. Finally gets shut down. Flaky play from Goldfish. Didn't quite expect that. At the same time, Nase Michi's able to activate for a couple more kills. And all of a sudden here, folks, Misawa in control of the hardpoint, in control of the rotation as well. There might be a recipe for success boiling up in the Misawa camp, but they have to survive another wave of gunfights. Knights, being the protector of the middle of the map, is shut down from afar. Now Langley Eustace cooking up something special inside the restaurant. Tantalized towards the hardpoint. Just playing contest at the moment, but didn't recognize that Sweet was to his left. Nase Michi for the cover as well. Only one player towards the hill, and it is Reaper, who will be good enough for a couple of kills. So that's scrap time going Langley's way. But for Misawa, you're slowly chipping away at that lead.
Yep, slowly and yet surely, but still trailing by 100, Brody. That is such an insurmountable lead, but look at the setup. Like you were talking about, it is good. All the way to the backside of Beepers. A full 60 would keep things interesting. Not fully back into it, because again, Langley Eustace just need 13 to call game. Here comes the Hellstorm missile. It's going to keep everybody trapped inside of Beepers until the big guy comes down. Bang! 3 for Da Vinci. The break surely on in.
One towards the back line. Knight goes down. Yep, that might be all she wrote, folks. Misawa have to full sprint, guns up. You got to get the tack sprint on to get towards the hard point now. And they all sit there and pre-aim. No chance to hit the hill. Da Vinci will close out that game with a stunning Hellstorm missile. We asked the question proper. How much utility did they obtain, and how damaging is that utility going to be towards the back half of the game? Well, apparently, they only obtained 1 Hellstorm missile. That's all they needed.
Yeah, you think that you're safe inside of Beepers? Have you looked around Rewind? It's a ghost town because nobody wants to be here for what is about to transpire. It was just that big old missile come down from the sky. Vinci 18 and 20, but he called the game there, the final nail in the coffin, with a forehead-sized nail. Absolutely insane. The opening start was suggested of a fight for Misawa, but joint base Langley Eustace just got way too far ahead, way too quickly. Da Vinci, he got that Hellstorm within his first 10 lives, and he was holding on to that in his back pocket all the way there in towards the end. Didn't even realistically need it. It just felt like that Langley Eustace, much like how we were having in the group stage, were constantly a step above the rest as far as the pace is concerned from their adversaries in the respawns.
Yeah, I mean, again, you kind of almost as a commentator sometimes, you look at a lead like that and you're like, right, you kind of have to pose the question. I think it might even be a
they gotta play perfect hardpoint?
Yeah, it's like, you got to play perfect hardpoint from this point onwards. And it is a cliche phrase. You guys will hear it a lot. And sometimes, actually, I think maybe you won't hear it nowadays because us casters as a collective kind of realize, hey,
you'll hear more pinstripe kill feed than you will perfect hardpoint from here on out, yeah.
Exactly. It's just something like, it's been filtered out of the dialect of casters all around the globe. But I think it's something that, you know, again, you kind of almost have to ask it after that first set, right? Is the lead that Langley Eustace had built up over the first set, I think it was something like 120 points, something to that effect. is that too much of a burden for Misawa to bear? And I think you and I, having seen a lot of hard points, I think especially in this tournament, kind of know the answer almost immediately is yes. Like, it is almost impossible to make a comeback like that. It rarely ever happens because it's indicative of a team that kind of is outpacing, outclassing the opposition. And that was absolutely the case there.
Yeah, it absolutely was, man. I think that Langley Eustace, again, being sidelined, this is the first series that we've gotten them all day long, and we've been in that venue since, about like 7:30 in the morning here for Eastern time zone. So I think realistically, whatever their warm-ups are looking like, hand warmers aside, they are more than prepared for this matchup. Just, again, constantly asking the question, is like, is this going to be the biggest test for Langley Eustace? Is this going to be the biggest test? So far, we have yet to fully have the question be beckoned, minus the map 1 loss to Eglin just yesterday, but it was only by 4 points. And after they lost that map, they went on a generational tear through the rest of that series. But going down 0-1 is a very scary place to be. But Misawa, going into this Hacienda Search and Destroy, it was their pick, Brody, so you feel like some comfort's got to be there.
Yep, that's unfortunate for Misawa from map number 1. Let's start looking forward at the series then. Let's start looking forward at the next Search and Destroy. I mean, you got to bounce back, right? You have to have it in the Hacienda Search and Destroy. This has proven to be a pretty good map for Langley in the past. But, you know, we go back to Misawa's earlier 3-0, and, you know, albeit it was on a totally different map, they managed to have kind of the mental to recover from what was a 5-1 lead for Kadena. I think, you know, going into that, that's kind of the perspective you kind of got to view this map through, right? It's like, you have to go, all right, cool. Listen, no matter what position we've been in, we've come back from worse positions before. We can do this, especially on Search and Destroy.
Yeah, sure can. It'll help them slow down the pace. I think the only thing that's kind of concerning when you're looking at this from Misawa's perspective is, like, Search and Destroy is Sweet's weakest game mode. And that much was for certain if you go back to the red card Search and Destroy. Not saying that Hacienda and red card, you can never compare the two. I guess besides maybe a few different executes and timings. But you're mostly going to be relying on your teamwork because pure brawn is not going to win you a game versus joint base Langley Eustace. It might work for them, given that we've seen consistent 40 bombs out of one player, and then Da Vinci coming in on his 7th life and going on an absolute tangent. Yeah, I think that you're going to have to come into this with some really well thought out strategies and some really good executes and adaptations at the same time. This Hacienda's got to get nerdy for Misawa if you're catching my drift, Brody.
Yeah, for sure. Well, map number 2 is coming up here in just a second, folks. We've got to get nerdy, in the words of Proper. We love that. Well, just an update here about the end of the broadcast today. So, for those of you guys who are paying attention to the schedule, at the start of the day, you will have recognized that we were scheduling 6 matches back-to-back for the entirety of today's broadcast. Unfortunately, the 6th and final match will be played, well, not at the end of today. So, after this match, you're all done. You can, you've got your fill of the DAF Esports World Championships, and you can come back tomorrow for more. So this is going to be the final match on stream, folks, which is sad face, but also happy face because it's an awesome match.
Yeah, it absolutely it has the workings to be so, or Langley Eustace could just immediately call game immediately. Again, this does have the workings of a 3-0 sweep, depending on how the early stages do go for the Hacienda Search and Destroy. And I'm just not talking about like the opening first 2 rounds, buddy. I'm talking about like rounds 3 through 4 almost, and a 5 as well, so that we can start seeing these adaptations really start to pour all the way through for Misawa, because we didn't really get to see much of any of their peak. We were kind of gassing them up before we were put on ice for 15 minutes in that map number 1.
For sure. Oh, boy, man, for Misawa, you and I both said 3-0 for this series, right? I mean, like, I feel pretty confident on that after that first map. I don't know, I've said things like that before. Maybe I'm overheating here, mate. Maybe I'm I might be doing it again. I might be caster-cursing. I've had this real thing recently. I don't know what's going on. Whenever I'm on broadcast, I always seem to caster-curse. I do not know why. It's just, it's been getting worse. And sometimes I think I just need to shut up. You know what? I feel like I probably do need to shut up. We're waiting for the second game to get underway, guys. So you know what we're going to do? You know what I'm going to say? Say the line, Bart. We're going to go to a break. On the other side, map number 2. Don't go far, folks. Let's go, people. It's time for search and destroying. We're already one man down as we get another round.
Post plant. Retake. Going to be coming through over by the pool house side from Langley Eustace. They're trying to rely on a route to be taking the nerdy spot from Da Vinci. I said it was going to get nerdy, man. I called it. I said it.
Bro with the emojis, the pushing up of the glasses. Da Vinci's ready. He is popping off. Unfortunately, gets caught in the crossfire. Nice coverage from Nase Michi. Out to the site, though, goes Tantalize and Reaper. Now it's just the former. Tantalize. Han not 1 versus 3. Great post plant from Misawa.
Yeah, actually, it would have worked better if you got a full flank through the Lambo Zig staircase instead of 2 just stacking in the open. But just as soon as we hopped in here again, not a whole lot to pick from the opening break. You get that quick plant down. I imagine that was by way of a whole bunch of nades. Either that or it was a misread. Tough to gauge, but and 3v4 really gave themselves a good old shot, didn't they?
Good effort. Just wasn't to be. Man disadvantage going straight into the site. It's difficult to do anything. So, Misawa, 1 round up. A reminder, folks, they are 1-0 down. You can see that at the top of your screens. And that hard point was not kind to them. So, they want to have a solid recovery here. Now we're really looking over towards the A-bomb site. Their site of attack is there for Langley Eustace. Da Vinci doubles up almost immediately. Misawa, terrified.
2v4. Good lunch, have fries? Curly fries. Look, good lunch, have curly fries. You gotta somehow rip this player. And Wolf is just gonna be playing with his food. Nase Michi does isolate. Wait, Reaper's dead on the other side. This became so much more doable. There's enough time.
They're gonna check up top. Yeah, Wolf is ready for it off angle. The Goldfish wasn't expecting. Didn't actually see the second player. So Nase Michi, I don't think has been found out. Oh god, the timing. Da Vinci turns around at the wrong time. They do know where Wolf, generally speaking, is.
He's on it.
And Nase Michi's calling his bluff. He's gonna hop the bomb. Does Wolf get there in time? He's on the bomb. Wolf, you gotta go! Does he get it off in time? He did not. The kill is there. But my goodness me, that was milliseconds away from the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, that had to have been hundreds of a second away, if not just under a 10th, man. Like, that's...
Jesus.
That's tough. Really good call. Again, I don't know if people are actually going back to re-listen to the broadcast. I like to assume that they are. They are very appreciative of the cast that we give them on this broadcast, man. But, like, there's been so many opportunities where, like, those Ninja Diffuse timings are so golden. Players one-shot. You're going up against Wolf in that round. You're expecting him to hit a long route. That's exactly what you need to do if you're Nase Michi. Just the clutch does not come through. Tied up here in round number 3, and it's going to be a square up here from Misawa, or they're hoping for one over by A. But Langley Eustace are playing for retake. They're just postured up through the center of the map.
You got a man advantage here. And, I thought you had the element of surprise, but Reaper got found out. That's a huge gunfight to even the odds if you're Misawa, because now you have an exit strategy as well.
They sure do. They might full wrap this. Yeah, watch player number 4, Goldfish, is going to start peeking over towards the defender's spawn. Nase Michi's causing a little bit of a ruckus over by the well side. They're going to double dip this. Oh, you never double dip your chips, Brody. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Go for the secondary dip. No, hey, don't. You've already admitted to the bit going away. Don't admit to that either. No one likes a double dipper.
Well, I like the double dip. You can double dip with me anytime, mate. Don't worry about it.
All right,
Misawa on a 3v3. They were thinking about the rotation away to B, but I think they might be, as you said, double dipping. I don't know if they're going back towards A or not. JB Langley, I think, are just going to let this happen. And they might get some horrendous timing here because Langley Eustace have inched their way over towards the site. Fortunately, Misawa on the other side of the site now. So Tantalize straight in. Slide. Sempex connects. Easy pickings for Nase Michi. Good trade from Wolf, though. On the other side, Da Vinci takes one out of office, and now it's all down to Sweet. He had to have exited the other side because Wolf hasn't seen him. And he might go right under the nose of Da Vinci.
You see his nameplate?
Da Vinci get an audio cue? Oh, he sees him. He flies out. Max Payne 3 vibes. Da Vinci's got it on.
Who's that all the way that's close to the carriage? Like, what? Did you just see him? That's, I don't think that was normal. That's kind of insane. Now he just kind of yeeted himself up out of the window. There's no way he saw his nameplate. The top of the hat did not appear. Last known confirmation, maybe off of the death screen, is that Sweet pushed closer towards Boathouse, and that's where he was lurking. He was expecting for that challenge to come through, just not in the way that it did. What in the wolf did we just witness? That man just came out of the window. Ow, woo! 2-1 now. Langley Eustace up back towards another offense. Misawa expecting another heavy hit towards the B lane this side. This time it's a heavy hit for Langley Eustace over towards A.
That's information. Nase Michi, good. No shots in, though. Knight's going to follow up. Kill on towards Reaper. Things awkward for Langley Eustace. And Misawa are very quick to adapt here. Unfortunately, Knight gets found out on the flanking play, but that's not the only trick up they have up their sleeve. A couple more players on the flank here. And Nase Michi on the other side. A 2 versus 1 flip. No, Tantalize sees both. You might well lose your life, but you've got information, and it kind of forces Misawa away back through the middle of the map. Langley Eustace, believe it or not, despite the fact they're in a 2 versus 3, they still have the advantage here.
Oh, but did they? Do they?
Oh, no. They do! Oh, my God. Wolf goes huge. And yeah, it's the reposition, right? Tantalize dies, but it forces them to wrap back through.
Yeah, it does, right? He's just pulling so much more attention. It just allows for them to be almost kind of like border collied on in towards the situation that was, hey, now you're on the low ground. You already cleared the high ground. He was here just about 10 seconds ago. Please leave a message after the beep. 7 in a row now for Wolf. He's up to, through 4 rounds of play. It's just really fun to watch, man. Just the mind games being played on the side of Langley Eustace, Misawa chasing ghosts. Something's got a bunch here. This offense is going to be heavy hitting through the mid. If they can get over towards B quickly and overwhelm these 2 players, it can go down.
Sweet for the first blood. Trade from Wolf.
One more.
Trades back and forth. It's the
Gotta get the
classic.
plant
It's a pinstripe kill feed. You got to get the bomb down now to get this round all the more in your favor, or we'll just rotate away. But Reaper might have perfectly read this, or maybe not. Just going to chill up top here for the moment.
No, he's reaping. He's reaping. Oh my God, but he ain't timing though. Oh no.
He knows where both are. They both took shots. So Reaper can play around that. There's no way. There's no way. Reaper. Reaper.
Reaper saw
him. Did you eat a rabbit's foot this morning for breakfast? What the hell?
He's gonna be behind this, and Knight has no idea. What's the phrase? Not a Scooby. Ah, but he hit the shots too early. I was right there.
What?
It was all right in front of him. It was right there, man. He had it.
All right, I've got many questions. We'll ask those in just a second here. Reaper 1 versus 2. He's been peppered up. They know exactly where he is. Hit the reach. Oh, it's so unfortunate. He needs to cleanly get away with one of these gunfights. Now here comes the slide out. Nase Michi. He is shouldering so damn well at the moment. Semtex just wasting more time as well. It's a late Semtex, and it forces him out. He recognizes time is not on his side. All right, listen. Why are we doing, like, the cookie guy from Shrek 2?
You know the Muffin Man? I don't know, man. I was completely out of dodge. I was losing my mind over here, dude. It's probably for the same reason why he just, like, starts shooting there, too. Like, look, Reaper in that situation, you're in the 1v2 clutch. You have yet to have a single kill. Wolf on his 7th spree just gets put to rest. And you're put in this, like, clutch or kick situation. And unfortunately, it's kick. 0-5 start. Still leading by 1 are JB Langley Eustace.
Oh, what a wild search and destroy so far. Langley Eustace still with the advantage, though. That's a horrendous Semtex. Actually ends up being helpful. How enough as that happens? Still doesn't walk away with a gunfight, though. Sweet on the other side. Might well find some value. That Semtex is going to keep Sweet away from the bomb site. Isn't going to keep him away from the bomb site long enough to actually get the rock down. There's nobody threatening through the middle of the map just yet. And even if there is, Tantalize should be there to pick it up.
Should be. Bomb's going down, though, and the timing is slowly being put to rest. Knight lost that? Wait.
I just don't know.
He was playing that corner for like 55 years.
Oh, boy. All right, 4 versus 2. Misawa, let's get back on the site, shall we? Looking for it. Nase Michi needed that gunfight, clearly. Sweet for the 1v4. It would be a beautiful play. 20 seconds on the clock, though. Time not on your side. Sweet, no choice but to take egregious challenges. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Okay. He splits the difference to the two players. It's not going to happen.
No. I can't believe Knight had to have been holding that pre-aim for at least like 5 seconds. I don't even know how he fully got in that position, but I was like watching his arrow like the hawk. Like whatever you were saying just completely just got tuned out. Like the Final Jeopardy music was playing. I was waiting for the battle to go down. And then like the dead. And it's just like, I don't know how that happens. 4-2 lead now for Langley Eustace. 9-3 now for Wolf. And Ase Mitch is really putting his all in towards the search and destroy. But here comes another 4-player hit for Misawa. Are they going to pivot over towards B? They tried this 2 rounds ago. Didn't work.
Good shots from Sweet. First kill good. Trade out from Da Vinci. A problem that you need to deal with. And Sweet's going to be the guy to do exactly that. Lovely plays from Misawa. Please commit. Please commit to the site. Please don't let Tantalize flank you. Or do.
The bomb's still getting planted, though. So it's 2v2. Late nade. Does have a stun, too, in his back pocket. Reaper's going to play off this.
They don't know. Wait, turn around from Goldfish. Has he just heard that? Yep, shots out. It's headshots. That'll actually make Goldfish quite weak. Should be able to hit the regen here pretty darn quickly. A lot of warning shots being fired out here across the way. Tantalize can move further up towards the site. 25 seconds now on the clock. Quite a lot of time post-defuse. Burns. Reaper down. Has to get involved in the fight. Tantalize, though, around the corner. Uses his teammate as a perfect distraction. He's got all the time in the world for defuse.
It sure does there. Fist bump started coming out. Just really well executed again. 2v1, enacting numbers. This is kind of like the same thing we were talking about in that first set of hard points. Like, when they're pushed against the walls and forced to play, like, a more formal way of a retake, and I'm not talking about Matthew Piper, of course. I'm just talking about some good old Call of Duty. 2v1, you got the late stun. You get the information where the nameplates are located. Isolate the first. Chow the second one at the same time off of any damage, or together if possible. And then you just retake the site. Wonderfully done. Now map point for JB Langley uses.
And what was the search and destroy? They started out relatively well so far, I think, from Masawa. I think has kind of slipped away from them. Clutch situation after clutch situation. That's not another one that you should lose, really, considering they had the numbers at one point there in that 3 versus 2. Still, JB Langley Eustace have been somewhat allergic to the A site since the early search and destroy. Oh my god, the bomb carrier looking to be the tip of the spear. Da Vinci, you bold man.
They're just going to try to rewrap this all the way back over towards A. But Sweet was playing towards the corner. Gets snapped back on. Almost walked away with a second. 2v2. 2v3. Sorry, excuse me. They're just all body stacked together. It's hard to say what's blue and what's top left. They're going to start wrapping themselves over towards the defender spawn. I don't think that Knight saw them on the exit, but surely you have a shot in the dark that this is happening. Goldfish's timing could be everything here. What a stun.
Ah, it's a beautiful stun. We'll slow them up. Knight gonna go for the immediate chance. No, Knight, please. He finds the kill. Nicely done. Get the hell out. Disappearing into the night. He's Batman. Looking for the kill. Reaper immediately takes him down. Now it's Goldfish. Spots out the second player. Play your life. You're on defense, Goldfish. You do not need to chow anything. He's gonna have to hit the regen here. That's gonna give Langley Eustace space to plant this bomb.
Goldfish, he wanted this to happen. He was trying to call their bluff to come back over towards that site. Won't be the case. Wolf Reaper won't make this easy for him. He's probably going to body stack. You pick a corner. Wolf has the immediate... Oh, he missed the timing. He missed the timing. What? They didn't see him cross. Reaper has it picked up on the opposite side. This timing is massive.
He's got to hurry up.
The Goldfish...
Did they see him?
Didn't see him either.
What is going on? What is going on? They didn't see him again. Oh, shots out. The Semtex pushes him forward. He's got no chance. Langley Eustace close out a search and destroy. They take the 2-0 series advantage.
6-2 search and destroy. 250 to 134 in the first series. Wow. Just an absolute B2A so far. Langley Eustace. One of the the only teams, I should say. I mean, when we were going through a lot of these semifinals, we were expecting for some pushback. Buckley fought Ramstein pretty toughly. Offit was fighting Cannon pretty toughly. Dallas is 1-0 up over Peterson. I just saw out of the corner of my eye, and Mrs. was not spotting into Langley.
Well, thank you for the quick updates there, mate. Appreciate it.
So, like, a little rapid recap one time.
Well, it started in a peculiar fashion, didn't it? Da Vinci kicking off with that first blood, the nerdy strats right off the rip, and I think Masawa early on, at the very least, were actually pretty competitive with Langley Eustace. It kind of bore all the hallmarks of, hey, cool, this could be a game where Masawa could actually kind of take it away, but then they lost that 1 versus 1, and I think there were just numerous situations where Langley Eustace, you know, feasibly had an advantage, or Masawa, excuse me, feasibly had an advantage, and I don't want to say they threw it away, but Langley Eustace just clawed back. I mean, it's another one, right? You know, Tantalize makes a play, Masawa make the wraparound through the middle of the map, and then, you know, Langley, I think it's Wolf that picked up all 3 players in the 2 versus 3. Like, just stuff like that just kept on happening to Masawa.
Yeah, it's just every single part of the advantage that they had, almost the same thing that we were talking about on that map number 1, just as a handful of other individuals that have been trying to step up to face, you know, your Langley Eustaces, your Cannons, even your Ramsteins as well. At the moment that you have any sort of advantage, they're so quick to be able to snuff out that advantage, trade things out, and then when push comes to shove and you feel like that advantage is there, bing, bang, boom, Da Vinci, Wolf, Reaper, could be any one of them, probably going to be snapping for a 2-piece in the kill feed.
Yeah, for sure. All right, well, Langley Eustace, 2-0 up in what? It's 2 zeros? Whatever. They're 2-0 up in this best of 5. They are 1 map away from a 3-0, folks. We're going to go to a quick break. On the other side, can Misawa survive the 3-0?
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
Funny. I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
Well, that's easy. USAA.
I thought that was for the military.
And their families. Grandpa served, and he joined USAA. He shared membership with your mom, so she'll give it to you.
Really?
And they'll take good care of you.
USAA. Members who switched saved an average of $725 annually on auto insurance.
All right, folks, it's serious time, especially from Misawa here, because they are 2-0 down in this best of 5. Welcome back to the DAF Esports World Championships. Langley Eustace have had a bit of a walk in the park in this series so far, and they are just one map away from moving forward to top 6 in the championship bracket. I'm kind of surprised, honestly. I know we predicted 3-0, but like, it's one of those ones where it's like, look, again, I know I'm kind of partially doing it for the bit, but I was like, I didn't expect this to happen. Let's quickly show the map setup for everybody at home, and then we'll let proper yap over it.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, I'll do my best to do so. Yeah, the scoreline would be suggesting a certain B2A mentality has been going on for Langley Eustace. And, you know, things help out, I guess, immensely when you go back and you look at some of the scoreboards. You really do think about it, right? I mean, when you got people dropping somewhere near 40 bombs in a hard point, and then you got a 10-6 Da Vinci 3 search and destroy, things tend to go your way. So now we go over towards this protocol control. The last line in the sand for Misawa versus a top team of Langley Eustace. Can they take a map off them?
It's going to be difficult for sure. Langley Eustace are a formidable roster, and again, I talk about the start of that Hacienda Search and Destroy is really, I think, a pivotal moment in this series where it felt like Misawa had something of note to say. They were being competitive for a couple of rounds, and I think this certain situation started to get away from you, and if you let that happen, that really does get to you. It really does. Again, I know that of all the players, I'll keep on saying it throughout this tournament, of all the players in the world who play Call of Duty, this group of players will be the ones that have the least mental problems of anybody, right? Because it's just like, you're constantly having a clutch up. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Game 3 is coming up. Really excited for this one.
It should be a tough ask, especially for Langley, right? Or for Misawa, excuse me. You go back to that rewind hardpoint, in one of the biggest benefactors of Misawa's success so far from this tournament all year long was not a benefactor. And we're talking about Sweet, of course. He had himself a great series versus Kadena earlier. Again, putting the other PACAF representative in the absolute dirt, solidifying themselves as the #1 team from that region, Brody. But you need a little bit more from your superstar. And although we've kind of like poised it up on the pedestal that it's not just your superstar players, the supporting staff also needs to be there too. This protocol control needs to be a wake-up moment for Misawa. If they want to make a deep run, they got to at least take a map off of Langley Eustace.
Oh, that's one way to turn the mental around right off the rip. A little knife from Sweet. All right, they're having a little bit of fun with it. That's not going to help, though, as Langley Eustace pick up 3 kills. 1 tick will help, though, and I think that's a solid start for Misawa, right? You get a tick. That might help in the grand scheme of things. They're also not locked into the spawn just yet. Da Vinci pushing up through Banana. And now they're going to slow things down just a little bit.
How?
1 player push through.
Did he stick him off a spawn?
I don't even know. Probably.
But it allows Da Vinci to get a little bit further, I guess, excavated towards the back lines. Reaper's still holding the AA gun, so I guess no harm, no foul? Just weird.
Bro.
Yo, again, no, stop going up the zipline.
Camping the zipline right now. I'm not sure that will help in the grand scheme of things. He is actually putting some team shots through towards the middle of the point as well. Wolf is now too chowed up to actually get towards the point itself, so gonna have to hit a rewrap here and back up towards 100 HP he goes. While that's happening though, second tick now coming through from Misawa. Wolf shot through the door. Stun that he threw will go right back at him, and now the kill feed will light up white. By the way, Sweet has been chilling up top inside top trips and has not died in this game yet. Now on 8 in a row.
Yep, that 8 spree looking to make it turn over to an infinity, potentially. He could be your biggest fan if that happens, but we'll have to see. He had 8 in a row. I don't think he'll... Yeah, just an assist away from a Hellstorm missile. He's in a really good angle to get one off of the respawn block. The A-zone was captured amidst this. Wolf's going to fly up the zip. Sweet's going to show up at the kill feed. Just like, wait, I'm not stabbed in the throat. Sweet is missing.
Sweet has been tracked down. That's a big play from Langley Eustace. Starting to regain map control here. Everybody sent back to the respawn point. Big play for Wolf. Shots out. You let that player go. All right, makes the calm. Now start to focus on the players coming off the spawn, but you get overwhelmed by 3 of them. That's a couple of bad situations back-to-back that Wolf kind of finds himself in. So now the inmates are running the asylum. Misawa have escaped the prison that is the spawn trap. And now starting to gain momentum once again. Keep an eye on play number 2. Knight could go crazy.
He really could. We'll have to see what he's going to be able to produce. He does end up finding one, at least preserves his life for now. That zone's still being worked on. Tantalize has to dive forward. That gives away positioning, but it needs to be picked up by Reaper on the opposite side. Clock ticking down sub 30.
One little play that you could have had there was by Knight, and he gets shut down. It's a full blue field as well. Oh, God, it gets even worse. 5 in a row for Tantalize now. Reaper starting to heat up towards the end. And honestly, at this point, I think the concern doesn't even become winning the round. It becomes shutting down those sprees. Well, that's one way to do it. Reaper slides out and gets immediately shut down. Out into the open. There you go, though. And I think Tantalize did survive the end of that round. So that is an active streak going to the next one. I'm not too pressed around that about that round loss, from Misawa, though, because they did get a lot of ticks done.
Yeah, what was that? The fourth segment? The first segment did get locked at B, if I'm not mistaken, so that'll be the total of 4 plus the A to be captured, all by way of Sweet just existing top trips through his first life, being able to beam a handful of individuals trying to get over towards the AA gun, keeping things contested. He stabbed 2 enemies as well. That's crazy, but still, massive start, 10-4. He was able to get that Hellstorm missile, so you're right to bring up the 6 spree out from Tantalize. What a useful utility resource. Ace up your sleeve in your back pocket if you are JB Langley Eustace for this offense if you get it.
He still actually doesn't have that Hellstorm missile just yet, so needs to work just a little bit more for it. All of a sudden, he's being peppered up here. Nase Michi should be good for the cross. He should have got the comm. Yep, there it is. Takes one down towards grass. That's a big head to take off the board. Misawa doing a good job on the defense so far. Langley Eustace now having to fight forward here. Reaper dealing with the one player. Doesn't actually get that kill. Tantalize has to pick up where his teammate left off. So Langley Eustace kind of in survival mode at this point, and then not dealing with all of the players. Push forward. Sweet, the next one. He finally gets shut down. Nase Michi picks up exactly where he left off. The team play at the moment for Masawa on the defense is pretty much perfect.
Yeah, no, it really is. Look at all the presence inside of trips. You got lockers being held. Knight's playing in that close corner. He slides away, keeps alive inside a spiral. John Wicks, the aim's up to his hand. Sweet's also still playing the AA gun. First player to slip away would have been Tantalized, dealt with over by the B bomb site. It is picture perfect, minus the 4 lives they've lost.
Util out towards the back. This will be perfect if you can stop Langley Eustace from getting a single tick progression all the way through. Knife out from Tantalize. That was a greedy boy play. Back to the respawn point you go. Another player did escape. Still one player up top trips as well. So you've lost to Vinci. That player needs to get active, and it's kind of a bit of a massive Hail Mary play from Reaper to try and draw the attention. But that really works. Like, Misawa full send it on towards B, and now Langley Eustace can stack the point.
Yeah, they sure can. Just sub 10 seconds is where Langley Eustace does their best work. As we see Knight somehow able to walk away with that kill. There's a secondary player that then picks up that spot, but 3 in the feed for Langley Eustace. They got space now.
No.
That life lead is diminishing. It's only 1 player on the zone, though, and Tantalize takes that chow.
Yeah, why not? Why not at this point, right? Solid chow from Tantalize. Second tick now through. Oh, God, what looked like a perfect round has slowly slipped away from Asawa here. There's the point. All right, even Stevens on ticks. 3 kills going through, though. I do have to wonder how much of a problem is that life disadvantage going to be, because it is a shadow that looms over you for the entirety of this round from this point onwards. You've also got to get out of the spawn trap as well. A couple of kills, though, do come through for Reaper and Wolf, so they can start to fly up to the other side of the map. And Reaper taking a route. He's already done it once. Goes straight past somebody in the zip, and now he's just going to wait patiently for that player to reach out.
And that was Nase Michi. And Goldfish is also kind of turned around, expecting for the challenge to come on the opposite side of the staircase. Reaper's playing it on the opposite for the window. He's going to be pinched up, but that pulls 2 defenders away. Look at the push that's starting to develop over by B.
Wait, he's done it again. He's only gone and done it again. Reaper turning all the attention of the players away, and now Langley Eustace can stack the point once more. Couple of players on. Tantalize, nice shots. Also have Wolf covering from the other side. First tick potentially through. Sweep might well find one, but he's not going to stop the tick. Sweep has to be dealt with, though. Up top in trips. Wolf taking on the fight towards the other side. Sweep still not getting involved just yet. Wolf is going to stay under the coverage of the lip, and he's going to take 1 player down. Too much to ask for, though, is the second. What wasn't too much to ask for was the second tick. Yeah, you might have lost the lives. Yeah, you might have lost the round. But honestly, Reaper is the MVP of that round for Langley Eustace because he single-handedly gives them 5 ticks of progression.
Yeah, we ain't going out for a picnic. This is Call of Duty Control. We love ticks out here, man. Hey, this is great. Like 5 segments for Langley Eustace. That puts them right ahead for a round 5 defense if it even goes that far. But I really got to say that Sweet made the play to at least keep that defense going. He made his way all the way back home towards top trips. Made that play happen, and he started beaming people towards the top zip where he was shivving people on this side of the control zone. So Only giving up that one extra segment becomes marginal at worst if you're Misawa on this upcoming offense. Very close they were to being able to convert the transition from A to B once A was captured.
All right, Misawa already getting out. This is part of the course as well. This happened last time, right? Misawa kind of won the opening wave of gunfights. I will say I'm kind of concerned that Langley Eustace have gone straight past the point and straight in towards Armory, because this is a peculiar way to hold defense. Second tick already through. Why is Da Vinci watching elbow? You need to look at the point. All right, finally, there we go. Da Vinci, you are forgiven for all of your sins, my friend. You find a couple of kills, things stabilize, but you've still got Sweet in that power position top trips.
Sure does. Remember, he went on a massive spree to get that Hellstorm missile back in the opening round. Might be the difference maker for Misawa to be able to take the offensive round here. They got that first segment locked today. Vinci's just playing it, has a trophy system there to remember his honor of that life. But no, he's suspecting Knight. He's finally going to give away that red dot. He plays that pinch, 2 bodies on A.
Antelize cut down. Da Vinci on the other side, also losing it. It's Nase Michi for 3, and that might be it here. The coverage from the ARs has been stellar from Misawa. Third tick through, extra 60 seconds on the board. For my money, Misawa have looked just a little bit better here in this control. JB Langley Eustace now need to patch up their wounds and recover here to stop the transition. That's not happened.
No, it's not. This transition started to look really, really good now. 21 plays up against 14. Langley Eustace are down cataclysmic as far as numbers are concerned. They're still 1 behind enemy lines. It's Goldfish, and now they're forced to flood from the front, but they somehow are still able to find the trades. Goldfish is still unaccounted for on your side of the map. Nase Michi will find the kill on the Reaper, keeping the life lead to 7.
That life lead so stressful. Goldfish! Oh my god! Goldfish for the double. 8 kill life now, and it just continues to grow. The gulf between these two teams. If you're Langley Eustace, you got to buck your ideas up right now. Just continually dealing with these flanking players. Knight, the next one up the bat here from Misawa to try and do it. Oh my god, he snaps on towards Reaper. Now trying to back away here. He's just toying with the mental because those players coming to spawn also have to deal with him. And Knight is just a ghost. He's just gone for a complete runaround.
Yeah, he sure has.
Oh,
Knight's able to go on that complete run around and able to find himself a secondary kill. Now, if you are Langley Eustace, you're chasing ghosts. Your one saving grace would be the clock. Your one enemy would be that you only have 3 respawns. The Hellstorm missile's getting called in. Here comes Sweet. They want to call the offense off of this. This is going to reveal all the information where the players are located at. But it could also be Tantaliz's moment to strike.
It keeps everyone inside.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. He lands it on a teammate. 25 seconds left. They are going to get towards the point. It's all about holding back. Sweet takes the player out of power position towards the point. Da Vinci goes down. Langley Eustace. 3per for 2. Has to get more on the point, though. Nase Michi, it's all on him. In a 9 versus 2, he needs to keep Wolf and Da Vinci away from the point, but that doesn't happen. 15 seconds to go.
Where was he to die to that? I gotta go back and rewatch it. 12 seconds. Goldfish, he gets stunned, but he also gets a stun forward. There's one player back castle.
Da Vinci also in the middle of the map. They've got a couple of different directions to look here. You just got to take the players up the point. That's all you got to do. You know where Da Vinci is. Da Vinci finds 2, but it's not good enough. The numbers are overwhelming. Misawa, just a little bit more convincing so far here in this control. They lock in an offense.
Pinch was so close. And that would have been devastating if that round did not get converted offensively for Misawa. What a massive investment for the Hellstorm missile. Every distinct advantage was there for Misawa besides the clock. The Hellstorm missile gets called in. It reveals the information where the current respawners for Langley Eustace were located at, and you get a TK with it, eliminating your frontline member inside of Granny's, completely opening up things for Tantalize to make the play, but he did get traded. Now Langley Eustace, if they want to get a 3-0 here, Brody, they got to win an offense.
And Langley Eustace have not been good off the start. The reason they won the last... Oh my god! Never mind. Stop everything that I'm saying because Nase Michi is on a roll. His KD doesn't even look that impressive, but the moment that he's had over the last few rounds of control has been impeccable. And I was going to say proper that Langley Eustace have not had a convincing offensive victory, or at least a convincing defensive victory, excuse me. The fact that they managed to get those rounds previously was all down to one solid play from Reaper. And you just cannot capture lightning in a bottle twice. That's not going to happen.
Pretty sure that there's still a Hellstorm missile in the back pocket for one of these Langley Eustace members. Somebody went on a massive spree, and I'm pretty sure that they were able to get it if it wasn't already called in. But regardless, no, it doesn't look like it, actually. I think that spree did get cut early. So, yeah, you don't have any sort of extra tricks up your sleeve. You got to fight your way out of the spawn trap the old-fashioned way. 30 seconds remain. Da Vinci's hitting her out.
Another player has already done that. We've seen this in the past, though. You can hit roots all day long. You have to actually find some value at the back of it. The combo's now been made. Players now switching up to try and deal with that. Do they recognize that somebody is on the point? The stack is through. I don't think Wolf is going to be aware of the fact that Goldfish is there. And yeah, he's not. Reaper also shut down. So now Da Vinci needs to be pulled towards the point to try and alleviate some pressure towards the spawn. Da Vinci is the playmaker here. Nasi Michi on 7 in a row. But it's Da Vinci that has to go huge. He can only find one towards the point. And now Misawa just looking to formalize it. They want to extend the series. Can anybody from Langley use this touch in time? Tantalize finds one. Towards the point, Reaper goes. And towards the point, Reaper falls. Misawa. Incredible defense from them. But more impressively, the offense on that round number 3. That swings it.
Disrespecting the pick'ems, but never in a doubt disrespecting what could potentially be a reverse sweep there versus Langley. Protocol control was not a friendly one statistically leading up for Misawa, but when push comes to shove, they absolutely step up and deliver the goods. That offensive conversion, like we talk about on Protocol, so rare to be able to convert an offense without such a massive thing like a Hellstorm missile. For Sweet to be able to make that call, or for whoever it was, turned the entirety of that round. They almost chuckled it, to be fair, but like, still, to be able to convert the offense is the only reason being they're sitting a foot and still alive in this best of 5.
Oh, man. Again, just Misawa and Langley Eustace just going at it between the two teams right now. Not much to split them, although I will say again, you know, throughout that entire control, I have to say, it really did feel like Langley Eustace pulling ahead ever so often. I mean, even if you compare the defenses, right? I mean, Langley Eustace didn't even let Misawa out. The only time that Misawa got out was down to one player, and that was Reaper absolutely befalling twice. Did it twice, literally, right? Pulled the team over towards one point, got the players away from the spawn, allowed Langley Eustace towards the point. Did it again, and that's how they got those 5 ticks through. Really, outside of that, I wouldn't say there was a single moment that I found particularly impressive from Langley Eustace on that control. Misawa, on the other hand, incredible. Round 3 offensive dub, and a lot of it has to be given to Sweet, man. His position, up top trips, constant nuisance around the middle of the map. I mean, what can you do when he is doing that?
It was everything that we were missing on that map number 1. Again, 250 to 134 was that map 1 scoreline on Rewind. That should be playing right into the hands of how Sweet likes to play a game of Call of Duty. That's what you got to see there on Protocol, but with an aims in hand. Again, having to slow down the pace a little bit. We've seen it with the Jack of all trades from Sweet. Can do it with the AR, can do it with the SMG. Could that be the start of something? Again, we've seen a lot of this, Brody, where you go 2 up in a series here at the DAF World Championships, and then you lose the Protocol or any control cataclysmically, and then the map 4 typically does not go the team's way. That was leading 2-0 in the series. I'm not sitting here calling myself a prophet, but it very much so could be on the cards.
You're not a prophet, mate. You're a propper. Come on.
Thanks,
now.
man.
That's
me.
That's such a dumb joke. It's such a dumb joke.
Yeah, you tried. You swung for the fences, bud.
Anyway, oh man, I think we might be getting in the game real quick here, guys. So game number 4 coming up. Again, guys, this is the last series of the night, and this is for a spot in the top 6 and the winners bracket semi-finals. So for both of these two teams, a lot on the line for Misawa. They would be trying to pull off the 3rd attempted reverse sweep of the night, of course being turbo down in the series. However, we know how those first 2 went, and they did not go that way. We're actually going to go to the map set real quick. I didn't show you this, guys, because I'm a silly Billy, and I totally forgot to do that. Whoops, my bad. Here's a look at the map set. Here it is. Protocol. That's going to give Misawa their first win.
Sure will. Adding a little bit of more colorway as far as this best of 5 is concerned. But still plenty more to do. We were ready to write this off as the one of the series that was not going to go the distance again. The other quarterfinals all produced a whole handful of bangers, and just as an update on the opposite side, this side of the bracket seems to be going against the grain as what the top side of the bracket would have to offer. Nellis versus Anderson is currently going on off stream, and Nellis are leading 2-0 as I quickly click through the Discord channels to see if I can get any sort of score updates. I cannot. I cannot try. Oh, it was a 6-5 search and destroy. I just found it. 6-5 search and destroy. Kuzo went 12-6 there for Nellis, and Peterson Seems that they are just simply not struggling, but they just cannot close out a map versus Nellis right now. They're playing different.
All right, well, map number 4, guys, about to get underway. Maybe we could have both series end here. I didn't know if that would be played off stream or not, if it was going to be played tomorrow. But yeah, it seems it is played off stream. So by the end of the night, I think more or less we're probably going to know who's going to be in the winners bracket semi-finals across the entirety of the board. Of course, tomorrow we'll also probably more likely than not be paying attention to the lower bracket. We will. Look at that. See, we all know what we're talking about. All right, Misawa, Langley, Eustace, let's go. Let's go to our final potential map in this series, guys. Although, if I'm being honest, at this point, let's just send it to a Game 5. Why not? I'm pulling from Misawa all the way.
Yeah, might as well go around 11 at this point. Do it for PACAF, man. Do it after the TK came through in the winners round 1 versus Kadena. Might as well. Ball hard point, a very volatile map mode combination. Again, Langley through that map number 1, just a real problem. Da Vinci got a cruise missile within his first 10 respawns. Wolf, a constant issue. Reaper is a hardpoint demon as well. Can always expect a real good time. You know, funnily enough, this goes back to what was the last time that we saw a rewind out of Langley? I don't know. My brain is escaping me. It's way too late in the day. I don't even know why I'm trying to pull out.
I can check my notes if you want, mate.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm starting to shuffle through the notes, but I don't even remember. The pages aren't paging anymore, and the words aren't wording.
A rewind. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Give me a second. Give me a second here. I'm analyzing my notes. At least from what I've casted. A rewind hard point from Langley, huh? Give me a sec. Give me a sec. I'm analyzing, and I don't seem to have one. I don't think they played one.
If they did, it was off stream.
It was off stream. It was probably off stream. There we go. See, listen, we write a lot of stuff down, guys. Okay, I have a notepad in front of me. It's filled with rubbish, if I'm honest.
It's a whole bunch of nothing.
It's a bunch of nonsense. Okay, it is what it is. I sometimes wrote something relevant down, and then I'll like kind of badge on that for the remainder of the series. Either way, it doesn't feel like we've seen one of those from Langley. Again, though, what we did see earlier today was that rewind hard point, and I think that's a pretty big indicator here of kind of what we should be expecting, right, from Langley in this map number 4. They came out, they get swinging, and I think we're probably going to see that again.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, they better be. Because, Misawa is definitely going to be feeling rather hot after that map number 3. Again, I don't know why I said it like that, but, like, dude, Sweet was looking really good. And I think that's kind of like the confidence you need that you can gun these guys on the opposite side of the server. And once he starts getting that certain pep in his step, we can see what it means. And there are a lot of different adversaries that Misawa did have throughout the group stage. Could add things to be a little bit further interesting. And as the update does come through off of the alarm bell, that wasn't Brody, don't worry about it. That was actually my phone giving me the buzz that Nellis just 3-0'd Peterson.
There you go. There you go, guys. Nellis 3-0 Peterson. So we have 3 of our semi-finalists already into the next round of play. Oh, boy. I am so excited to see. For those of you guys who haven't been keeping up with the action today, those winners are Cannon, Ramstein, and now Nellis. Of course, I believe it is going to be Cannon versus Ramstein in the winners bracket semi-final. And then, of course, it's going to be Nellis, excuse me. Yeah, Nellis going head-to-head with the winner of this matchup. With that said, let's go. Map number 4 could be the final one for Langley Eustace.
Got it in the end. Oh, dirty. Sweet. Still feeling good. 4 dead, 5 in a row now in the feed. All right, we're feeling good. So far, Misawa off of a very good start, and they have the favorite side, Brody. Look at that.
Misawa feeling pretty hot at the start of this game. Again, a reminder that the first hard point went Langley Eustace's way by a large margin. So, feels like they really are a momentum-based team at this point in time. 3 players go down, so Langley Eustace now back in towards the hard point. Nice nade over the top as well from Reaper is going to clear top cat side, but Nase Michi with a wraparound has other ideas. So 5 for the scrap time going on. 5 seconds. I think Nase Michi is going to give it a look. Of course, we'll have a look. Reaper will not get that kill just yet. Over towards the new hard point. Misawa starting to challenge through the front. Looks like a pinch play coming through from Wolf and Da Vinci, but Wolf's not going to be able to time it correctly. He gets shut down, and now Misawa have control.
Big gunfight still to be had over towards the side. Would have been traded regardless, and see that in the kill feed for Da Vinci. What the spawn? Tantalize. He's going to reap the benefits from nobody anchoring all the way in far to the back. Goldfish, he's trying to pick up from where that was left off, but Misawa just a little bit too late to recognize they did not fully anchor the spawns, and that's a late break, but still good time for Langley Eustace.
And Eustace regain control. Big 20 still to go for here. I think that might be the final shake from Asawa. There's no real reason to hit this again. Yep, 4 down. Oh, no. That's so unfortunate for Asawa. Langley Eustace, they leave that back spawn and it flips against them, but they don't actually necessarily know this. So Masawa are going to get some free first kills on the new hardpoint.
Yep. Watch this rotation. Watch Da Vinci. He's already up top. Nase Michi, he loves that position as well. It's just a power position that you need for this side of the map. Stray gunfights happening all the way across the board. But if you can maintain top arc control, you will anchor these spawns for the ever so wanted P4 rotation, and they pick up Tantalize before you can ever convict that push over towards the palm trees. Great transition from Misawa.
Misawa with the immediate flip again. I think that was definitely a byproduct of the fact that they did not know that spawns had flipped against them. Or rather for them, I should say. Langley Eustace trying to make the best of a bad situation. Looking to grant the last 30 seconds of this hard point. A reminder that generally speaking, this hard point is not something that you get a lot of time on. So Langley Eustace very happy to try and steal that time away. And they're even starting to think about maybe puncturing a hole through towards the rotation as well. Reaper, it's go time. He might have just got the perfect timing. Oh, he can't hold his gunny though for long. He gets the itch and he goes straight for the gunfight. It's a little bit early. But it still kind of feels like there's holes in the defense here from Asawa. Da Vinci trying to exploit one, slides on out, perfect chow, but does not get the gunfight through. And now we're looking towards the backline. Langley Eustace trying to get players through, but none of them are hitting. Reaper the only one to find some value.
Yeah, Misawa really starting to reap the benefits now. Tantalize, last alive and towards the back, dealt with. Next one stepping up would be player number 4. It's Da Vinci. Gets good damage there into Sweet. Does his job, but is it enough to help things out from the front door? The answer is no. Langley Eustace right back in.
Oh, nice nade from Da Vinci. Now pinch play coming through. Nase Michi on 5 in a row, going in towards this hard point. Sweet, getting cut short. Nase around the back line. Shots out from Da Vinci, not fully cleaned. Has to go to the pistol. Sees Nase going around towards the front. It's a rewrap. Is anybody watching for that middle door? I think Nase might have actually changed his strategy just a little bit here, just to try and get some exit frags more than anything. So just trying to keep that streak alive. They will be on the hunt for him. Langley Eustace aren't silly. As Nase Michi finally reveals his position now, I think it becomes more of a game of, right, let's just leave that gunfight. Let's go towards New. But all in all, Langley Eustace just about teetering ahead at the moment over Masawa.
Yeah. 14 and 5. What a stat line out of Wolf. He's brought things right back into his wheelhouse. Oh, what a snap. Almost walked away with that one. Knight will take him down, though. Only his 6th kill, but you would think otherwise with the way that he just took him down. 30 points is the difference. Going back towards P1, halfway through it, in fact. Before we really get to start the conversation again, Knight up top. Good for 2, and snapping back to where he started off the initial gunfight. It's just insane scenes. Still, you got Misawa towards the back P2 spawns.
Sour an opportunity here to close the deficit. Goldfish. Oh, that's unfortunate. Lovely slide. Beautiful movement from Da Vinci, and that's a full blue feed. So not only does the scrap time go Langley Eustace's way, they now have a good look at getting first touch over by P2, but this can be a volatile mistress. Misawa trying to hit it. 3 down. Back spawns again will be locked in. They should spawn pretty close as well, given the fact that you've got players pushing through ammunition. Yeah, that exactly happened. So this is one last defensive effort here. And oh my god, Knight just waltzes through the front of the hard point, rips Reaper off her heady. Da Vinci and Wolf go down. All of a sudden, they haven't fully cleared this. They're going to clear it, right? They don't. Tantalize goes off, and all of a sudden you lose kills on the other side.
There's 30 seconds remaining to fight over. Here comes Tantalize, AR in hand, last bullet, gets the kill. The reload had good centering, but it sets up easy trades. Oh, what a fumble coming through there for Misawa. They might still have a good shake to fight for the back 20 seconds or so, but they're mostly focused over towards New. What went awry on the first set, Brody, Sweet is trying to rectify. He's first inside of Art, but Tantalize is right on his heels.
Yeah, this is a gunfight that Nase Michi won last time around. Tantalize is going to beat Sweet to the punch this time, but he's going to have some company sooner rather than later. That's going to clear the air here for Langley Eustace to get towards the point. Nase Michi takes the fight. Tantalize down. All right, position obtained here from Asawa. You're 60 points down, though. You can't afford to bleed the same amount of time that you did last time, but every single gunfight is going their way. Misawa are now the ones with the opportunity. One player behind enemy lines being a sneaky beaky is Reaper, and he is just getting a lot of attention sent his way. Again, Langley Eustace are just soaking up so much attention by way of Reaper.
Yeah, again, they're so focused just on what's going on behind enemy lines. They're starting to lose focus as far as what's going on inside the hill. And when push comes to shove, the trades are that much better once again for Langley Eustace. 178 to 108. It's beyond an entire hard point. Playing for the side of the map is not going to be good enough. Even if you get a full 60, you're still going to be down if you're Misawa. But this is what they were playing for. Sweet's going to give away his life, trying to play for exits at old while his teammates are set up at new.
90-point advantage and growing for Langley Eustace. 2 players here towards the back of Hearts. They're trying to get through. They've got to get past Nasi Michi. Sweet is just keeping an eye on the cross. Nice kill against Da Vinci. Also, second shot's pretty good here. Nasi Michi should be good for the follow-up, and he will be. Down to 9 HP goes Tantalize, and down to 0 HP after that jump child from Nasi Michi. So, back to 4 in a row. First defense is good.
And it will be. Still trailing by an entire hard point, though, Brody. Like, that's where it does start. You got the first 30 seconds. Now you need a little bit more. Reaper's playing for the pounce effect around the backside of Bags. He's able to find the first. Gets the slip onto Knight as well. And, yeah, player number 7, I mean, Nasamichi, he can't give up that position. Sponsor now going to flip. Nasamichi's got himself a little bit of a pinch, but it's just a moment too late. Langley Eustace over 200 points. Yeah,
prioritization change to Nasi Michi. He will actually go and grab that last 10 seconds. So, like, again, it closes the gap ever so slightly, and it's an imperative time to do it. When you're down by 60 points, you're going into the final set, you really do need any kind of scrap time you can pull together. Misawa, first team to touch. No power position control, but Goldfish, good shots on towards Wolf. Will take him out of the play. And Langley Eustace will move almost immediately to try and retake control of that position. Nasi Michi stacked up there by Reaper with the Semtex. One last player in the point suite. Has to go huge. Good for the first. That opens the door for the teammates to come off the spawn and get in towards the time, and they do exactly that. They're finding the gunfights. Nasi Michi through wood, good for one. One more player to remove, and that is a perfect play. Sweet holds them off.
They gotta go forward now. Reaper, he's the only one that's over on the pool house side. He's able to at least find one, but now the spawns will completely flip all the way out. Langley Eustace, they got the back P4 spawns. They're battling through the front door, but Misawa, they cannot allow the back 10 seconds to go up for free. They might just have to, so that way they can get a confidence setup for P2. Wolf's already pushing through the pool side. Scouted out, first one dead, next few up.
All right, Nasi Michi, good for the first against Sleeper. So fancy second. Trades. Misawa will hold. Langley Eustace, they can afford to actually put a hit together. They can spend some time here to make sure that their hit is well timed. Nasi Michi's not allowing it, though. He's taking key players out of key positions. Keep an eye on Reaper. They don't know. Now they do. Good for the first. Reaper has to be a hero. It's what they need right now. Nasi Michi out of position. Langley Eustace knocking at the door, and you don't want to open it if you're Misawa. Knight peppered up. He's trying to stay alive. It's not happening. Sweet towards the backline. Back spawn still good for Misawa. Flying in will be Sweet. Shut down. And now all you got to do is pepper them up off the spawn.
Reaper's on a 4 spree, combined 7 with Wolf. There's still plenty enough time for them to close things out here. The spawn in for Misawa, but even if they break, look at player number 3. Tantalizes on new.
Reaper. Turn head on a swivel. Get shut down. There it is. They can recover. But as you said, you've got players on new. It's so smart. Wolf playing for the exit frags. It weakens things up. Only 2 players can do anything about this. Back spawn's locked in from Misawa. Da Vinci towards the point. Finds the first. Goldfish tries to survive. And now you can jump in the point. If you're Langley Eustace, you're in panic mode. You're trying to stop Langley Eustace from the win. And this, but Knight finds 2. And it keeps them out.
There was one player for Langley Eustace that spawned in for P2 effectively. That allowed the spawns to effectively get spawned out. And Misawa behind enemy lines. They get top R control. They get the setup here at 3.
You cannot let them in for more than a second. You can't do it. They're in again.
Oh,
Sweet. Oh, no. Sweet doesn't have the shots. That could be it. Somebody getting the time. It's not going to happen. Sweet falls. And Misawa also fall with him. Langley Eustace are taking the series. It's another hard point for them.
So hard to gauge. Again, hindsight 2020 if you are Sweet, but nobody was in a position to bump you in that moment. He was the only player contesting it. P3 is where so much contested time happens here on Vault, and that's exactly why is the planter's head glitch. He needed to stay down. He found 2. That was more than good enough, Brody, and he had the prediction where the 3rd was coming from, saw the 4th top plat, and then still overheated for the challenge. Again, not sitting here pointing fingers because he had a great bounce back performance from that 3 into this map number 4, but Langley Eustace on the day. Wolf came back with an absolute vengeance in that map number 4. He was a little bit short of the 40 bomb, what we saw just yesterday, man, but his Langley Eustace team are absolutely filthy at hardpoint.
Man. Oh boy, it is a pleasure to watch them in the hard point for sure. Langley Eustace just look absolutely phenomenal, watching them time and time again. Here's a look back at their kind of plays throughout the series. And yeah, I do think it's accurate to say it's the hard points that kind of drag them through the series, right? Because even that search and destroy, even though it was a 6-2 victory when kind of all was said and done, it didn't really feel like a 6-2 victory to a certain extent, right? So many of the rounds came down to 1v1s or 1 versus 2 clutches that Langley Eustace had to pull out of the bag. I will say one thing. I think we'll talk to somebody in the post-match interview about this here in just a second. I think Langley Eustace need to focus on their controls moving forward, because that Game 3 control, just, you know, moving forward, I don't think they were focused enough on the objective. But that is the one thing I think coming out of this series, I would say, if you want to win the entirety of Worlds, that's the thing you need to focus on.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, Brody. I mean, like, that on top of just good communication, I think is what's most peril. Your search and destroy can be very good, but that's all off of good communication. Being on the same page as one another, and then your hard points to follow, and I don't even know what you could do as far as main focusing. You're already in the thick of the tournament is concerned. Mechanical skill is already where it is currently at, but when you're shooting just as heavy as we saw from Wolf and Co. there, it's going to be tough to go up against no matter who you are.
All right, well, it is going to be Langley Eustace moving through as our final team to the next round of play in the upper side of the bracket. We've got an interview with Reaper ready and raring to go. Let's bring Reaper in. First and foremost, I said to everyone who wins their matches, mate, congratulations. Phenomenal victory for you boys on Langley Eustace. It was an awesome match for us to watch here on the casting booth as well. I want to kind of immediately draw attention to the control in that series. Before we even get into kind of maybe how it went wrong for you guys, shout out to you, man. Because the one round that Langley Eustace, you know, obviously the defense, you guys ended up, or the offense, excuse me, you ended up losing it. But it was round number 2, and you made a phenomenal play. You, like, dragged the attention of the opposition away, not once, but twice, away from your teammates to provide space for them to capture the point. I'm not too sure if that was intentional enough. Maybe you can speak to that, but phenomenal play either way. But talk to me a little bit about control, because it feels like right now, you know, we've had a chance to watch you guys for a few days now. Is that where you guys feel like you're weakest at the moment?
Honestly, I would say, yeah, it's probably one of our weakest game modes, but I think the map protocol itself for control, we kind of struggle, but I think Hacienda, obviously, we did pretty well there, and then Vault's kind of tough, but so far, yeah, I think control is really the one for us.
Don't worry about it, Reaper. Hey, protocol, as far as the map is concerned, is whack as all get out. Don't worry about it, man. But for all intents and purposes, I want to talk about more of, like, the hardpoint prowess out of you guys, because as far as respawns are concerned, minus control, of course, we'll talk more about that. Y'all slang is at a different level. Like, your respawn KD ratio right next to Wolves is some of the highest that we do have throughout the entirety of this tournament. What are the comms like? Because you guys are blitzing everybody, but it looks like you guys are all on the same page at the same time.
Honestly, we just try to stay nice and calm. The comms are nice and clear, and then we coordinate with each other. We push up, and that's something we really practice and had to get used to instead of you know, run die. And so the more we work together as a team, our game has really evolved and has allowed us to really run over a lot of these teams.
Yeah, dude, your hardpoint looks on point at the moment, and it is certainly bringing you through a lot of these best of 5s for sure. Moving forward then, obviously you've got another matchup prepared for tomorrow. You've got a winners bracket semi-final. Is there anything you guys are looking to make improvements, things you want to get down to make sure you guys at the end of bracket play are the champions?
I would say probably slow our game down when we're getting beat up a little bit, work together, push together as a team, and then just do what we do. And then obviously control would be nice. So
for sure, man. It's awesome talking to you, mate. Again, congratulations on the dub. Before we let you go, anything you want to say to anyone back home?
Obviously, shout out my family, shout out my guys at work. You know, I appreciate all you guys supporting me. You know, you're the best. And thanks.
All right, man. Thanks for letting us watch you play Call of Duty, mate. It's an honor.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
All right, man. That was Reaper. All right. They are ready. They know what they need to improve on moving forward, because their next matchup is going to be a winners bracket semi-final matchup. Absolutely love Reaper. Absolutely love everybody on Langley Eustace.
Yeah, and what's really nice of being able to win this winners quarterfinal, winners semifinals is going to be happening, I believe, that for what is that matchup is pretty late in the day tomorrow. So, like, they're going to have a lot of time to go back, watch some VOD, really get down to the nitty-gritty, maybe listen to us talk about some control stuff, because you and I were going crazy in that map 3. It's just like, just be able to get their mindset straight, because they're going up against Cannon, or they're going up against Nellis tomorrow, who just 3-0'd Peterson. So, like, the winner semifinal matchup is going to be absolute rulers.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. All right, folks. Well, that's going to do it for day number 3 of actions. We are officially more than halfway through our tournament here for the DAF Esports World Championships. We're going to turn back to us tomorrow for more bracket play action as we take our first look at the lower bracket, the entire tournament. And, of course, we're going to end the day with some beautiful action from the upper bracket side as well. Catch you then tomorrow for more action from the DAF Esports World Championship.